Hello! Today, we're diving into an epic tale about Kim Min-jun, a badass dark mage from the fantasy world of Iska, where he was summoned as a hero but flipped the script on the Holy Priestess to claw his way back to modern Earth. Here, the world's gone wild with dungeons and monsters crawling out everywhere. Min-jun joins the ranks of a monster-hunting military squad, wielding his dark magic to take down beasts like hankers and goblins, rising from grunt to sergeant while navigating conspiracies, unexpected allies, and heart-pounding battles that'll keep you on the edge of your seat. So, buckle up, because we're about to hop on an emotional roller coaster, revisiting the most unforgettable journeys comics have given us over the years with those epic, high-stakes combats. And yo, don't forget to smash that like button, share this with your crew, and drop your thoughts in the comments below. We're thrilled to hear from you. Now, no more waiting, let's jump into the story. Under the clear blue sky dotted with drifting white clouds, today is truly a beautiful day. The lively atmosphere is stirred by endless cheers and the vibrant colors of fireworks flying everywhere. It seems like everyone in the city has gathered on the main street, taking turns to cheer. Here, heroes look this way, heroes, on horseback. A man clad in armor and a majestic red cloak waves back at the warm welcome from the crowd, cheering for the hero. Cheers for Iska. A girl's voice echoes as she runs, calling out to the person ahead. Hey, slow down a bit. The boy in front hurriedly turns back, urging, hurry up, the parade is almost over. The girl, exhausted, says, brother, I'm tired. The boy keeps running. I told you to hurry up. From a distance, the silhouette of a man in a black cloak slowly approaches, step by step. With each step, he gets closer, and suddenly, the boy stops, slowing down until the man glides past. The boy stands still. The girl finally catches up to her brother, confused. Brother, I told you to slow down. Why did you stop? The girl doesn't understand what's happening, turning to look at the man and continues speaking. The parade is over there. The boy whispers in fear. Don't look, you idiot. That man is a dark sorcerer. The girl innocently asks, a dark sorcerer? Why? The boy answers but silently feels a deep fear. He's cursed. In stark contrast to the noise outside, inside the grand castle is a quiet space. A girl stands by the window, her dreamy gaze lost in the distance, suddenly startled by the approaching footsteps. She instinctively turns to look at the man approaching and speaks. You've returned, Minoy. It is the man in the cloak from the earlier parade, and he sets a human head down on the ground. The girl, satisfied, exclaims, with this, Iska's final threat has been eliminated. I want to thank you on behalf of the Empire. He coldly interrupts, that's enough. Just fulfill your final promise right now. The girl frowns in response. I remember that. And don't worry, Minoy, should I call you Kim Min-chun? Under the cloak is a stern face. His sharp gaze pierces through to her. A moment later, still in the castle, the girl says to Kim Min-chun, I'll tell you again. But I won't delegate the task to you in the name of a dark sorcerer because I don't like you. He replies, I hate you so much I could die right here, Holy Maiden. The Holy Maiden continues, there's no denying the things you've quietly done for the Empire. I'm always grateful for that, even though your mouth is truly reckless. You've exceeded expectations in changing perceptions about dark sorcerers in Iska. I'll ask you again, do you really want to return to your real world? He immediately kneels respectfully. Yes, let me go back right now. I've done enough work here. The Holy Maiden sighs, trying to convince him. If you stay for the benefit of the Empire, I promise you will be compensated for all the hardships you've endured, and even more than that. Hearing this, Kim Min-chun scoffed, Stop acting, Saintess. The Saintess, furious, shouted back. What do you mean I'm acting? I'm being completely honest. He stood up and asked, So, what will you give me? Saintess looked at him wide-eyed in confusion. Kim Min-chun brushed off his clothes and continued, You forced me to come here, used me like a slave, and now what else is there? You want me to stay in the shadows and act as a pawn so I can clean up your mess? In short, will you let me go back? Kim Min-chun stated as if giving her an order. The Saintess pretended to smile brightly. If you stay, I will give you anything you want, Min. If you disappear, our empire. He cut her off. Bring me Korean fried chicken. The Saintess looked confused again. Huh. Kim Min-chun continued. And some braised pork leg. You know those are not food from my hometown, right? They're amazing. You only feed me those dry, calorie-rich cookies. It's more like food for animals than for humans. How can you expect me to live here when you only feed me that junk? The Saintess seemed hit in the heart, her voice weak. We will try to improve that. He shouted loudly. It's fine, don't worry about it. Now bring me a high-spec computer with top-notch specs. And it needs to connect to the fastest internet. I need to claim my rewards from the ultimate game, League of Legends, as a challenger, so hurry up. Inside, he felt quite smug. I really do have top-notch intelligence. The Saintess was too angry. Stop, stop. Why aren't you asking about what I can offer you here at Iska? I get it now. She began to give up on keeping him here and had to agree with him. We will start the return ceremony to begin the ritual. The door was locked tightly, Kim Min-chun said cheerfully. I've been here quite a while. There are many memories. Still, I don't want to see you again, Sanctus, he said, feeling bored. Stand in the center of the summoning circle, the exact spot where you were originally summoned here. He obediently stepped into that position. A formation appeared beneath his feet. The Sanctus continued. I will release the protection of the Holy Spirit. Kim Min-chun slowly removed his gloves, thinking to himself, the protection of the Holy Spirit is called protection, but in reality, it's just a magical mark, preventing me from fighting that woman. Soon, I will be freed from this magical circle. Finally, he reached out toward the Sanctus. The Sanctus, while casting a spell, said, I really don't understand you. You have great power here. You will also gain wealth and fame, so why are you trying to give it all up? Kim Min-chun didn't care, just reminding her, focus on what you're doing, Saintess. Aren't you worried at all? Once this magical mark disappears, you could die at my hands, the Saintess replied nonchalantly. But I've accepted that since the beginning, the protection of the divine has been removed. You can kill me if you want. If you don't intend to kill me, I'll begin the next phase of the Kim Min-chun ritual. Min-chun stared blankly at his palm. He remained silent. The Saintess turned her back and continued, Now I will strip away all the power you've gained here. Hearing that, he smirked maliciously. The Saintess continued, unaware. It will be dangerous for you when traveling through time and space if you carry your power here. Suddenly, a force gripped her throat, lifting her off the ground. It was the dark power of Min-chun. The Saintess turned her head, struggling to speak. What's going on? Min-chun smugly replied, Do you know how hard it was for me to gain this power? No, do you really think I would give it up? Clearly, giving up this power is just your lie. After saying that, he threw her away, crashing onto the ground. The Saintess glared at Kim Min-chun, her heart filled with anger. I know what he's plotting, but with his dark magic, he won't be able to activate the time portal. Suddenly, her eyes widened in disbelief at what was happening. How? How can he open the time portal using dark magic? The Saintess struggled to sit up and said, Stop. You can't travel through time so recklessly. Kim Min-chun replied nonchalantly, I know. Let me explain. That's why I've practiced it 1,000 times. After all, I've reached the peak power of dark magic. You guys are so strange. Why divide magic into light and dark? They are all the same. Suddenly, Min-chun remembered something and continued. Oh, I have a few things to give you before I leave. He formed his hand into a fist. He held it out toward the Saintess and said, It's truly a pleasure to meet you, you wretched Saintess. Let's never meet again. If I see you again, you're dead for sure. Goodbye, powerless Saintess, she screamed. Stop. Just like that, Kim Min-chun stepped into the time portal, which began to glow. The light gradually shrank. Then it spiraled straight up into the sky. The Saintess slammed her hands down on the ground in frustration, her face twisted in hatred, saying, Do you think I wanted to do this? What the hell? The scene shifted back to the present time, amidst the apartment buildings. A mystical purple portal appeared, and Kim Min-chun staggered out from that beam of light, his body exhausted, collapsing onto the ground. Sweat poured down like a rain, his breath ragged. He thought, Asterisk, I didn't think I'd travel through the time portal. Asterisk. Asterisk, I didn't expect this damn thing at all. Asterisk Kim Min-chun used his strength to stand up, cautiously looking around at his surroundings. Suddenly, something caught his attention. A smartphone. Kim Min-chun slowly picked up the phone. He cheered joyfully. I've missed this for too long. It's mine. He chuckled. He quickly pressed on his favorite game. Finally, I'm back. I'm finally back from that hell. Kim Min-chun joyfully shouted, but suddenly he turned off the smile. The phone's screen displayed a network connection notification. Cannot connect to the network. Please check your connection status and try again somewhere else. A battalion is rushing by. The leader pressed against the wall, extremely cautious, asking the person next to him. It goes this way, right? That person heard and replied, Yes. The observer has located its position. Let's go. He continued to wonder, Corporal Choi In-ho? What is all this nonsense? Why are they deploying regular soldiers like us? Choi In-ho complained. How would a corporal like me know? Go ask the commanding officer. Everyone was tense, breathing heavily, drenched in sweat. Extremely alert, Corporal Choi In-ho went ahead, giving the order, Let's move. As he ran out from behind the wall, he took aim. Suddenly, Corporal's eyes widened in surprise at Kim Min-chun, who was walking down the road, pondering what he had been through. It's been 2 years since I was summoned to that hell, and I'm still a bit surprised thinking about coming back here. Thanks to data synchronization, my phone still works, but I don't have an AI to communicate with. What's up with the internet in this neighborhood? I can't connect. He raised his hand high, holding the phone. It means there's no signal here. Why are there no stores open? Corporal Choi In-ho asked the person next to him. What's that? The person next to him said, Looks like a civilian. Kim Min-chun murmured ahead. I've been in Igas for so long. I think only 2 years have passed on Earth, Choi In-ho said quietly. I think civilians have been restricted in this area. I don't understand how those dumb guards are doing their jobs. Choi In-ho said loudly, Hey, you young man passing by. Kim Min-chun, confused, turned around, wondering why there were soldiers in this residential area. He speculated, I guess they're training. They seem tougher than before. Aren't they just supposed to practice patrolling the neighborhood? Kim Min-chun scratched his head and replied, Sorry, I just want to pass through here. Suddenly, the soldier shouted, Run, young man. A fierce wolf attacked from behind. Kim Min-chun stood there confused. Huh? When he turned around, he still didn't understand the situation. The soldier yelled, Watch out, kid. A voice shouted from behind, Get out of the way. Min-chun looked up to see a shadow blocking the light in front of him. It was a wolf charging towards him, its mouth wide open, revealing sharp teeth. It was raising its claws, ready to attack Min-chun. Min-chun lifted his hand, tensing up, veins bulging as he coldly said, This stupid dog isn't even worth a punch. Breathing heavily, Min-chun stared down at his hand. Min-chun was a bit incredulous, thinking to himself, My dark energy has completely vanished. Min-chun grabbed the wolf's head. The wolf was charging at him furiously, surprised by Min-chun's actions. Min-chun's expression was cold. He slammed its head down hard into the ground, causing the earth to crack, and the soldiers were also shocked by Min-chun's actions. They had wide eyes and open mouths as they looked at the wolf after Min-chun's devastating blow, its teeth broken and unable to attack. The stupid dog, Min-chun coldly said to it, while the soldier turned pale after hearing another command from Min-chun. You think I'm just a useless guy who can't use magic because I'm low on dark energy? Min-chun's blood-stained face and murderous gaze coldly said, Even if I become weaker, I'm still not at a level where a lowly monster like you can defeat me. In his mind, Min-chun suddenly recalled the miserable images of the past. He grimaced, thinking this reminded him of the time he was trained at Iska. But Min-chun's dark gaze was fixed on the severely injured wolf lying motionless, and he thought suspiciously, Why are you here in this world? The soldiers were startled and frightened when they saw Min-chun stand up. Min-chun turned to the soldiers and said, Sorry, sir. The frightened soldier looked at Min-chun, who was gazing grimly at him, and shouted in panic, Don't come near. Shift to another scene. The sign says just 1 more mile to the evacuation base. Sitting in the vehicle, a soldier curiously spoke up. I don't understand why you went so far, young man, but you could end up in jail for that. Min-chun, wiping his face, looked at the person speaking. That person continued. The commander told us not to blow this out of proportion. So you can go, but you really don't know what's been going on these days. The one who has been speaking all this time is the soldier named Choi In-ho. Yeah, I've been abroad, Min-chun smiled and added in his mind. Exactly in another world. This isn't the Korea I used to know. Min-chun pondered what had happened in these past 2 years. The dungeon phenomenon appeared when I was about 7 years old, and monsters from the dungeons started appearing in real life. I remember there were soldiers fighting them just like now, with the appearance of the dungeons. Awakened superhumans with abilities beyond normal people joined the army. New hunters were established at the military base and quickly wiped out the monsters as soon as they appeared. So before being summoned by some crazy saintess, Korea was no longer in danger in the residential areas. Wait, could it be? Min-chun held his phone, looking at the screen showing unable to connect and thought, this server hasn't completely disappeared, right? No. I've been through so much just to come back, and it's like this? Min-chun couldn't accept it, thinking as he bit his lip, furiously tapping on his phone's screen. I want to play Dungeon Fighter Power. I really want to play that damn game. As he tapped, he thought, yeah, this damn network. I want to see if the server will reopen. Hurry up. The whole world is in a mess, but he didn't know because he just returned from abroad. Watching Min-chun frantically tapping on his phone, Choi In-ho thought it was really suspicious, but he didn't want to investigate. Remembering Min-chun's strength made him sweat. I'm sure he has his own issues. Min-chun called Choi Min-ho. The locals have moved to safety. It's like those game developers. Do you think they can still work during this time? Like a gaming company, for instance? Min-chun seriously asked Choi Min-ho, with so many buildings destroyed, what about the server storage system? What the hell happened that turned this place into a mess? At this moment, Choi Min-ho remained silent, wide-eyed, saying nothing. I'll tell you what I know. Either way, I scored an A in Monster Theory and Dungeon Theory. While in college, Choi Min-ho hesitated a bit and said, Are they still teaching stuff like that in college now? Min-chun couldn't believe it and asked Choi Min-ho that finding schools that don't teach those subjects is actually hard. Choi Min-ho replied, The reason the situation has worsened, speaking of which, Choi Min-ho paused a bit, is due to strange phenomena starting to appear in the dungeons. 2 years ago, one day, dungeons began appearing more frequently, and they grew larger. But the biggest issue was the number of giant monsters increasing. They come from these strange dungeons, and because of that, the military can no longer control the dungeons, and the situation is getting worse, leading to the isolation of some residential areas. Choi Min-ho gripped the steering wheel tightly, his veins bulging as he restrained his emotions, then continued speaking. Since then, the military has used various measures to counteract them, but we are short on manpower. Min-chun turned and looked at Choi Min-ho in confusion, standing there in disbelief that this was happening. You still want to play the powerful dungeon fighter game, but are you sure that gaming company is still okay? How old are you now? Minho glanced at Minjun and asked, Me? I think I'm 21, Minjun replied. Oh man, that means you should enlist right away. Your 5 years of youth are about to go up in smoke, Minho said with a smile to Minjun. Huh. What do you mean? It's not the regular military, it's 3 years. The Hunter Corps is 5 years, right? Minjun didn't understand the implication behind Minho's words and asked, Because the situation has been getting worse in recent years, all current military must serve for 5 years. Not just the Hunter Corps. If you're 21, you might already have your enlistment notice. Minho smiled patiently and explained, 5 years after that. Minjun panicked and shouted, Wait, this is serious, isn't it? Minjun fell silent, deep in thought. You think you want to play the powerful dungeon fighter after returning, just to escape and heal? But I have to enlist for 5 years right now when you can't even connect to the server? Minjun was so angry his eyes turned red. Blood vessels bulging, Minjun's phone rang with a message from the state. He suddenly bowed his head to check. Huh? What the hell is this? He said while reading the message from the state, announcing the enlistment date. Damn it! Tomorrow is enlistment day. Could this be a scam? The timing is just perfect. Minchun was a bit skeptical about the enlistment notification, exclaiming, This sound effect is so weird. Minchun hesitantly said Minho was driving and smiled while saying it was true. What is true? Minjun turned angrily and yelled at Minho. What the hell? You just let them enroll without a physical check. And how in the world did you announce it a day in advance? Minjun shouted, I told you we don't have enough manpower. So you'll often have physical checks right at the training center, and that announcement must have come late to you. Minho was startled by Minchun's anger. He awkwardly said, Why didn't you come to the net room? Near the evacuation base to check, Minjun was shocked when he heard Minho say he remembered back when his parents had just gone missing. He just stayed home and played games, so by the time he reached 12th grade, he still hadn't made a single friend. Then he was summoned to Iska, a place known as humanity's forgotten paradise. On the screen was the game he was playing after hearing Choi Minho suggest he could go to the net cafe to check the enrollment information. He was delighted, laughing and crying like crazy. The net cafe really was a jackpot, and this sacred game was just like the first day he met you. How long has it been since I got to hunt a boss like this? He clicked like a madman. I have to thank the game developers for still developing this game in tough times. Oh, here's a new item. Choi Minho exclaimed loudly next to him. Give me a combo of instant noodles and eggs, and a sting. The beautiful net cafe staff smiled but thought, how the hell does he eat so much? Up until this moment, Min Chun still couldn't fully grasp everything. Is this real? He sighed heavily after finally satisfying his long-suppressed gaming needs. Min Chun began checking articles online. A series of news headlines popped up on the screen about damages caused by monsters this year, 48% higher than last year, and then another headline. Are we really going to die like this? And so on. Other articles as well. So everything that Soldier said was true, including the enrollment date that was sent from the Military Management Bureau. Just as it was written in the message, it's tomorrow. He thought if he still had the power from Iska, he could wipe out all these dungeons by himself. But unfortunately, for some reason, his body felt drained. The demon energy, which is the main source of dark magic. But right now, I'm not just a useless guy. That's right, a few dungeons, I can still clear them all. Thinking of something, he shouted, That's right, that's exactly what I should be able to do. Perfect, just wait there, I'll handle all of this. A new day began again. The next day at a military camp, Min Jun was still comfortably eating skewers while the people behind him were hugging. Then being separated, the man was about to head off for enrollment, while Min Jun was still cheerful. Wow, so lively. Min Jun said while walking through the crowd. Everyone looks so gloomy, huh? At that moment, an announcement rang out. Attention all soldiers, please gather in the auditorium immediately. Please pay attention. Min Chun murmured, They say the army isn't like it used to be. I wonder if it's as harsh as an Iska. In the auditorium, the officer's shout echoed. Stand up straight, you bunch of slackers. Are you here for a picnic? Hey, you slowpoke. Why are you dragging your feet? Hold your head high and don't look at the person next to you. The young recruits were so scared that they froze, pushing each other. It reminded Min Chun of his distant memories when he was training. He wished he could have killed that bastard before coming back, so when he looked at the officers in front of him, he could only sigh. These instructors are really nice. At that moment, Officer Kim shouted, Attention! Now, before we start the program, if anyone wants to join the Hunter Corps, please raise your hand. I'm sure you all know that the benefits for hunters are completely different from those in the army. Typically, the base salary has reached 3 million won. I've mentioned such great benefits, yet I still don't see any hands raised. He reassured them, this is just a formality, so don't worry too much. Then, at that moment, a hand was raised. He invited that person to step forward. The hand raised belonged to none other than Min Chun. He quickly replied, yes, and stomped his feet down hard. He gathered momentum and shot forward, under the gaze of thousands of eyes wide open, and then he landed on the stage. His landing position wasn't very graceful, but it was enough to surprise the squad leader. He looked as happy as if he had found gold. Cheerfully turning back, he introduced himself, Private Kim Min-chun. I want to join the Hunter Corps. In the remote, treacherous mountains, there lies Iska, the northern area of the Forgotten Canyon on a mountain. There is a door leading to a deep cave. As one ventures deeper into the cave, a man's voice echoes. Vien, what I'm saying is that the work of a dark mage is endless. The voice belonged to a man who was leisurely sitting on the back of a spider monster, muttering to himself, there's no worse character than you know. Even though we have insane skills, if we run out of dark energy, it's all for nothing. It won't restore itself naturally like the mana of ordinary mages. Mana is always with you, just collect 10. We have to constantly harvest it by defeating monsters with dark energy. Clearly, replenishing dark energy by using it is never effective because the image of my job is the worst, so I can't find any members. So if I accidentally run out of dark energy while in the dungeon, I'm as good as dead. And now, here's a question for you. As Kim Min-chun smiled faintly and asked, what is the best method for a dark mage to replenish and retain their dark energy? Hung had no answer to Kim Min-jun's question in the cave. Other than his voice, all you could hear was the crackling of the fire. Kim Min-jun crossed his arms, pondering for quite a while. After getting fed up with the silence, he clicked his tongue in annoyance. Then he answered himself, is it because no one is responding? Have they all died? Suddenly, a gigantic leg of a reptile slammed down into the ground, creating a loud noise. Hearing this, Kim Min-chun calmly glanced at it and said, boss of the dungeon, you're a bit late. Answer me. I think I might die of boredom. The monster glared at Kim Min-chun angrily and circled around him. Looking at his kind that had been brutally killed, not a single one of those little spiders was left intact. They lay scattered everywhere in this cave. Seeing his companions in such a miserable state, the giant spider monster immediately became furious. It opened its grotesque mouth wide and charged towards Kim Min-chun, intending to attack him. Meanwhile, Kim Min-chun remained calm. He leisurely looked at it and said, is that your answer? Your breath really stinks. Just as the monster got closer, he quickly stood up and threw a straight punch at the creature. It died instantly. After the punch, Kim Min-jun spoke up. That's right, the answer island. Defeat the monster with maximum strength. After taking down the giant spider monster, dark energy began to flow into Kim Min-jun. He was at the peak of dark magic, Mino, just like Kim Min-jun's 645 days before returning to Earth. Returning to the present, in the commander's room, a commander placed a cup of hot water in front of Kim Min-jun. So, your name is Kim Min-jun? Yes, Kim Min-jun replied. Upon receiving confirmation, the commander said, please wait here. A squad from the Hunter Corps will arrive. Kim Min-jun happily accepted the cup of water and exclaimed, wow, you made this with your own hands? Thank you. The commander picked up a cup of water, took a sip, and said, I see you're very enthusiastic. Do you have any special reason for joining the Hunter Corps? Because things are pretty rough these days, a lot of people are returning to the regular army. Despite having special abilities, Kim Min-chun smiled brightly and confidently replied, I have things to do in the dungeon. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room fell silent. No one made a sound. Then the commander couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, you're really funny. Kim Min-chun also joined in the laughter and said, right? Ha ha. He continued jokingly, what a funny guy. I won't charge you for the hall you wrecked. Ha ha ha. Seeing that he wasn't stopping, Kim Min-chun fell silent and drank his water, thinking to himself, stop laughing, old man, I'm not joking. All the dungeons that appeared in Korea are managed by the army, and the top priority related to them and the monster hunting clearly belongs to the Hunter Corps. They consist of individuals with high skills where you can level up regardless of your service time as long as you prove your abilities. There are no limits. If I join the Hunter Corps, I can enter the dungeons, right? I can clear most of them by myself, and I'm sure I'll encounter monsters with dark energy. When that happens, along with rapid progress, I can recover my lost strength. Kim Min. Jun just imagined the bright future ahead and couldn't help but secretly laugh, thinking he could achieve 10 stars in 5 years, and clear as many dungeons as possible. Then the dungeon warrior forces can relax and develop. The fourth awakening, and I'll become a high-paying public hero, thinking like that. Kim Min-chun touched his chin and smirked at the perfect plan when suddenly there was a knock at the door. A serious-looking officer walked in and saluted. Sergeant Lee Sung-ho from the Hunter Corps reporting. The commander saw him and immediately smiled politely, pointing at Kim Min-chun for introduction. You finally made it here. This is the newbie we reported about. Kim Min-chun thought blankly. The battalion commander was having a formal conversation with Sergeant Lee Sung-ho, who quickly assessed Kim Min-chun. He raised an eyebrow suspiciously and asked, do you really have the ability to be a star hunter? If you've awakened as a hunter, you should be able to open a status window. Please show me all your stats, Kim Min-chun felt everything was so cumbersome and was unhappy, thinking, what the hell is wrong with this guy? Are all the Hunter Corps like this? Fine, if they tell me to do something in the military, I have to comply, thought Kim Min. Jun lightly raised his arm to open a status window, and immediately, a status window appeared right in front of him. Thinking back, they also had a status window in Isla, which I hardly used back then because it only provided numerical values of the stats. I wonder how it works here. Kim Min-chun mumbled while examining his window. Suddenly, he kept staring at the numbers on it. Lee Sung-ho noticed and frowned, asking, "What is it? Tell me what you see." Kim Min-chun hesitated, looked at him, and awkwardly said, "It says there's an error on the status window, displaying a bright red error message." At this moment, Lee Sung-ho angrily stared at Kim Min-chun with a piercing gaze and said in a low voice, "Are you joking with me?" Somewhere in Zhongjio, at the Hunter Corps Training Center, in the battalion commander's office, the commander Kim stood up and clasped his hands, smiling. "I last saw you in Washan, which was about 15 years ago, right? I didn't expect to see you here again. First of all, why don't you sit down?" The hunter Sun Anseo stands seriously, silently looking at him. She coldly retorts, "I'm not a hunter like everyone else here. I'm just a newbie. I might sound a bit arrogant saying this, but if you called me here because of my father, I don't want to be treated that way." Especially during my training period, upon hearing Sun Anseo's sharp words, Commander Kim just smiled lightly and said, "You might have given me the wrong impression. This has nothing to do with General Sun, and of course, I won't receive any special treatment. Especially during my training, the Hunter Corps isn't an easy place to be. Didn't you already know that from your father?" Hearing those words from Commander Sun Anseo, she shyly bowed her head, awkwardly responding, "Then why did you?" Commander Choi interjected, cutting off Sun Anseo's words. "A famous newbie like you wouldn't have joined the Corps if it wasn't for that reason. There's no way I wouldn't care about this. As a training commander here, you'll be very busy soon. So I just want to say a few words about your choice to join. It wasn't easy like being a regular soldier. Instead of an executive, we always lack people like you on the battlefield as a citizen of this country and also as a soldier. I want to express my gratitude to you." Sun Anseo blushed and awkwardly replied, "Thank you, Commander, for encouraging me." She shyly thought, "Oh, I'm so embarrassed." Suddenly, Commander Kim looked down. There was a car coming down the road. He smiled slightly and said, "Speaking of which, I received a funny report today. You might have a truly interesting opportunity. Would you like to join me to meet it?" Sun Anseo didn't understand anything, looking at him. From the outside, the training center of the Hunter Corps was a high-rise building completely covered with shiny glass. Kim Min-jun gazed up at that tall building in amazement. He couldn't help but wonder, "Oh my gosh, how much taxpayer money has been poured into this? This place is sick. Do they have a computer room here?" While thinking that, Kim Min-jun hurriedly followed Lee Sung-ho inside. Lee Sung-ho glanced at Kim Min-jun and teased, "Don't get too excited, rookie. Your admission into the Hunter Corps hasn't been decided yet. Because you're a special case, I will personally check on you. If there was no decision from headquarters, I would have sent you straight to the medical unit instead of bringing you here." Upon hearing this, Kim Min-jun became angry. Gritting his teeth, he stared at Lee Sung-ho, who ignored him. Lee Sung-ho coldly warned, "When all tests are completed and you're confirmed to be a liar, be ready to join the military police immediately, Kim Min." Feeling annoyed by the constant nagging, Tun silently complained, "Geez, he's been whining this whole time," and quickly spoke up. Yeah, what are the tests?" Both approached a gigantic red stone. Lee Sung-ho leisurely approached. "Use the back of your hand to lightly tap on its rough surface and speak up if you can move this even an inch. You'll surpass me. I'll give you 10 minutes, the guy said in a deep, hoarse voice. In his mind, he was silently challenging. "If you have any talent as a hunter, prove it. This mineral block is *** bloodstone ***, a byproduct born from the dungeons. It's not just dense and heavy to the point of being unbelievable. It wouldn't even budge against the strength of a rookie." In contrast to that seriousness, Kim Min-chun smirked. "Is that all? You're confident." He stepped forward, laughing and speaking to Lee Sung-ho. "I'm so glad the test is so easy." Hearing Kim Min-jun's words full of confidence, Lee Sung-ho frowned in doubt. His eyes shot sideways at him, silently pondering that there's no way to check another person's status. And there are always troublemakers trying to exploit the Hunter Corps with mediocre abilities. Lee Sung-ho crossed his arms, staring intently at Kim Min-chun, thinking disdainfully. He jumped 5 meters right above the podium, and the status window reported an error. This is absolutely ridiculous. At this moment, up in the observation deck where Kim Min-jun was taking the test, Commander Kim had brought Sun Yul over and introduced him as the rookie. He chuckled lightly. The rookie clearly demonstrated incredible physical ability in front of the platoon commander at the rookie training center. But the status window showed an error. I've never heard of such a case as the training commander of the Hunter Corps. I'm quite hopeful to see how unique this rookie will be. Below, Kim Min-chun had approached the giant rock. He placed his hand on its cold surface, silently telling himself this is something found throughout the Iga's dungeons, an absurdly heavy mineral. But with this size, I can easily push it. Thinking this, Kim Min-chun smiled confidently. He pulled back a fist, preparing for a strange action that made Lee Sung-ho exclaim in shock, "Huh?" Sun Yul, standing up high, was also surprised, watching him from below. Soon after, Kim Min-chun gathered all his strength to pull back his fist. Preparing to unleash a powerful blow on the rock, he smugly thought, "Who knows? There might even be some dark energy in there." Just as he finished that thought, Kim Min-chun's fist made hard contact with the rock, creating an enormous echo. Cracks like a spider web instantly spread across the rock at breakneck speed. Less than a second later, the rock shattered into pieces. Kim Min-chun raised an eyebrow, proudly looking at the rubble. He scoffed. It would suck if nothing happened. After that terrifying punch, both the platoon commander and Sun Yul were stunned in place. Even Sergeant Lee Sung-ho was left gaping in shock at the shattered bloodstone smoke rising thickly. The three of them were speechless. The bloodstone really shattered. Sergeant Lee chuckled softly. "That's insane. Truly a freak," while Min-chun appeared indifferent, thinking, "There's nothing inside. Why?" A few days later during training, Nam and Hyuk struggled to catch his breath as he ran, thinking that something felt off here. Before joining the Hunter Corps, I knew training wouldn't be easy because we would be participating in real battles. As soon as the training process ended, he climbed each step on the mountain while reflecting that we would be training like crazy for 4 weeks. Like carrying sandbags while running from day 1 and climbing 6,000 steps uphill wasn't enough. The instructor kept urging us while the completion time was something everyone anticipated. The people around were exhausted, panting heavily. With such brutal physical training methods, they could only increase their stats a little. I think everyone will have to endure all this hardship because they're new recruits of the Corps, but Nam and Hook's face darkened as he continued to think. But that's what I thought. What the hell is that guy? He looked at Min-chun, puzzled, wondering what our problem was. Min-chun, on the other hand, was running while enjoying the cool air around him, jogging as if it were a stroll, feeling a bit tired. His body felt so light, if he still had all his magical power, he would probably fly into the sky. The hellish training course of the Hunter Corps seemed a bit simple. Min-chun even compared it to the world before, and if compared to the tattered clothes in Aegis, this uniform was really my style. Remembering when he first walked into the cafeteria, he was stunned because the food here was truly overwhelming. Min-jun also recalled when the instructor was explaining the new rules, and above all, he focused on the schedule board. After the schedule was finalized, instead of roll call at night, we could do this. What caught his attention the most was at 9 p.m. There was free time. Min-jun happily thought while running that they said there was a game room inside. The facility was on par with the configuration outside, and as long as you didn't sneak out, they wouldn't bother you after completing the schedule. I thought I would use any remaining magic power to escape from here if I didn't like it. After a while, he concluded that there were many things here for him. They provided training and delicious food, paid well, and gave you time to play games. Min-chun chuckled loudly and sped up. Fast like the wind, he disappeared from the sight of the group behind him, laughing heartily. The Hunter Corps is the best. Nam and Huck behind had to exclaim, "How can he run so fast? This is unbelievable." The person next to him also chimed in, "I don't know. Don't talk to me." The sound of footsteps racing up surprised the instructor. Looking over, he saw Min-chun running towards him with a determined face. That speed made the instructor freeze and exclaim, "What the hell is that?" Just as he finished speaking, Min-chun had already set foot at the mountain's peak, calmly asking, "Is that it?" At this moment, the instructor realized it was Kim Min-chun. He looked at his watch, sweat pouring down. How the hell is this possible? Normally, it takes about an hour for new recruits. Yet he completed it. Meanwhile, Kim Min-chun was happily admiring the scenery around him. The view from here was truly amazing. Min-chun smiled mischievously, looking around, leaving the instructor clueless about what was about to happen. He ran back and forth in front of the instructor and said, "Didn't you say we would get a ticket to go outside if we completed it in less than 30 minutes? I'm curious. I spent so much time to finish this." Helpless, the instructor had to give him the ticket. Kim Min-chun received the ticket. Happily walking aside, he mumbled to himself, "Asterisk, where should I use this?" Asterisk. Seeing that, the instructor laughed, sighed, then looked back at the clock, which stopped at 21 minutes. He wondered if there had ever been a new recruit who received a ticket before, then looked over to see him exercising. The instructor thought some more, but high stats and good physical condition aren't everything. The most important thing is ability. Reacting and dealing with monsters, the instructor looked at Min-jun with an expectant gaze. Asterisk. "I'll observe you more closely, Kim Min-jun." Asterisk. A little while later, when everyone finished training and returned to the restroom, someone complained, Asterisk. "If every day is like this, I'm gonna die." Asterisk. Nam and Hup was sticking a pain relief patch on his back, grumbling, Asterisk, "My back hurts." Asterisk. Nam and Hup checked his status window and said, Asterisk. "This stat went up. My stamina increased by 1. Asterisk. And the person sitting next to him said, Asterisk. "Congrats, Asterisk." The others started discussing, Asterisk. "What was your initial stat?" Asterisk. "I need to check mine too." Kim Bin-chun was surprised by what he just heard, thinking to himself, asterisk, did I hear that right? They're excited over just a 1-point increase. Asterisk. He recalled back at Iga's when he trained, his stats increased by 10 every day. Nam and Hup noticed him silent and struck up a conversation. Asterisk. Yeah. Asterisk. Asterisk. You managed to get the ticket. When will you use it? Asterisk. Min-chun shook his head. Asterisk. I'm not sure. Asterisk. Someone behind chimed in. Asterisk. I'm jealous of you. Asterisk. Another person said, asterisk. The instructor mentioned before that no AI has ever gotten a ticket to go outside from Sergeant Lai. Asterisk. Nam and Hup asked him, asterisk, do you exercise often? Asterisk. The team sitting next to them also chimed in. Asterisk. That's unbelievable. Asterisk. Min-jun, hearing everyone talk, suddenly thought these people were laughing and chatting with him. He recalled when he was at Iga's, Min-jun asked where the restroom was, and he remembered everyone avoiding him when they found out he was a dark mage. People at Iga's didn't want to cross paths with him because they thought it brought bad luck. Thinking about this, Min-jun was quietly assessing. Asterisk communication is NDT0, asterisk, he thought. Hearing Nam and Hup talking to the person next to him about the open-style room. Asterisk. Are you going? Asterisk. Asterisk, I'm too exhausted to play now. Asterisk. Hearing this, he paused and then quickly ran out of the room shouting, asterisk. The open-style room is ready, right? Asterisk. Asterisk. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Asterisk. When he got to the open-style room, Min-chun sat down at a machine, happily enjoying it. He looked at the clock, thinking it was 9 o'clock now. He should get at least 2 hours of sleep. He remembered Iga's again. At Iga's, even an hour of sleep was considered a luxury. 2 hours was a huge reward. Min-chun thought further. Asterisk. I'll shake off the daily fatigue with these gaming sessions. Asterisk. Then he started playing frantically, leaving those around him in shock. They whispered among themselves, asterisk, is he playing League of Legends? There are still people playing that game. Asterisk. Another new day. While training, the instructor runs ahead, shouting not to increase the distance. Maintain speed. If any new recruits can't complete 40 kilometers in 2 hours, they won't get breakfast. Got it? Yes, sir. After finishing, Min-chun is drinking water, happily chatting about reaching level 10 with max points yesterday. Kim Sang-chun is panting from exhaustion, saying, wow, Kim Min-chun, you're not even sweating. Min-chun calmly replies, it's just a stroll. Then Sang-chun continues, but you really gamed all night and only slept 2 hours for the past 4 weeks, right? Are you a monster or something? Hearing this, Min-chun spills water. Monster? I even plan to bring water to share with the team. My dear, I guess you don't need to, Sang-chun says, reaching out his hand. I just mean you have bizarre stamina. Sir, my dear teammate, those around also gather around Min-chun to drink water. Please grant them holy water. He pours water for them. You guys are like little chicks resting. Then someone steps to the podium and shouts loudly, causing everyone to look up. Noticing everyone staring at him, he says, Lieutenant is very hopeful for all of you. Even though this is the final training course, you are the worst squad of all. So, the lieutenant is very hopeful. Min-chun hears the announcement and doesn't care, just wondering, why does he refer to himself in the third person? Then the lieutenant continues, if you are deployed to fight, after training, I guess half of you will die in a month and a half. Do you think I'm lying? With that kind of mindset, do you think you'll complete the final training phase? Dungeon training. Hearing this, some people wonder, wait, what is dungeon adaptation training? Someone starts to explain. Usually, dungeons disappear after you defeat all monsters, but sometimes there are dungeons that still exist. In that case, it will become a transitional dungeon and change its internal structure daily, and become an excellent training base to experience all kinds of different environments in the dungeon. Practical training in transitional dungeons is dungeon adaptation training. Kim Sang-chun shows a panic-stricken face. That person also responds, notorious dungeon training. We have to do it now. What? We're done for. The lieutenant, seeing them gossiping below, secretly smiles. They're getting excited? Good. They must maintain this level of tension. It will be great to manage the new recruits as if they're racing horses when they need discipline. You must tighten the reins, and when they're tense, we'll comfort them with a carrot. Then he shows a bright expression. Don't be discouraged. If you're smart, it's okay. The lieutenant affirms, and the one with the highest score will receive a 3-day, 2-night vacation ticket. After saying that, the lieutenant thinks to himself, now is the time to get excited. But looking down, he sees everyone is disheartened and scared. He reminds them loudly, once again, can you guys hear? The vacation is 3 days and 2 nights. The situation is still the same. The lieutenant is still fidgeting, thinking to himself, what the hell is wrong with these guys? Do they want to stay here until they die? But the situation is still the same, and the only one visibly excited is Min-chun. Why is only one person excited? After hearing that, Min-chun immediately said it's awesome. A while later, in the forest, everyone arrived at the training area and shouted in unison. What is that? It's so big. In front of them is a large spatial door with 2 guards. Kim Sang-chun wondered, is this a dungeon? This is officially starting now, beginning dungeon training. The team standing next to him said, I think it's a camp. A vehicle sped by, pushing both of them aside. Kim Sang-chun turned to look. Doubtfully, he asked, what are those two dots doing here? Behind the vehicle, a growling sound came out that made everyone scared except for Kim Min-chun. He calmly looked at them and then at the back of the vehicle, where many pairs of eyes were gleaming. They were in a metal cage, sharp eyes staring at them. Accompanied by the sound of growling, AI trembled and asked what those creatures were. Ferocious brown animals appeared. Their eyes were icy sharp, with sharp fangs dripping saliva. They were hunting dogs. The group of rookies panicked and ran, some screaming about monsters, while others flailed their arms and fell to the ground. Still terrified, they screamed. It's the first time I've seen them so close. Kim Min-chun looked at the scared, panicking crowd, wondering why they were so scared. They are just like motorbike dogs or chihuahuas. Come on, Sergeant Lee Sung-ho saw that the group of rookies was already scared to death by the hunting dogs, so he couldn't help but clutch his chest. He shouted loudly, why are you rookies so scared? Those are the monsters you need to face. The group, already scared by the dogs, was further startled by Sergeant Lee Sung-ho's scream. They all asked, you want me to face them? Sergeant Lee Sung-ho then used a loud voice to inform them that they would form a team of 4 rookies to enter. The dungeon has been altered. All teams will fight against a hunting dog for 1 hour and then return here. If you get hurt, strengthen your core power. If you're scared, use your brains and focus on fighting them. Is everyone clear? The group, intimidated by Sergeant Lee Sung-ho's aura, immediately regained a serious demeanor. Oh yes, understood. Sergeant Lee Sung-ho issued a command. Then hurry up. Corporal Kim Ho-chun was already standing in front of the equipment pile waiting for them. He said to go up one by one to gear up. This time, rookies received the exclusive protective armor of the Meta Hunter Corps, designed specifically for mechanical protection of the body, extremely rough and heavy. Hoang Suk-chun put the armor on and while adjusting it, said, they didn't provide us with anything else besides this. Sang-chun, once dressed, was already sweating. I think my legs are about to break when Kim Min-chun was preparing to put it on. He silently assessed it in his head. This thing is neither comfortable nor effective for anything other than protecting the body. I can't believe this is worth 50 million watts. They must have really used it carefully because it's super expensive. I can practically smell their sweat and passion. In his mind, he imagined a group of muscular guys, all sweaty and having fun wearing these. In the end, he really doesn't like it. It is indeed an item with an amazing aura, but it's just not for him. After putting on the armor, Kim Min-chun approached Sergeant Lee Sung-ho. Lieutenant, I have a question. If we can quickly defeat the pack of wolves, can we take off these outfits? Sergeant Lee Sung-ho thought he was getting ahead of himself. So he turned around and shouted, why are you so arrogant, rookie? Then he realized the one asking this was, oh, it's you, the #1 rookie, Kim Min-chun. He changed his tone, if you want, then sure. But remember, this is a training session. You can't just stand out on your own. Let's see if our #1 rookie, Kim Min-chun, can work with his teammates. Hearing that, Kim Min-chun glanced at his teammates behind him, who were still busy discussing. He thought about the exhausting team training. Chun said to Sang-chun beside him, how do we face the hounds with just this? He replied, we need to have a plan. When Kim Min-chun heard them discussing, he smugly stroked his chin, thinking it was simple. He just needed to tell them how to defeat the hounds, right? He thought to himself and immediately turned to point at himself while talking to the two of them. Hey, listen to me. I'll present my plan. The two who were discussing turned to him with skepticism, asking, what's your plan? Seeing they were paying attention to him, Kim Min-chun immediately got excited, clenched his fists, and passionately explained to them, the hounds will jump at you to kill you. When they do that, don't be afraid. Grab their legs and break their backs in half. He didn't stop moving his hands and feet, illustrating for them how, with such a wide distance, they would die. But if it's still alive, fold it the other way and tear it apart, just like everyone tears kimchi. After that, he excitedly asked the two of them, okay? With sparkling eyes and rosy cheeks, he looked extremely odd. Not at all like the image of a strong man outside. Still, he was wild and energetic. Chun and Sang-chun stood there, frozen, watching Kim Min-chun flail around like a fool the whole time. Sergeant Lee Sung-ho signaled to give the order, release. Corporal Kim Ho-chu immediately pulled the lock of the iron cage hard. From inside, wild beasts with their mouths wide open, drooling, and sharp teeth appeared immediately. The hounds shot out of the car like lightning, accompanied by their fierce growls, charging forward while Corporal Kim Ho-chu watched. The hunting dogs leaped out of the vehicle, growling ferociously as they charged forward, while Corporal Kim watched from the sidelines. One of the hunting dogs broke through the barrier and headed towards the dungeon, with all the rookies watching. Hoang Suk-chu was the first to speak. They're going into the dungeon instead of attacking us. Kim Min-chu kindly clarified the confusion. They've been captured all day, and their home just appeared at SAO. Why aren't they going home? The whole group immediately understood. Hoang Suk-chu wasn't stingy and praised him a few times. That makes a lot of sense. Someone asked how he knew the mindset of those monsters so well. The scene reminded him of old memories. "You're a real monster," he had said back then. "Please let me go," his eyes wide, his face a bit dazed. He knew why the hunters did that. He had done the same thing before. Sergeant Lee Shung-ho saw everyone standing there. He began to lecture them. "Are you playing around and laughing on this sacred training ground? Do you want to die?" The group was startled and quickly explained it was nothing. Sergeant Lee Sung-ho pointed at them, giving orders. "All right, the lieutenant has decided that the first team to go in will be you." The group panicked at this. "We're the first team?" Corporal Kim Ho-chu immediately signaled for them to go in, urging them forward. They had to become the first team to enter the dark target area. Kim Min-shun spoke up to reassure everyone. "It's going to be fine. If I can take off this heavy, filthy suit as soon as possible, I'll welcome them with open arms." Hoang Suk-chun, a bit doubtful, asked, "Are you sure?" Over there, Sergeant Lee Sung-ho spoke into his radio. "The training session has begun. Prepare to control the situation. If things go out of control and the rookies are in danger." Corporal Kim Ho-chu on the other end received the order and replied, "Understood, Lieutenant Tran." At this moment, through the snow hole, a teacher saw something and said, "That's the group of Kim Min-chun." He turned to speak to the person behind him. "Corporal Kim Ho-chu, the rookies have arrived. There's a team of 4. There are no other groups." Hearing this, Corporal Kim Ho-chu asked for more details. "Is there anything else?" Suddenly, the teacher seemed to have noticed something inside the crowd. He saw that guy with them, Kim Min-chun. He thought to himself, "Kim Min-jun, a special subject that needs attention. The rookie has shown the most outstanding strength in this round. His score has been excellent over the past 4 weeks, but can he stand out in this dungeon?" The rookies went deeper inside, unaware that behind them, the hunters had appeared. Kim Min-shun walked while observing his surroundings. In his heart, he pondered, "Asterisk, are they ready to come out yet? They must be very impatient. Asterisk. Asterisk, I could finish them all by breaking their heads as soon as they arrive. Asterisk." He thought about the ferocious hunters. Asterisk with sharp teeth and growling sounds. Asterisk, but the other teammates had no combat experience, right? He felt a bit anxious and turned to say to Sang Tron, "They're coming here." He didn't understand what Kim Min-chun was saying, so he asked, "Huh? What's coming?" Just as he finished his sentence. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, asterisk. If it's a group, then I don't know where those hunters with sharp claws and teeth are charging out from. Asterisk. Kim Min-chun immediately spoke up to reassure everyone. "Don't be afraid. They're here, but our armor is very sturdy. You stand in front of the hunting dogs charging at you, unafraid, shouting, 'I think I'll be the first to go at you. Which one wants to charge in first?'" The hunting dogs were getting closer, and one fierce dog growled and lunged at Kim Min-chun. You dodged its attack, raising your fist high, ready to unleash a blow. You used the sturdy iron armor as a strong support and decisively delivered a strike to the hunting dog. It let out a whimper. It immediately fell to the ground, dead. Its teeth shattered from the impact, while the scream rang out, "Somebody save me!" Behind Hong Suk-chun, Kim Min-chun noticed he was being bitten on the hand by a hunting dog. The dog's gaze shifted slightly. It seemed to have realized something, followed by a kick from Kim Min-chun into the wolf dog's belly. It sent the dog flying away. Hong Suk-chun was astonished, sitting on the ground, exclaiming, "The hunting dog got kicked away. It also couldn't escape the fate of death." Kim Min-chun began explaining to his teammates, "If they need you, you have to fight back. They'll see you as easy prey if you're scared." Hong Suk-chun still seemed confused and panicked, replying, "Yes, I understand." Kim Min-chun then said, "Why are you using honorifics when we're teammates?" The young man, Hoang Suk-chun, replied, "I'm very sorry." Kim Min-chun said seriously, "If this situation had happened now, 2 people would be dead. We have more people than them, so use that as an advantage and put pressure on them. You guided your teammates step by step. That's right, if you put pressure on them, they'll be terrified. Keep pushing them and wait for them to lower their guard." Private Kim Ho-chu, who was outside witnessing everything, couldn't help but voice his suspicion. "Is he really just a rookie?" The teammate beside him asked. "Are you talking about Kim Min-chun?" He began analyzing the situation. Usually, the fear of rookies prevents them from doing anything. But with Kim Min-chun's guidance, they've overcome their fear. After some analysis, Private Kim Ho-chu was astonished by his own speculation. Could that name really be the sergeant of the Hunter Corps? He regressed right before he enlisted. Such things only happen in novels. Even so, he didn't just try to deal with them using his strength. He also had leadership skills by encouraging his teammates and collaborating with them. Therefore, Kim Min-chun was scoring the highest, looking down at the rookie team below. The 2 men speculated even more. The remaining guys will score average. You all did very well today. Head out this way. Finally, the 2 appeared before the rookie team. Hong Suk-chun saw them and couldn't help but wonder. Are these the instructors here? On the way back, Kim Min-chun kept asking the 2 people in front, "You guys are keeping the score secret from us, right? Can I get a break yet?" Corporal Kim Ho-chu couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Shut up! You think we're going to tell you? You still won't shut up and keep talking. You guys care about the rookie? You act like a big kid." Corporal Kim Ho-chu heard that and yelled, "Big kid." Suddenly, the lead person's footsteps stopped. In front of them appeared a large gap. It seemed both guys were also confused about this. Something unexpected was happening. The ground began to shake, and an officer with a radio spoke to Corporal Kim Ho-chu behind him. "Turn on the radio and broadcast outside. Hurry." Huang Su-chu saw the ground shaking. "What's happening? Is there an earthquake?" Only Kim Min-shun seemed quite calm. "It's not an earthquake, it's a shifting dungeon. It's just changing right now." Huang Su-chu covered his head and asked, "So what will happen?" Before he could get an answer, he yelled again, "Wait, the exit is closing." Along with Huang Su-chu's scream, the exit gradually disappeared without a trace. The two rookies stared wide-eyed at the transforming gate, shocked. What the heck is happening? The officer, turning on the radio, saw the scene and couldn't help but worry. "Damn it!" Min-shun looked at the gate with an unwavering expression. He frowned, thinking, "I guess it's too late to leave now. This is bad. The gate is getting darker." Everything was gradually closing. The officer, holding the radio, anxiously looked to the side and shouted, "Corporal Kim Ho-chu, the radio isn't working. The dungeon is shifting too fast." Corporal Kim Ho-chu was also panicking and replied, "It shouldn't change for over a month. Why is it like this?" Kim Ho-chu continued, "Evacuate the kids to safety first." By then, the transforming gate had fully closed. Only a slight trembling remained in the dungeon from the aftermath of the recent shift. Inside the dungeon, they were extremely confused. Corporal Kim Ho-chu said, "As you can see, an unexpected incident has occurred in the dungeon." Corporal Kim continued, "But don't worry. We'll wait here for about an hour and see if it opens." After hearing Corporal Kim Ho-chu's words, the rookies felt somewhat reassured. "Really? Just waiting for an hour means we can get out?" "That's great," someone said. "I was really panicking." Corporal Kim Ho-chu's face was extremely tense, even though he was feeling quite uncomfortable. But Corporal Kim Ho-chu still tried to relax his facial muscles and talk to the rookies as naturally as possible. "Ha ha ha. I bet those outside are also assessing the situation." He continued, "The lieutenant will come up with a suitable solution. So all we need to do is calmly wait instead of worrying." Min-jun stood with his arms crossed, watching from afar, thinking to himself, "So, why do they continue training here? They must be sure that this dungeon won't present any surprises." In Min-shun's mind, an image of a door bound by all kinds of iron chains appeared, and he thought further. A truly concerning situation would arise if the entrance to the dungeon were to close. Suddenly, Min-chun saw the instructor rushing towards Corporal Kim, saying, "Corporal Kim Ho-chu," the instructor just said. Before he could finish, Corporal Kim Ho-chu interrupted, "Hold on, let's go somewhere else first." Min-shun had seen all their actions and guessed he was right. The trainer had realized that the situation seemed off. They responded calmly, but likely without practical guidance for situations like this. Min-jun stood in a corner, arms crossed, thinking, "If this dungeon turns into a closed-off dungeon, it might be harder to defeat than I thought. But it's just a complicated situation, not the worst, because I'm here, right?" This is the worst-case scenario. The scene revealed a cave surrounded by quartz. The green quartz surrounded the cave. Corporal Kim Ho-chu stroked his chin and thought, "I guess you already know, that this dungeon has turned into a closed-off dungeon." The remaining instructor shouted, "A closed-off dungeon? Really? No one warned us about this." Over here, the two corporals were signaling to each other, with Corporal Keo looking panicked. "Is it a closed-off dungeon? Wow, it really is a closed-off dungeon? Is it for real?" Corporal Kim Ho-chu snapped, "You piece of trash, don't you have any ideas? What were you going to say earlier?" Corporal Kim Ho-chu continued, "There are two cases when the entrance to the dungeon disappears. First, the dungeon will disappear after being defeated. Second, the closed-off dungeon, the portal disappears when someone from the outside enters. When we are inside the dungeon, it transforms into a closed-off dungeon, which means the portal has disappeared. And there will definitely be many monsters appearing. The only way to escape from a closed-off dungeon is to defeat." Each monster in the dungeon made the remaining soldiers' faces change as they realized that we would have to survive in this dungeon until defeating all the monsters. Sergeant Kim Ho-chu said seriously, "That's right. There's no way to get support from the outside." Sergeant Kim Ho-chu continued to think about the 4 inexperienced recruits and the 2 instructors. "The 6 of us must conquer this dungeon." Just as I thought, since informing them about the reality, they all became tense. "We don't know what monsters will appear. If we're unlucky, this could be the end for all of us." Sergeant Kim Ho-chu was worried. He looked at his hands and thought, "Asterisk, but we can't just sit still. Asterisk. We still have to keep moving while we still have energy. It'd be better if the instructors were fully equipped." In Sergeant Kim Ho-chu's mind, he envisioned a green demon. He thought further. With this situation, even the goblins would be enough to wipe us out because it would take me over 10 minutes to take one down. The sergeant turned to look at everyone behind him. The most feasible and realistic action plan is to utilize the protective gear. That the recruits have been equipped with those heavy and silly suits. Sergeant Kim Ho-chu immediately thought of a hypothesis. If we use the defensive capabilities and let the recruits go first, then the instructors can defeat the monsters, while they hold them back. But behind Sergeant Kim Ho-chu was the frightened recruit Hong Soo-chu. As he walked, Sergeant Kim Ho-chu pondered, but so far, these bastards have trusted us, and endured the exhausting training, using his juniors as human shields. His pride wouldn't allow it. The recruit Hoang Soo-chu, looking very worried, said, "We've reached the final week of training already, and now we're facing a dungeon issue." Behind him, Kim Min-chun wore a weary expression when he suddenly noticed something. Min-chun turned around, trying to listen to the strange noise from earlier. The instructor looked at Min-chun in surprise and asked, "What's wrong, recruit Kim Min-chun?" At this moment, Min-chun was looking ahead with a very surprised expression. Everyone slowly began to notice the strange sound nearby in front of them, but the instructor, Kim Ho-chu, was holding his head, screaming wildly like a beast. Moments later, he fell back to the ground, struggling in despair. His mouth frothing white, eyes rolled back showing the whites, looking very terrified. The remaining sergeant shouted, "Kim!" He hurriedly ran towards Sergeant Kim Ho-chu, ignoring Min-chun's warning, "Don't run." Seeing the situation was uncontrollable, Min-chun calmly continued, "Even if you run now, there's no way to save him." That sergeant approached where Sergeant Kim Ho-chu was, when suddenly he himself was paralyzed by something. "Instructor, are you okay?" On the other side, Min-chun stopped the recruits from getting closer to the two instructors. Min-chun calmly said, "Everyone, step back. If you get any closer, you'll face a similar situation." "I said it." Min-chun stepped closer to the two instructors, observing for a moment. He thought it wasn't serious, they just fainted. I wasn't surprised. I think I smelled something familiar. Min-chun suddenly caught a whiff of a strange scent. He glanced around. In no time, Min-chun grabbed the two instructors and threw them straight towards the rookies. The teammates caught them from a distance. Min-chun shouted, "Don't go. Follow me. Just stand near the exit." The rookie, panicking, held the instructor, his face filled with fear, asking, "Where do you think you're going?" "Stop. It's too dangerous." Even the instructors fainted. "You could die." "Are you crazy?" Turning back, Kim Min-chun ignored his teammates' attempts to stop him and charged forward like an arrow. Kim-chun was feeling incredibly excited. He sprinted with all his might towards the source of the strange scent, thinking, "I can't believe it. It actually exists on Earth." Earlier, only Min-jun realized that it was dark energy, the reason the two instructors fainted. As he thought about it, Min-jun smirked. It was no surprise that even the awakened instructors had collapsed. Even the Igas have a special protective layer to shield them from dark energy. With a determined gaze, Min-chun thought it was becoming increasingly dangerous for ordinary people. However, for dark sorcerers, it was different. Dark energy was like a charger for a dead phone. It would make them stronger. Finally, Min-jun found the source of the distinctive scent. He said, "Here it is." The swirling dark energy in front of Min-jun was an enormous surge of dark energy erupting violently. The area around that energy was covered in amethyst crystals. Min-chun didn't hesitate and moved straight in. Once deep in the cave, Min-chun stood still, quite surprised, thinking, "It's too quiet. I couldn't find any traces of monsters around here, but Min-chun had discovered something." He looked up with a smug expression. "You think that with such a strong scent of dark energy you can hide from a dark sorcerer?" Above Min-chun's head was a dog-like monster with 4 eyes and sharp teeth. It was clinging to the amethyst while watching Min-chun. Its small, drooling teeth made it look like it was incredibly hungry. Min-chun excitedly reached out to pet the monster's fur. He said, "Welcome to our world, Dark Hound." The dark hunting dog growled, revealing its sharp teeth. Its eyes lit up, as if ready to hunt. Its name was Dark Hunting Dog, and it certainly couldn't be compared to regular dogs. Just because they have a name like that doesn't mean they are just regular hunting dogs. They are a species that completely overwhelms ordinary hunting dogs. Min-chun thought further. I think the first time I encountered this bastard was about a year after I was summoned to Igas. I almost died because I had never seen a monster like that on Earth, and I tried to attack it, shifting back to reality. The dark hunting dog had locked onto its target. The prey lunged from the quartz slab, aiming to pounce on Min-chun, who remained calm. "No matter what, I'm just happy to see a familiar face." Min-chun took a stance, ready to strike. "You said that, but now, thanks for the meal." Min-jun unleashed a punch full of power, sending the dark hound flying. It sliced straight into its face, causing the dark hound to lose all its teeth. Min-jun said, "Your dark energy." That punch just shook the cave, dust flying everywhere. Min-jun retracted his fist, looking at the dark hound lying helplessly in the distance, his knuckles stained with the hound's yellow blood. Min-jun frowned, saying, "The smell of blood is still disgusting." After defeating the monster, a powerful surge of energy suddenly erupted. Min-jun raised his right hand. He gazed at the massive energy source before him and said, "The colossal dark energy pouring out after it died. That's why those dark hounds are very hard to defeat because their blood is toxic. If a normal person comes into contact with it, their skin will rot. Saying that, Min-chun raised his hand to absorb the dark energy into his body. Due to the high toxicity of the energy, when Min-chun used his hand to absorb it, his palm became covered with terrifying veins. Min-chun grinned smugly, saying, "Of course, that doesn't include a level 7 dark mage." He felt thrilled. It felt so exciting to absorb dark energy for the first time after such a long time. "I think I've charged up about 5%. How come those dark hounds are usually only found in the Aegis area? Are here in a place like this? I thought the monsters on Earth had absorbed dark energy. But judging by the way the guides reacted, this might be the first time this has happened. And they didn't mention dark energy, or this bastard during the monster training at the center. It's possible that those dark hounds can move back and forth between dimensions. That can't be the case. It must be the result of people like me. Those who have reached the pinnacle of dark magic or saints who can wield divine power. It's not a skill that any AI can use so quickly. I've finished absorbing that dark energy, but I'm worried and think, am I overthinking this? This is the first time dark hounds have appeared in Korea. How is this even possible? Where's its body? I need it for a report." Saying that, he ran to find it and saw it lying in a heap nearby. Found it, transitioning to Private Kim Ho-chun. At this moment, he was lying still when he heard that AI call him. The guide heard the call and slowly opened his eyes. As his eyes cracked open, he saw everyone extremely eager, continuously calling him. I think his eyes just opened a bit. "Really? Wake up. Hey soldier, are you okay?" The guide shouted, and he suddenly sat up. "What? Is everyone okay? Is the AI hurt?" The remaining instructor was pushed down by him, causing him to feel a bit angry and wonder what the hell was going on. What the hell is happening? A rookie behind even thinks it's a zombie. Hearing Private Kim Ho-chun asking, the two rookies in front replied, "We're all fine, but..." Kim Min-chun had ventured deeper into the cave by himself. Private Kim Ho-chun was surprised. What the hell? What happened? "Everyone, tell me everything in detail." After hearing, he was startled and jumped up, shaking Ho-chun while shouting, "How could that bastard act like this?" He was shaken so hard he could feel his brain rattling, only able to confirm that everything was true. Private Kim Ho-chun was angry and worried, thinking, how dare he act like that in such a dangerous situation? Just his attitude was enough to kick him out immediately, but I don't have the authority to say that. Instead of protecting the rookies, I fainted. I shouldn't waste time thinking nonsense like this anymore. Now I need to rescue Kim Min-jun immediately. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look over there." Everyone turned to where he was pointing and saw Kim Min. Now I need to rescue Kim Min-jun immediately. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look over there, guide." Everyone turned to where he was pointing and saw Kim Min-jun carrying a wolf. "Whoa, is everyone okay?" The two guides looked shocked. Unbelievable. One guide pointed at Kim Min-jun. "What the hell is that? Is that a hunting dog?" The other guide confirmed, "Yes, sir, but it looks a bit different from usual." Just then, Kim Min-chun threw the hunting dog down in front of them. The two guides exchanged worried glances and stepped back. "Let's check out this damn thing." Kim Min-jun invited the two guides over to examine the beast. "This thing took us down? How?" "I thought so too." The other rookies watching this scene couldn't help but feel horrified and exclaimed, "What the hell? Kim Min-jun defeated such a huge monster by himself. The one we took down was a lightweight. This one must be a heavyweight. I'm not going to think about this anymore." Suddenly, Kim Min-chun's eyes widened as he saw something. "So it's the gate. It's opened." Corporal Kim Ho-chun approached and patted Kim Min-chun's shoulder in disbelief. He asked, "Did you really take down that hunting dog by yourself?" Hearing this, Min-chun smiled. He nodded, confirming that he did it. Kim Ho-chun didn't say much more and nodded. "I understand." Then, he turned to the other guide. "Escort the rookies outside. I'll follow behind." The guide agreed. "Yes, sir." Corporal Kim Ho-chun glanced around to confirm there was no one else but him and Kim Min-chun. He then said, "Kim Min-chun, once you're outside, I want you to report every detail to the center." Kim Min-chun cheerfully agreed, "Yes, sir," even though he was just confirmed to report. But Corporal Kim Ho-chun still worriedly sighed, reminding him once again not to forget anything, including how useless your guides were. Regardless, we were taken down, and the rookies had to handle everything themselves while we can't make any excuses even if sent to military prison. Thanks to you, everyone is safe. I appreciate that. Being praised made Kim Min-chun blush and scratch his head shyly. "You're making me embarrassed." Kim Ho-chun's words made him shy, quickly covering his face with his hat. "Well, as a man, I have to admit that when things go south, we should just head back." After saying this, he walked toward the gate to exit, grumbling, "Damn it, how should I write about what made me faint? I'll probably lose sleep over this tonight." Kim Min-chun sighed at that moment. Being praised at the end of this training weekend, I guess it's time for me to step outside. Suddenly, a system panel appeared, surprising him. "Error has been fixed." Seeing the system panel display this, he felt a surge of anger. What the hell is this? The error has been fixed, but what kind of weird error is this? Then I scolded this dumb system. "You're so stupid. Can't you fix the error?" Before I could finish my sentence, the system panel popped up again. Kim Min-chun, the founder of the Luminana Church, is my favorite character. 10 strength, 60 speed, 60 endurance, 60 magic power, and 10 rotten skills at E rank. Seeing the system panel made me even angrier. Something feels off. Is that all? Why am I looking at the line that says the founder of the Luminana Church is my favorite character? Why the hell is it in the status window? The Luminana Church is my favorite character. Lumi is a character in the powerful dungeon fighter game. When I reached the peak of dark magic while still in IGAS, I created that church as a joke to drive those guys away, like those clingy followers. Then I remember the time when I just created this church and the players kept rambling. Min-chun, please rule the world with us. What? Luminana is my favorite character. What is that? I got annoyed and said, this is my kind of person, so go find another AI to bother. Hearing me say that, he replied, I really like that name too. In the end, it just led to more whining. Then I stroked my chin and thought, it seems I've gotten a lot weaker. My stats are worse than I thought after my return. I noticed that all my dark energy had dissipated. I considered a punishment for moving back and forth between dimensions. E rank, rotten skill, but from my endless skills, only one remains. Why is it a low-level skill? The effect of rottenness must be like a stomachache. Damn, this isn't some B-grade novel, right? It's so unreasonable that I just want to throw up. I can't achieve any goals. If things keep going on like this, I just stared at the system screen gloomily. But I am still the one who reached the highest realm of dark magic when I ruled in IGAS. Since I could reach absolute level in the past, it's not like I can't do it again right now. I have a clear goal. It's to recover my strength as soon as possible because the game company's progress is being delayed by the monsters. Then I ran my hands through my handsome hair, sighed in relief, believing I could do this. This is nothing compared to the time in IGAS, when the only thing that could make me endure was waiting for the game company. Then finally, I left the dungeon and stepped through the portal home. When the only thing that could make me endure was waiting for the game company, he finally left the dungeon and stepped into the gate home. That day, the entire training center fell into chaos due to the fact that the dungeon gate had been closed while still in training. Because the truth was that the lieutenant had given no clear instructions. While the instructors were powerless due to a series of unpredictable events, the rookies who were supposed to be promoted to private ranks and enjoy temporary freedom had to stay for 5 more hours. At that moment, some soldiers were gossiping, selling cucumbers to each other very animatedly. We still feel cursed. When will we get out of this time loop? With a bunch of crazy events happening during the previous training week, they should at least show us a movie or something. It's really a waste of time, and someone who doesn't believe Kim Min-chun can solo a monster asks, is it true that Kim Min-chun caught that hunting dog by himself? Chun replied, it's huge, man. I thought it was a cow, not a dog. It's the first time I've seen it, someone else said. Really? Don't you think Kim Min-chun can get promoted to sergeant in the next 2 years? Why not? Haven't you heard about the promotion exam from the Hunter Bureau? I heard most of them get assigned as non-commissioned officers. Even if they are there for 5 years, it seems like there are even hunters assigned as first-class privates. Sounds sad, right? The scene shifts to Kim Min-chun, who is looking very serious. Private Kim Min-chun reporting here, sir. I see you, Mr. Choi. Enter, please. Wow, look at that captain resting his head on the ground, speechless. Mr. Choi walked to another soldier, allowing him to leave. Now you can go, he said seriously. Yes, sir. He didn't stay a moment longer and immediately left. Then Mr. Choi walked forward. Kim Min-chun grinned and said, a captain who doesn't check the dungeon properly deserves punishment, right? Is that correct? Kim Min-jun replied very seriously. Private Kim Min-jun reporting, yes, sir. Then he patted him on the shoulder, saying, let's skip the formalities, Private Kim Min-jun. You were called here because I need to tell you a few things. As the highest scorer, I have a special invitation for you. Do you want to hear it? The phrase a grain among the chickens implies someone who stands out from the rest. In the monitoring room, the commander felt secretly pleased, because he thought this kid was indeed not ordinary. He was lucky to have lived to see this moment. Who would have thought there would be a crane that only shows average to look like a bunch of chickens? For others, it might be hard. But for Kim Min-chun, in his eyes, he was a capable and extremely special person. Rarely, he thought if such a talent joined the regular army, it would be a loss for the entire nation because they would lose more soldiers to fight against monsters. I heard you want to get promoted as soon as possible. He said this while leaving his sentence hanging, hinting at Kim Min-chun to understand his intentions. Then he continued, but according to our rules, a private can only take the promotion exam after serving for another year. However, if you're allowed an exception, then it will be different. Kim Min-jun responded in surprise, oh. Receiving Kim Min-jun's reaction, he continued, if you're willing to join the Hunter Corps in Gangwon, I'll use my command authority to let you make an exception, he said, bursting into laughter. Commander Choi continued, if you go there, you won't have to wait another year. He kicked the table to emphasize his words. Kim Min-jun was surprised by this sudden offer. He didn't know how to respond. It truly was a great offer for him at the moment. Suddenly, the space became silent as both were lost in their thoughts. The commander was also busy thinking about whether this kid would be too scared to accept. He became worried and thought to himself, could it still be too much for him, even though he really wants a promotion? Maybe even the exception for promotion isn't enough for him. While the commander was anxiously worried, Kim Min-chun appeared to be deep in thought. If it's the 104th Division, his teammates had told him to avoid that place at all costs. The weather is freezing. Snow continuously fell heavily, but it was never boring because dungeons and monsters would always appear unexpectedly. It was the most fascinating place in the rear lines. Thinking about it, Kim Bin-chun thought, isn't it just awesome? As long as I get promoted, the experience there would not be an issue. It would even be an exceptional rank. It's not that simple. Above all, they have a lot of dungeons. Isn't that the best condition for me, especially regarding my job plans? I want to get promoted at all costs. The higher the rank, the larger my scope of activities. And clearly, there's no better way to get an exception than completing missions in the dungeons. After thinking, Kim Min-jun finally replied to Commander Choi, I will go. Commander Choi sighed sadly and said, all right then, tell me your conditions. Before finishing his sentence, he suddenly panicked and shouted, wait, what? He gasped in shock, not expecting that Kim Min-chun would agree with such minimal benefits. Kim Min-chun, fearing the commander didn't hear clearly, repeated his response, I will come, speaking loudly and with a tone that confirmed what the commander heard was correct. After finishing the conversation with Commander Choi, Kim Min-jun was ordered to head to the new base. He immediately went to pack up and quickly left the yard. At that moment, his teammates were preparing to head to the new base. Among them was a close teammate of Kim Min. Jun was crying and shouting, Kim Min-jun, you have to call me when you get to the base, okay? Kim Min-jun calmly replied, you say that, but I think by then you'll contact me yourself. His friend then said, of course, I swear I'll get in touch with you. Yeah? Whatever? His friend still couldn't believe that Kim Min-jun was going to the division and asked, of course, I swear I'll contact you. Yeah, whatever. My buddies still can't believe Kim Min-jun will come. But you really came? Why would you volunteer to go to a place that everyone wants to avoid? My buddy is still emotional. Kim Min-jun replied, this is a bit much. You should look into it. You guys have no idea. I have a goal. Kim Min-jun's colleagues couldn't help but wonder what that was. Could it be something like reaching max level 100 times? Kim Min-jun said, yesterday I reached max level for the 30th time, so 100 is nothing. His friend was really crazy, and just then, the car left, with his friend still shouting to keep in touch. Kim Min-chun happily waved goodbye to his friend, then turned to see that the noisiest guy had already left the base. He stood still, thinking, asterisk, why am I still standing here? Asterisk. At this moment, only Kim Min-jun remained still. At that moment, a car started rolling in from afar, slowly approaching Kim Min-jun. The car stopped right in front of him. He just stood there with his mouth agape as the car door creaked open. Kim Min-jun quickly looked to see who it was, and a voice called out his name. The man stepped forward, standing tall in front of Kim Min-jun, looking serious. He spoke, have you been waiting long? I arrived a bit late because of the heavy snow. Kim Min-jun replied softly to the strong man. It's no problem. Snow? What month is it? Oh no, it's snowing already. Asterisk. What was that sound of footsteps leaving? Asterisk. The man's voice echoed back, so we'll head to the base. Get in the car. Kim Min-jun thought he was really strange. After getting in the car and settling down, Kim Min-jun seemed to think that when they reached the base, he would really start a life as a soldier. Even if the training was harsh or he had to fight monsters frequently when they got to the base, it wouldn't be a problem for him. But there was one thing that made him anxious. What worried Kim Min-jun was bullying. Kim Min-chun recalled the past, the image of him being bullied by others. Let's go find the Dragon Balls. Then that guy threw the Dragon Balls far away as a form of amusement for others. In the end, I ended up in a miserable situation like on those shows. How can I not have the patience to endure that kind of stuff? At that moment, just thinking about it, Kim Min-chun's face and eyes hardened. He gasped, thinking, asterisk, 2. Asterisk. But I guess I still have to endure. At that moment, the car was speeding toward the base. Just one incident with a superior. I would be sent to military prison like a regular soldier. Finally, the car brought Kim Min-jun to the base. Covered in thick snow, he entered, passing by a rusted sign. It could be called the entrance of this military camp. Kim Min-jun could only stand there in awe, taking in everything around him. This place really has snow. In front of him was a sign with the words, asterisk Hunter Brigade of Gangwon Province. Hunter Brigade 104, Battalion 2. Asterisk Kim Min-chun was led inside by the strange man. The man opened the door to a strange room, forcefully pushing Kim Min-chun in and saying, newbie, teach him. In the room there were looks of surprise directed at Kim Min-jun, the new recruit, and then a boy asked, what's your name? If you're Kim Min-jun, you must be an elite soldier like the rumors say. That bastard single-handedly took down a hunting dog and snatched Kim Min-jun's bag, then tossed it to someone else. As the newbie opened the stuff, Kim Min-jun stared, thinking they were the two leaders of the dorm. They were looking at him with glee. and Kim Min-jun thought it was as if they just found a new toy. One of them asked, "If your score is that high, why are you here instead of the rear?" Kim Min-chun replied, "I heard the rear is the best place to gain combat experience and a quick way to rank up." The two men fell silent, puzzled. The ones who asked finally said, "Are you out of your mind?" and laughed. Questions began to circulate, like, "Do you have any sisters?" "No, I don't. What about a girlfriend?" "I've been single since birth. How unfortunate." "So, let us see your talent." "My talent?" Kim Min-chun thought, asterisk. "Can I show it to them, or will they leave?" asterisk. He then decided to say, "I'll do one-handed push-ups," in front of their astonished eyes. He casually said, "What do they think this talent is? They could do that stupid trick all day." Just then, their faces changed, and they said, "Don't get mad, Sergeant. Let him show us." As soon as he finished speaking, they were shocked. Kim Min-jun used only one finger and started doing push-ups as he said. Kim Min-jun was pushing up and down vertically, with his hands clasped behind his back, making them exclaim, "Vertically? You can do vertical push-ups?" Kim Min-chun executed the motion up and down. He asked, "Does our squad have anyone who can do that?" They exclaimed, "That bastard can do it. That bastard is a sergeant." Outside the door, a figure was standing, giving orders, "Get out." The two standing there said, "Oh, too bad for him." "That bastard over there?" Kim Min-chun suddenly recognized. That was the voice of the strange man, the one who brought him to the base. He looked up and recognized it was Sergeant Lee Sung-ho. The red-haired guy asked, "Sergeant Lee, why do you look so exhausted when you're just supposed to be guiding?" The brown-haired guy continued, "Aren't you supposed to be having fun with the kids? How many days off have you had?" He sarcastically added, "What a bastard, not even responding to us." Lee Sung-ho angrily shouted, "4 days. Okay, stop bothering me and leave me alone." The brown-haired guy walked away, saying, "You're a party pooper that they're about to leave." The red-haired guy raised his middle finger and said, "4 days is too much. Eat this, bastard." Lee Sung-ho said to the soldier next to him, "They keep provoking me, but I'm not scared." The soldier next to him thought they had left. Sergeant Lai lay down on the bed, exhaling in relief as he took out his phone to check the video. The screen showed someone standing in front of a volcano erupting. The voice in the video said, "As you can see, the volcanic dungeon has an extremely high natural temperature. It could cause immediate harm," Soldier Kim Min-chun thought, even in this tiny room. "The difference in rank is still significant, huh?" "This isn't the 80 seconds," Sergeant Lee shouted loudly. "Lai Dong-chin." Lai Dong-chin stood up straight and replied, "Yes, sir." Lai Sung-ho continued, "Since he's a new recruit under you, make sure to guide him well." Lai Dong-chin shouted, "Yes, boss." Lai Dong-chin turned to Kim Min-chun and introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Kim Min-chun." Lai Dong-chin thought to himself, asterisk, "Is this my superior?" Asterisk. Lai Dong-chin said, "Let's talk after we eat, okay? I just got special permission to go to the canteen." Kim Min-chun asked back, "Really? Can't I go to the canteen by myself?" Lee Dong-shin pointed and said, "Just pick whatever you want to eat." Kim Min-chun asked again, "Are you sure?" "I eat a lot." Lai Dong-jin confidently replied, "Of course. No need to worry. Just choose and eat to your heart's content." Kim Min-chun thought, asterisk, "He's really nice." Asterisk. When he went to pay, the staff said, 3,001, please. Lai Dong-jin looked confused. His hands trembled as he handed the card to the staff, who asked, "Do you have a cold? Why are you shivering? The weather is really nice today, blue skies and white clouds." Lai Dong-jin urged Kim Min-jun to eat normally. Kim Min-jun asked, "Aren't we usually not allowed to come here? You just mentioned you got special permission." Lai Dong-jin replied, "Privates and lower ranks can only come here on weekends. Besides, you need to be at least a private first class or higher to use the gym, and you have to be at least a corporal to use the shooting range." Kim Min-jun was stuffing his face while thinking, asterisk, "Why can only corporals and above use the shooting range?" Asterisk. Lee Jong-jin continued, "Your dad thinks it's ridiculous too, but it's not something a private like me can change. You need to get used to it." Kim Min-jun asked, "Is there no way to change it?" Lee Jong-jin's face showed slight surprise as he replied, "You need to get promoted to at least a corporal, not even a sergeant, to have a chance. Although that's not easy either." Kim Min-jun thought, asterisk, "How can I just sit still? That sucks. I'm restricted from using the shooting range, asterisk. The range is beyond my limits. There's no other way but to level up," Lai Dong-chin said shyly. "Besides, it's not easy to become a sergeant in the Hunter Corps. I've failed the promotion test many times. So, I've been a private for 5 years. How embarrassing." Kim Min-chun replied, "It's okay. I think you can do it next time." Lai Dong-chin immediately replied, "Thank you for encouraging me." At that moment, Sergeant Kim Kwang-sik approached and hugged Lai Dong-chin from behind, asking, "Who's this? Who's this? A new recruit and a private, huh?" Lai Dong-chin quickly replied, "Sergeant Kim Kwang-sik, please, sir, eat with us." Kim Kwang-sik replied, "Why are you eating so fast? I won't refuse the invitation." Kim Kwang-sik walked over and sat down to eat as if he had never eaten before. Kim Min-chun thought as soon as he finished speaking, something feels off. Kim Kwang-sik spoke to the two of them. I won't say anything about you guys chatting here unless you can do something in the weapon training tomorrow. You two will die with me. I won't let it slide just because you're a newbie. You know how to aim, right? Lai Dongtrin awkwardly replied, yes, I just explained the weapon training to him. It's only slightly different from other types. Sergeant Kim Kwang-shich responded, really? Are we doing this again? You mean I only care when you do well, right, Private Lai Dong? Lai Dongchin fearfully replied, no sir. Kim Kwang-shich continued, why are you still a private while doing well? So, those candidates participating in the promotion exam are fools. Why does Kim Min-chun think this annoying pig is bothering me? I'm not going to put up with it anymore. Kim Min-chun unleashed his power on Kim Kwang-shich, a pink aura radiating from his hand, aiming at Kim Kwang-shich and thinking, why don't you throw up everything you just swallowed? Kim Kwang-shich, who was happily chatting, suddenly felt something strange. He stood up, trembling, his face dripping with sweat. Lai Dongchin asked, huh? What's wrong? Kim Kwang-shich held up a bag of food and a can of soda, looking it over and muttering, damn, this is weird. Kim Min-chun thought he was checking the expiration date. Kim Kwang-shich's face darkened as he replied, nothing. You two should head back soon. Lai Dongchin shouted, Sergeant Kim Kwang-shich. He held his stomach, shaking, and walked away without looking back. Damn it, what's wrong with my stomach? It's not the food, so why? Kim Min-chun secretly thought, I was right, even with that rotten-level frog skill. Sometimes it can still be useful. Kim Min-chun changed the subject, asking Private Lee Jong-jin, what was that weapon training about? Lai Dongchin replied, oh, the training. You'll use a KX-2 with the bullets printed beforehand, right? Then we use a new projectile with greater power than those. If the printed bullets at the training center are a horse, ours right now is a wild horse. It's a completely different object, and the sound is like you're using a cannon. Lee Jongjin continued, since monsters appear far from here, your damage is even more important. It's quite unfamiliar at first, so just get ready to hear some scolding and don't overthink it, Kim Min-jun thought. A regular horse and a wild horse. That's a reasonable comparison, Lee Jongjin said. If you think about it, the long-range weapon I use at Iga should be equivalent to an elephant. If it's just a wild horse, I'd be thrilled. Kim Min-jun thought, I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Lai Dongchin said, I don't know either, Sergeant Kim Kwang-shich Island. What's wrong with him? He doesn't look well. The next day, the weather was beautiful blue skies, white clouds, golden Sunday. The soldiers were marching with sounds of bang, bang, bang. A soldier was shooting, bang, 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 hitting almost all of his shots. It turned out to be Kim Min-jun practicing shooting. He said, I missed one shot, too bad. The soldier waved the flag, shouting, completed. Hit 19, missed one. Everyone was stunned by the result and started to chatter excitedly. What? A private hit 19 shots. Is he a shooting machine, or is it just luck? How can he shoot like that by chance? Kim Min-chun watched, still regretting the last miss. The red-haired guy said his record was 14 shots higher than the team's average, but Kia, the guy next to him, replied, right? The two stood above, looking down at Sergeant Kim Min-yu, who said, oh my god, 19 shots to the head. Sergeant Hyo Tixio replied, I heard he's really impressive. It seems the news is true. The red-haired guy loudly asked Kim Min-chun, how did you do that? Kim Min-chun replied, I just followed the instructions. The guy next to him said irritably, sounds like we weren't supposed to have instructions at all. A red-haired soldier stepped out with an annoyed expression and sneered, are you making fun of us? AI instructions, but not everyone gets the same guidance. How come you're the only one who shoots that well? After a while, they arrived at the cafeteria. The atmosphere in the cafeteria was lively and bustling as soldiers grabbed food, laughing and joking. Kim Min-chun sat eating with Lee Dongchin. Lee Dongchin cheerfully said, I can't believe you hit 19 shots. You must be born to be a soldier. Kim Min-jun laughed loudly and humbly replied, Corporal Lee Jongjin, hitting 13 shots is also a good result. Being praised by Kim Min-jun made Lee Jongjin feel delighted, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lee Jongjin replied, well, I had some experience before, but technically, I'm not that good. Just as he finished speaking, an image of the heroic Lee Sung-ho appeared in Lee Dongchin's mind. In military uniform, holding a gun, standing in a serious posture, Lee Dongchin admired him and praised him endlessly. In other words, Sergeant Lee Sung-ho is the one dealing the most damage. On average, he hits 17 shots. This makes him the best shooter in the team while Kim Min-chun was eating and listening. He secretly thought, since 10 shots is the team's average, he's actually pretty good. Now I'm taking the top spot, right? While lost in thought, Lee Jongjin gave a thumbs up to Kim Min-chun, cheerfully complimenting him, I'm sure you'll do great in the special weapons training. Kim Min-chun slightly flinched and then smiled cheerfully, replying, haha. He eagerly continued, Corporal Lee Dongjin, you said there would be a two-person team there, right? Why aren't you joining me? Lee Dongjin quickly waved his hand, hesitantly replying, no, the executive director will decide that, so I can't be sure about anything. Hearing that, Kim Min-chun wondered, so what's the standard to sign up for the team? Lee Dongjin replied, according to the news, it's done through a lottery system. He imagined a scene of a soldier sweating nervously, trembling and mumbling something while drawing lines on the paper. Behind him were other soldiers looking quite intimidating. They were staring intently at that soldier. The lottery system is designed to pair randomly, also known as the ghost leg. In Japanese, it's Amida Kuchi. In Chinese, the next morning at the snowy training area, some snow and a few pine trees had yet to melt. The instructor shouted, we will start training in 5 minutes. All troops put on their bulletproof vests and wait for orders. Kim Min-jun and the other soldiers quickly prepared. According to the trainer's words, a soldier suddenly approached Kim Min-jun. He laughed loudly and said, haha, in the same team with a newbie, I guess Kim Min-jun won't need to. Hearing that, Kim Min-jun was a bit startled. He looked towards that person. It turned out to be Kim Kwang-ekshik, standing off to the side with a raised eyebrow, showing disdain. Kwang-shich snickered. In the end, a sergeant and a private are two different worlds, right? Kim Min-chun looked at Kim Kwang-shich with a bit of confusion. He muttered to himself, Sergeant Kim Kwang-shich, is this jerk my teammate? His expression clearly showed he hadn't learned any lesson and was still being arrogant. Kim Min-chun coldly stared at that annoying look of Kim Kwang-shich. Kwang-shich still kept that expression. He maintained his smile and continued, let's see, because our team's average completion speed is 3 minutes. Shouldn't our newbie be like that too? Kim Kwang-shich smiled ominously, leaning in to speak in a threatening tone. Make sure to finish it in 3 minutes, or you'll regret it. Kim Min-chun just looked at him with a confused expression. He didn't say anything. Seeing Kim Min-chun silent, Kim Kwang-shich took the opportunity to keep teasing. Why aren't you answering? Lost your confidence or what? 19 times before was just luck, he said while shaking his body from side to side. Kim Min-jun was too exhausted by this brat's antics. He sighed softly and sighed. Sergeant Kim Kwang-shich, he's a 7-time loser. Just thinking that made Kim Min-jun's expression change slightly. 3 parts helpless, 7 parts disdain, he replied, it's nothing, I'll do my best. Kim Kwang-shich's smile faded completely. He shifted to a face that showed he was better. No, I don't care how you try, just the result. If you finish later than me, you're done for. Kim Kwang-shich subtly hinted at asking if Kim Min-chun understood. Kim Min-chun nodded, okay. Then Kim Kwang-shich turned around. He smirked contemptuously, pointing at the 2 soldiers being trained, asking if there was a problem. The 2 responded in unison, no sir. Kim Kwang-shich said, let's see what that team over there can do. Today, the trainer stood in front of the door with 2 soldiers on either side. He rested both hands on his hips and asked the soldiers if they were ready to report. The soldier on the right was Sergeant. Kim Min-chun smirked slightly and said, ready, firing direction 1, while the soldier on the left was Sergeant John Hanong. He grinned confidently and reported, ready, firing direction 2. The trainer's loud command echoed, drop. The special weapon training began after a pair of 2 descended to a ground facility from 2 separate directions. The doors slowly opened in front of Sergeant Kim Min-chun, with wisps of smoke gently wafting around. Inside the door was a dark place. So dark that he couldn't tell what awaited him inside, and the smoke coming from there meant tactical training to deal with monsters while protecting a target. A civilian target in a restricted area. However, in reality, it had turned into a competition within the military. Kim Min-chun immediately sprinted in as the door swung open, gun in hand, and a serious expression on his face. John Hanong was no exception. He also rushed into another door. Now they shared a common goal. Their goal was to complete the challenge as quickly and cleanly as possible at the end. Both directions would have a red button in the middle of the room waiting for someone to press it to complete the task. Get in front of your opponent outside where other soldiers are waiting for the signal. The map showing the paths of the 2 rooms appeared, making it easy for them to track. Above, there were labels for the monsters. Kim Min-chun looked at the labels of the 2 different monsters. He thought to himself, the marked monsters seemed to vary in size. While he was pondering, Kim Kwang-shich, standing beside him, spoke up. The size of the markings will change based on the monster. The bigger the marking, the more dangerous the monster. You should know this before starting, right? Kim Kwang-shich and Kim Min-chun continued to observe the map on the screen. Kim Kwang-shich continued speaking. There are 2 monsters placed on each path, and which one you will face is completely random, so you won't know what to expect until you step in. Just as Kim Kwang-shich finished speaking, Kim Min-jun had already reached the first monster. Kim Min-jun looked at the monster in front of him, surprised. It was a toad. As he finished speaking, the monster immediately flicked its long tongue at him. It attacked towards where Kim Min-jun stood. However, Kim Min-jun managed to dodge just in time, not forgetting to exclaim, damn. On the map, a green dot was getting close to the monster, while another green dot was still quite far away. Kim Min-chun stroked his chin, deep in thought. He thought to himself, the person on path 1 is moving faster, but he's unlucky with that monster. His opponent will be in a tight spot over there with John Hanong. He had encountered a huge monster. John Hanong continuously fired his gun at the monster, causing it to scream in agony and blood to splatter everywhere. After dealing with the monster, John Hanong moved on. He chuckled triumphantly while reloading his gun, saying, "This should be an easy win." Then he proceeded to the next round. In an instant, the next monster appeared right in front of John Hanong. It was terrifying with its sharp teeth, leaving Hanong stunned. On this side, Kim Min-chun was firing continuously at the monster. Blood splattered everywhere. That was the second monster Kim Min-chun was facing. He ran while complaining, "Two ugly toads? Seriously, I bet he's already finished." Kim Min-chun suddenly paused when he saw the button, a button that needed to be pressed right in front of him. Kim Min-jun happily pressed the button and the screen outside beeped. It displayed a time of 2 minutes and 24 seconds. The soldiers immediately buzzed with excitement over that result. One soldier admired, 2 minutes and 24 seconds isn't bad. Two other soldiers turned to each other, saying that the second path faced a sandworm. That worm was all defense. Kim Min-jun stepped outside to see John Hanong panting next to the defeated monster. Kim Min-jun smirked, "Why are you so late? Then how are we going to protect the nation?" John Hanong replied angrily, "That bastard got lucky." Kim Min-jun smirked triumphantly. "Humph, keep comforting yourself. I'm still the better person because I won, so you'll treat me at BX." When Kim Min-chun turned to look at the target, a figure was pierced with a hole, raising its hand to rub its chin, continuing, "Besides finishing late, you even shot a civilian? But no matter what, you're still not qualified, and you're just a private." Sergeant Hanjio stepped closer. "That's enough." Kim Min-jun approached Kim Kwang-shich. "Why aren't we betting?" Kim Kwang-shich turned and asked, "Did I hear that wrong?" Kim Min-jun pointed at himself seriously. "No, sir. Losing means following the winner's orders like a man." Kim Kwang-shich burst out laughing when he heard that. "What do you think you can do because of the soldiers who adore you? All right, let's go all in. If my subordinates want that, then I can't refuse. Right?" Kim Kwang-shich suddenly changed his expression, becoming terrifying, raising 3 fingers. "I have no desire that a private can fulfill, so you'll have to give me 3 months' salary if you lose." "Okay." Kim Bin-chun felt a bit disdainful, thinking to himself, "Is he just after money? So this is the kind of person he island." Kim Bin-chun firmly said, "All right. If I lose, my 3 months' salary will belong to you, boss." Kim Kwang-shich grinned. This guy's pretty good. Lee Jong-chim watched from afar. Watching the two of them glare at each other, he felt helpless, not knowing what to do. Lee Jong-jin called out Kim Min-jun's name. But before Min-jun could say anything, the coach's voice drowned out the rest of Jong-jin's sentence. The coach was still standing at the door like before, asking if there were any reports before proceeding with the training. Kim Min-jun replied seriously, "No, sir." Kim Kwang-shich also replied in unison with Kim Min-chun, but he smiled triumphantly. "No, sir." The coach yelled loudly once more. "All right, lower it." The doors gradually opened. Kim Min-chun appeared calm on the outside, but inside he showed disdain. He could feel that mocking aura from himself. Kim Min-jun clenched his fists, reminding himself that being too noticeable isn't good. He knew that, but he wasn't mature enough to stay still. When that guy provoked him, all of Kim Min-jun's current thoughts shrank down to that terrifying door. Outside, people were bustling. "Oh, it's starting. Did you hear? A sergeant and a private made a bet. A private winning against a sergeant? Forget about winning. Can he even kill the monster? I wonder if Sergeant Kim Min-chi will end up rescuing him." Suddenly, all the soldiers panicked and shouted loudly, "HUH!" Everything in the room shook violently. Rocks fell, and the soldiers who couldn't stand collapsed to the ground. One person spoke up. "What was that? An earthquake?" "No, it's not." They looked up at the map and saw a monster had moved from its designated position. They all shouted loudly, "What the hell is that?" Kim Min-chun carefully stepped in with his gun, wondering what this tremor was. "I think it's close to me." Suddenly, Kim Min-chun froze, his eyes widening in surprise. In front of Kim Min-chun is a gigantic monster devouring a beast it killed earlier, the sight of such a huge creature. It has a ferocious eye in its mouth, eating another rodent-like monster, leaving Min-chun astonished. What the hell is it eating? A monster? Min-chun wonders to himself. That one-eyed beast is staring at him like he's a delicious meal. Min-chun looks up in disgust at the colossal monster that is many times larger than him, which seems to sense his gaze. The monster becomes enraged, crushing the rat it was about to eat and lunging towards him as it swiftly darts in. Its sharp claws go for Min-chun, but he quickly dodges the beast's attack. Min-chun easily evades the monster's claws, standing to the side, deep in thought. Tonight's menu is fried chicken, right? I want to finish this as soon as possible to get back to eat, Min-chun thinks to himself. Looking at the dummy representing the citizens, Min-chun thinks that's definitely the target he needs to shoot to eliminate. What if I miss and they get unlucky? Missing the monster would only make it angrier as it charges at him. Min-chun thinks about finishing quickly to eat. But then Min-chun hesitates again, though this time he won't dodge. Instead, he prepares to counterattack the gigantic monster. Seeing it charging at him, he thinks, asterisk, why is this bastard causing such a ruckus? Asterisk. Min Chun's dark power affects the monster's arm in an instant. Half of the monster's arm is already corroded, and it screams in pain while Min Chun stands to the side, laughing like a thug. Looking at the monster, he says, finally calm down a bit. Now I have to take you down. Just as he finishes speaking, Min Chun is shocked to see that the arm he corroded is now regrowing fresh flesh. Not only that, but the arm is transforming into a long, sharp blade in the observation room. Min Chun is standing in front of the spot where the monster is displayed on the map, and his teammates are amazed, asking each other what's happening. Is the rookie in a combat state? Did something happen? Everyone is in a frenzy looking at the screen. Corporal Kim Min observes that on Route 1, there are two monsters. One has been killed and the other is still fighting. However, on Route 2, there is only one monster. Its size is double that of the one on Route 1. Corporal Kim is astonished, nearly dropping his jaw, realizing that the monster on Route 2 is a Cyclops. Also known as the gluttonous monster, once it uses its energy, its regeneration and attack abilities will greatly increase. Until the consumption process is complete, Kim Min feels frightened, but something feels very strange. It will only attack when its life is in danger. Besides, it has escaped captivity and is furious after eating another monster. What could have provoked it? Kim Min wonders, while on Route 1, Min Chun is happily battling the monster. The monster angrily swings at Min Chun, but he dodges all of its attacks. Min Chun isn't even joking with the monster. He just loaded his gun and said, "Oh man, what a lively little bastard. It'll be easier to take you down." A powerful shot sends the monster flying. Min Chun continues, but this is considered weapon training. The bullet hits the monster's face, causing it to scream in pain as the energy eats away at its features. White smoke billows out, and taking advantage of the monster's blindness, Min Chun looks for an opening to strike. He realizes that the monster's eyes are its weak point and thinks, it seems its eyes regenerate slower than mine, so I'll finish it now. The monster's eyes are corroded beyond recognition. It can't see anything. Min Chun rushes in to attack the monster. But he didn't expect that as he got close, he heard a knife swish past his ear. Min Chun froze, looking at the knife pressed against his neck, questioning himself as he looked at that bastard. It aimed precisely where he stood. Can it see him, or is it sensing him through sound or something else? The monster's strike cuts off Min Chun's thoughts. He quickly tilts his head back to dodge, avoiding the slash. The monster uses its other hand to slam down where Min Chun was standing. The ground shakes violently, shattering around him as the monster's face pauses under the bold strike. Min Chun isn't dead. He uses one hand to block the monster's strike. A strange sound rings out. There's no way they would use such a violent monster for training with me. I covered its eyes, but somehow it still detected my position. Twice in a row, while blocking the monster's strikes, Min Chun wonders why his whole body radiates dark power. Hey monster, do you react to my dark energy? At the training entrance, Sergeant Kim Min walks in, armed. As he enters the training area, Sergeant Kim Min thinks this is a disaster. How did this happen with the new recruit? Thinking that, Sergeant Kim Min picks up the pace, blaming himself for everything. A Cyclops capable of using energy is not something a private can defeat with just a gun. Kim Min Chun, don't dion me. Just hang in there a little longer. Sergeant Kim Min worries, praying for Corporal Kim. Corporal Kim Kwang Shich is happily sprinting down Route 1, thinking, all right, I'll time it for about 2 minutes and 30 seconds. That rookie private won't be able to keep up with my speed. Corporal Kim Kwang Shich glances at his watch, calculating. He's already lost 7 times, just as I expected. What should I do with that bastard's salary? I could use it for my vacation. At that moment, the scene before him makes Corporal Kim Kwang Shich question himself. Min Chun is bowing his head, studying the button to complete the mission. Corporal Kim Kwang Shich shouts, asking Min Chun, why are you still here? Upon hearing that, Min Chun turns to look at Corporal Kim Kwang Shich, grinning smugly. He reaches for that button. Hee. Corporal Kim Kwang Shich panics. Looking at the battlefield left by Min Chun, Sergeant Kim Min stood silently, just watching the monster lying defeated at his feet. Sergeant Kim Min asked, how did you take it down like this at the base? A loud shout rang out as Min Chun stepped out of the training area, surprised to see everyone waiting for him. 2 people applauded him. Did you complete the special weapon training course in just 2 minutes? The new recruit is indeed a monster. Everyone can't stop praising Min Chun, while Corporal Kim Kwang Sik beside him is extremely frustrated. The teammates kept discussing and praising Min Chun. A third person asked, isn't this team hard? No matter what, the new recruit won. Hearing that, Kim Kwang Sik slapped that person from behind, saying, are you trying to die? That's not fair, so let's cancel the bet. The guy, unable to believe it, asked again, cancel the bet? No way. I will finish faster than the new recruit. Kim Kwang Sik argued, refusing to accept losing the bet. The special weapon training course was designed to defeat 2 monsters. Before reaching the goal, I defeated 2 already. That's how the rules are. But what about the new recruit? Kim Kwang Sik ran over and asked, what team did you face? The recruit, startled, stammered, I only faced 1. See? That's not fair. If I face one too, I could have finished even faster. He argued while looking for someone to agree with him. Lee Dong-chim, why are you being so difficult? Just say something. Kim Kwang-sik threatened. You guys want to die? Min-chun stood aside, as if it wasn't his business, even though it was quite surprising. I don't feel good about defeating a monster with my bare fists, so I plan to forget about the bet. Min-jun thought about how he behaved. He watched Kim Wang-sik still gripping Lee Jong-jin's collar, demanding an answer. Lee Jong-jin had no choice but to reply, Yes, Corporal Kim Kwang-sik, please let me go. Min-chun was very upset from over there. Why is he picking a fight with Private Lee Dong-chim instead of me? While everyone was animatedly discussing, a pair of legs slowly stepped closer. Aren't you ashamed? The new recruit took greater risks. A voice from behind scolded Kim Kwang-sik. Hearing this, Kim Kwang-sik angrily turned around. Who the hell are you? The person continued, Normally, Cyclops are very gentle, but once they retaliate, the danger increases significantly. You didn't know that? You face much greater difficulties than he does. Everyone turned to see who it was. It was Sergeant Lee Sung-ho. Kim Kwang-sik was scared at that moment and could only laugh awkwardly. Yeah. He had nothing more to argue. Raising his voice, he asked Sergeant Lee, Are you trying to show off your rank in front of the juniors? Sergeant Lee Sung-ho fearlessly replied, You're the one who did that first. Kim Kwang-sik knew he was in the wrong and had to shift his attention elsewhere. Okay then. Don't embarrass me in front of the kids again, just joking. Don't be too tense. But Sergeant Lee didn't give Kim Kwang-sik any face at all. So you're saying everything I thought was a joke, huh? You haven't changed, have you? Just walk past Kim Kwang-sik. Sergeant Lee Sung-ho, just whistle at him. Even though he's ranked higher, it's still impressive. Private Kwang-sik listens to Sergeant Lee. Kim Kwang-sik was so furious that his face was filled with veins. And Sergeant Lee continued, Those stubborn mules used to be elders. They surprisingly became obedient in front of him. Min-chun, who was standing by, chuckled derisively. Is that so? Kim Kwang-sik heard Sergeant Lee Sung-ho say that. His face turned red with anger, grinding his teeth until it seemed like his face would distort. Kim Kwang-sik was humiliated and was so furious that his face turned red with veins bulging. Lee Sung-ho calmly turned around and asked, What do you want to say? Kim Kwang-sik forced a smile, feeling awkward. He waved his hand dismissively in response to Lee Sung-ho. Of course not. Lee Sung-ho immediately spoke up. That's right, Kim Kwang-sik. You shouldn't say anything more. Lee Dong-chin explained while sweeping the yard as he had achieved the highest rank in the advancement exam. However, even though he could be promoted by 2 ranks, the special exception is no longer in effect. They abolished it because a sergeant was promoted before. But then he caused an incident in the dungeon, and Sergeant Lee Sung-ho was one of the last cases. Kim Min-chun wondered, So there's no way to get a special exception anymore? Lee Jong-shin replied, There are exceptions, like if you can rescue civilians in an emergency, or if you achieve outstanding results in monster hunting, but all those cases are pretty subjective. You'd best think that rule doesn't exist at all. No hunter has ever been promoted through special exception before. Kim Min-chun outwardly said he understood, but inwardly he thought, Asterisk, subjective, huh? So that's what the commander thinks, the final say. Asterisk. Even if I don't get promoted, I don't want danger to fall on the heads of civilians, but it seems peaceful here. Even though they've said that monsters have appeared daily since the North Korean army was wiped out, he thought while imagining images of monsters chasing civilians. Lee Dong-chin smiled and said to him, Since you're doing really well, I'm sure you'll get promoted soon. Seeing Kim Min-chun's blank expression, he thought to himself, Asterisk. 2 days as a private is more than enough. I want a promotion right now. Asterisk. Seeing Kim Min-chun's blank expression, Lee Dong-jin asked, Did you hear that? Kim Min-chun's inner self screamed, Asterisk, oh no. Asterisk. Asterisk. I wish a portal would appear right now. Asterisk. The alarm siren blared, and Lee Jong-jin turned around in shock. Kim Min-chun remained unfazed, still not understanding what was happening. The sound from the loudspeaker announced an emergency alert. A significant number of mid-level monsters have appeared in the oil reserve. All hunters are instructed to quickly assemble at the oil reserve and set up defensive shields immediately. Lee Jong-chi said, Here we go again. It's an emergency alert. Min-chun, let's go. Kim Min-chun looked delighted as if he had struck gold. I can't help but wonder how lucky I am to encounter a mid-level monster the size of a child. Living in caves, each one isn't a big threat, but they are particularly agile. Moreover, they can spit fireballs from their mouths, so their appearance in the reserve is concerning. It's an emergency where the entire military camp could be blown away. 2 soldiers stand outside the oil reserve gate. Panicking, they look at the swarm of bats flying everywhere. One young man speaks up, How many are there? The other young man raises his gun, pointing at the swarm excitedly. How dare they show up here? The guy next to him quickly tries to stop him. Are you crazy? You can't fire your weapon near the oil reserve. What if they attack us here? The young man aiming his gun asks the other. So you mean I can only watch them like this? The other guy explains, they haven't approached the oil depot yet. Let's just keep an eye on the situation. I already reported it, so I'm sure someone will be sent to set up a defense shield soon. The one who was aiming his gun asks again, what if the monsters burn the oil depot before the defense shield is set? The other guy just managed to say, if that happens. They both imagine the scene, and then a loud explosion rings out. Just thinking about it is terrifying, the one aiming his gun says fearfully, and both are confused, scratching their heads. The other guy asks, what should we do? This one replies, I don't know why those bastards came here. Suddenly, a person walks up and says, I'll attract their attention. The two soldiers hear the voice. Instinctively, they turn to look at Kim Min-chun, who strides forward with determination. Both are stunned and exclaim, huh? Aren't you that rookie from the 2nd Division? Seeing Kim Min-jun with his hands in his pockets, he calmly approaches the swarm. The two try to stop him. What the hell are you planning to do? You're not even equipped. Turning back immediately upon hearing their warning, Kim Min-jun thinks to himself, who needs equipment when my esteemed guests are waiting to help me level up? The sky is filled with a swarm of mid-level bats, as if the entire sky belongs to them, along with the title of Private. The lone fighter is ready to handle this emergency that could blow away the entire military camp. I'll also absorb all the experience points. This might not work, Kim Min-chun thinks as he raises his hand, preparing to unleash his power. The veins in his hand begin to swell, surrounded by a red flame. He remembers the Cyclops he encountered the other day. He defeated it easily on his own. The bats seem to sense he's about to fight them, so they start screeching loudly. Like a challenge, the swarm flies around, making Kim Min-chun excitedly think, just as I expected. These bastards are reacting to my dark energy. Kim Min-chun smiles smugly. Then you all belong to me. A squad of soldiers is moving equipment on the road to the oil reserve. Hurry up and don't damage the equipment being transported. The leading soldier suddenly stops, causing both of them to bump into each other. The soldier following behind, confused, asks, why did you stop? The leading soldier, shocked, replies, there's a private over there fighting a bunch of monsters. Sergeant Lee Sung-ho is carrying a box of equipment, urging them on. What are you guys doing? Stop standing around and set up the shield now. The two soldiers turn back and respond. Sir, that's Private Kim Min-chun. Lee Sung-ho yells, what? A private is drawing the attention of the monsters? Are you just standing by? The others respond in unison, sir, we dare not. Kim Min-jun uses his bare hands to tear the wings off a monster. He's exhausted and sighs, thinking to himself, it's taking too long because I have to rip each one apart myself. There's nothing useful. A loud shout comes from behind, Kim Min-jun, you bastard. Instinctively, Kim Min-jun turns around. Lee Sung-ho, furious, runs over with a stun baton, shouting, lower your ego and step back. What do you think you're doing? You don't even have a bulletproof vest. Kim Min-chun disregards Lee Sung-ho's words and continues to unleash his powers. Thinking to himself, lower my ego? Hell no, they're all mine. Never think about stopping me. He catches a glimpse of a stun baton in Lee Sung-ho's hand. Kim Min-chun becomes more excited, smirking, oh ho, that looks interesting. Suddenly, a jolt of electricity runs through Lee Sung-ho. His face contorts, thinking, damn it, why is my stomach acting up right now? Kim Min-chun steps closer and asks Sergeant Lee Sung-ho, what's wrong? Are you okay? Lee Sung-ho, clutching his stomach, kneels down. Struggling to reply, he says, I'm fine. Kim Min-chun continues, are you sure? Then let me borrow that for a bit. Lee Sung-ho firmly refuses, no, you need to step back. As Kim Min-chun grabs the stun baton, he channels energy into it, making it crackle. Don't worry about me, I'll be back right after I deal with them. He thinks, oh, this is awesome, a stun baton. Kim Min-chun smirks, satisfied. Now, let's go. He dashes toward the group of monsters, electricity striking one of them. The monster is instantly obliterated. Kim Min-jun runs frantically from one spot to another. Taking out each monster one by one, Lee Sung-ho stares in disbelief. This guy is overwhelming those mid-level monsters. The sight of Kim Min-chun moving agilely, taking out each monster, catches the attention of a soldier carrying a coil. He opens his eyes wide and shouts, that monster. A monster is about to spit out a fireball. The flames are coming out of its mouth. Get ready to shoot straight at the oil barrels. Lee Sung-ho shouts loudly, quickly ordering, fire. I'll take full responsibility. So just shoot. The two soldiers comply. Yes, sir. One soldier raises his gun, preparing to aim at that monster. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in confusion. How did he get up there in the noisy space? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. What the hell? How did he get up there? More importantly, how high did he just jump? Below, the work continued urgently as the last cables were connected to a device. The defense shield for the oil reserve was finished setting up, and the protective shield system had been activated. A command to meticulously check each cable was issued. How long will it take to eliminate all the monsters in this chaotic scene? Everyone was busy with their tasks. Suddenly, there was a voice calling, Lee Dong, turn around. Hello. An officer approached. Yes, good job. But where did they come from? We didn't detect them on the radar. Officer, how many are there in total? There are 30 inches total, sir. He silently wondered where the commander was. The mission officer was Captain Song Chun, reporting in. The battalion commander just left. Even if he's not good at fighting, that's still not okay. A thought flashed through his mind, a controller who had awakened but was absent during an emergency. He probably only monitored the monsters on the radar from the control center. What the hell? So, you're the one responsible for eliminating the monsters, right? I'll definitely inform the battalion commander, not me. What? Are there others in the battalion skilled with electric batons like you? Not every monster was killed by electric batons, but all 30 of the first monsters were defeated by one person. Please make sure to report this. What? Are you kidding me? You're saying the monsters were torn apart? This is the same person who killed SAO. All the operators are thinking the same. If it's not you, then who? Just as the conversation was still ongoing, another step approached. Hello, I'm here to return your electric baton, sir. A voice came from behind. Song Chun glanced back to see Kim Min-jun appear. Holding the broken electric baton, still sparking a bit, he innocently asked, is this thing expensive? The next day, in Sergeant Lee Dong's office, he sat up straight, his face serious as he spoke to Min-jun. This time, it was just luck. But since you're a hunter, you won't know what will happen next time. Faced with the warning, Min-jun only remained silent, but inside, he was turbulent. It's not luck, but I have to stand still, right? You know, the Hunter Corps is a unique organization, different in scale from other corps. Even though that corps is at the division level, it only has 4 companies, and even the attached companies have far fewer soldiers. Compared to the typical 6 combat companies, not every awakened person can join. Min-jun still sat up straight, listening. A question arose in his mind. But why was SAO talking about this? Could he even imagine that? The sergeant looked directly at Min-jun, leaving him confused by the sudden remark because in the Hunter Corps, from private to division commander, everyone is an awakened. And of course, not all are special combat members among the officers. Most are administrative staff studying monsters, researching tactics and weaponry. Memories of the soldier he met before came rushing back. Min-jun unintentionally exclaimed, "Ah, but they are all awakened, and hunter soldiers can't be promoted. Promotion is based on ability and achievements, not time," the sergeant said while standing up, his gaze directed down at Min-jun. "Since the early morning, the captain called me in, so I was hoping something good would happen. But when I looked up at the sergeant's expression, Min-jun thought to himself, what's going on? Training time? Sounds nice. Being called to the captain's office early in the morning, you were really looking forward to it, right?" The sergeant glanced at Min-jun, smirking. "I'm really counting on you, Kim, Min-jun." Min-jun was stunned by the sergeant's words as he began to speak today. On the road, a shiny black car sped by looking brand new, with a red sign on the front bearing 2 sparkling gold stars. The hunter who hunted the most monsters in the history of the 104th Division, the sergeant's voice rang out seriously. Inside the car, a dignified man sat in the back seat. The soldier in the front seat also maintained a straight posture as the car sped at breakneck speed, tires skidding against the road, creating a cloud of dust. The car door swung open, and a strong foot stepped down. Sergeant Lee Dong-ho spoke up. The man wearing a wide-brimmed hat exuded an air of authority. Upon seeing the sergeant and the others, who were standing at attention, saluting him, the command was given to the second company to salute the company commander, with everyone lined up seriously in order. From right to left, in order, were the second company combat officer, Captain So-chu, the second company squad leader, Captain Seo-chan, and the second company second squad, Second Lieutenant Kim Chan-min, the second company second squad team leader, Sergeant Lee Dong-ho. Sergeant Lee Dong-ho, I heard you handled the scene very calmly yesterday, huh? You've worked hard. Thank you, Commander, Sergeant Lee Dong-ho replied loudly. It's been a while since I've seen everyone, Commander. Those around him felt a bit worried. They thought to themselves, with eyes that could kill, I wonder what the standard for achieving 2 stars in the Hunter Corps Island. Kim Min-jun stood silently, observing the scene before him. A thought crossed his mind. I am Kim Min-jun, Private Kim Min-jun. He felt a strong grip when shaking hands. Kim Min-jun glanced down, thinking, right, everyone just relax. As he spoke, the commander lightly patted Min-jun on the shoulder a few times, a refreshing smile blooming on his lips while Min-jun was still startled by the intimate gesture. Have you figured out the location where the portal appeared yet? Yes, it's confirmed to be on a hill in the northeast, about 1.2 kilometers from the camp, currently controlling the surroundings and investigating the portal's rank. Captain of the second squad, Lee Sung-ho, reported that if confirmed, he should notify the division commander immediately. After finishing his report, the commander asked, is there a problem? Lieutenant So-chu noticed that the alarm had not gone off until Min-jun entered the corps. Confirming that the issue is not with the equipment, Lieutenant So-chu stood rigidly, panicking as he reported. After hearing this, the commander said, if it's not the equipment, then the problem lies with us. We will report to the military zone and install additional accelerators. Lieutenant Seo Chan responded loudly. Witnessing the entire scene, Min Jun chuckled to himself. Everyone was scared. So cool, he thought. The commander turned to Min Jun and smiled. Private Kim Min Jun, yesterday you did something brave with a quick reaction. But you also have to think about yourself. You have to carry all the equipment. Min Jun replied seriously. It's my fault, sir. But deep down, he thought, if this goes on, the army will be wiped out. The commander smiled. Sorry, just kidding. Saying that, he stepped forward to handle how many guys himself. The commander cheerfully asked. That's right, isn't it? Min Jun replied seriously. Yes, sir. The commander said, if you hadn't reacted quickly, the ammunition depot could have exploded. Very good. The others were astonished, sweating as they heard the commander praise Min Jun. The commander continued, the division commander will give you a gift. Saying that, the commander unexpectedly reached out and decisively ripped the old badge off Min Jun's chest and replaced it with a brand new badge. Congratulations on your promotion, which normally requires several rounds of soldier assessments. Those who achieve overwhelming results will be rewarded. Min Jun stood at attention and loudly thanked the commander, who turned to Lai Sung-ho and ordered the captain. This buddy will get a 3-day, 2-night break. Lai Sung-ho responded. Understood, Min Jun thought unexpectedly. I never expected to get promoted and also have a break. He visibly brightened, unable to contain his excitement, and grinned. Military life is getting more interesting, Min Jun thought as his feet followed Second Lieutenant Kim. The second lieutenant turned back and smiled. Good job, kid. You've just joined. You haven't even talked much, and you've already achieved results. Thanks to that, I also got praise. Min Jun smiled and replied, Thank you, Second Lieutenant. The second lieutenant said, You just joined, and you get to go home already? What will you do outside? Min Jun, with a cheerful face, replied, Of course, the internet cafe. Although I can't go home in the controlled internet area, everything has been cut off. Until I get called, I have to make the most of this 3-day, 2-night break. Just thinking about it, he eagerly walked into the center, but a voice called out before he could step inside. Big brother, are you here? A man drinking looked at the one who spoke. You're back again? Big brother, don't mention those damn soldiers. A chubby man and a skinny one were sitting drinking at a roadside bar. The chubby man said, I didn't even go into that cave. I only intended to pick some mushrooms around. They blocked me. I already paid the mountain owner and got approval. The skinny man sat down. The chubby man offered him a drink. After finishing a glass of liquor, he said, Sun entered there before it was banned, hearing that there was toxic gas on the mountain, so her mind has been foggy ever since. If you go in there, you'll run into the same thing. The scrawny man got angry, saying you just need to wear a gas mask. A sudden voice rang out, Where is that? Both jumped and turned to see Min Jun smiling. Is it possible to find the location from here? The chubby guy asked. Even if we go further, the army will block the way. We can't go. He was curious if he really planned to deal with that on the mountain. Min Jun replied, Yes, we should be able to go up the mountain by tomorrow. Both looked at the badge on Min Jun's shirt. No matter what, be careful. If they ask, don't say we brought you. He drove away. Min Jun looked at Theo. Don't worry, guys. On the mountain, a dark aura continuously emanated, bypassing the internet shop to come here. Min Jun looked at that aura and smiled, thinking, This familiar smell, it's definitely it. The aura keeps spreading. Min Jun smiled, secretly thinking it's magical energy. There are 2 soldiers guarding here. Min Jun looked down from the tree, thinking, The gate is carefully fenced, but the dungeon is loose. If so, with one hand, Min Jun gathered a dark aura, thinking that standing out as a new recruit isn't good. The aura slowly spread out, enveloping the 2 soldiers. Why does my stomach hurt all of a sudden? One spoke up. My stomach hurts too, the other said. You too? The soldier looked over, asking. I guess I'll hold it a bit, sorry, but I can't hold it anymore. The other soldier replied, No matter what, there's no one here. Hurry up and go solve it. It should take about 5 minutes, said the soldier before running off. The remaining soldier also considered and ran in a different direction. At the cave entrance, no one was guarding. Min Jun quickly jumped in, smiling cheerfully. His hand touched the ground, and a doubt arose. Why are there no traces of monsters? But the magical energy is very dense. Min Jun smiled, thinking that it's still fine. His hand cast magic forward. The system continuously reported an increase in magical energy. Min Jun watched the numbers jump up continuously. Then the system announced. Having absorbed enough magical energy, Min Jun had gained the power of the skill **** decay ****, and the skill **** Nightwalker **** was unlocked. Min Jun smiled happily after absorbing the magical energy around him. Notification panels continuously appeared, stating that absorbing magical energy reached a certain standard to enhance the *** decay *** skill. Absorbing magical energy reached a certain standard activated the *** Nightwalker *** skill. Seeing that, Min Jun was extremely delighted. Then, the notification board appeared with different content. Kim Min Jun, the founder of the Luminuma cult, is my favorite character. Strength 60 points, agility 60 points, stamina 60 points, magic points 15, skills owned. Asterisk, asterisk, decay, asterisk, 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 Nightwalker, asterisk, asterisk. Minjun looked at the notification board, continuing to absorb magical energy, thinking, I can't believe there's a skill for using magic for free. Minjun thought about the new ability to summon beasts in the form of shadows as asterisk, asterisk, Nightwalker, asterisk, asterisk. This guy has the special ability to hide in shadows and assassinate targets. He's a pretty useful servant since the days in Jigdalso to maintain the summoning. He needs to consume a certain amount of mana each cycle. But just as he thought this, Minjun summoned. A figure appeared, silently thinking to himself that this guy was worth the price paid. Suddenly an arm emerged. Boom! A tiny dark monster emerged, so small it floated in front of Minjun, but he didn't know what to say. Kim Minjun pursed his lips, wondering what this was. Is this also a punishment from spatial distortion, or is it because the mana stats are too low? He looked out the door and saw light streaming in, thinking no matter what, this is really too much. After all, this skinny guy looks like he's about to melt. Even when a ray of sunlight shines in right now, where did this come from? Suddenly, Minjun noticed something. Wait, a small figure is a summoning beast that can hide in shadows. Minjun analyzed, while the shadow spread its hands, feeling too hungry. Let's head back to the military zone and go to the room, Kim Minjun said, reporting that Private Kim Minjun had returned from leave, and everyone in the room came out to welcome him. Everyone greeted him. Who's this? We're not hunters. The term of service for private has ended already. I heard the division commander granted you leave, and the commander even personally pinned the insignia on you. Minjun said, yes, that's right. Minjun suddenly realized something and turned around while everyone was still talking. You're impressive, I just realized, he said. You're lying. Then Kim Minjun took out a paper bag and handed it to Zhang Jin, saying, I bought a bottle of lotion. You can use it. Zhang Jin was surprised by the gift. Wait, did you buy all these too? Zhang Jin took the gift out and looked at it happily. Thanks. I'll use it well. Suddenly, Kim Kwang-sik walked into the room. Did you come back from your overseas mission? Such a touching brotherhood. They were talking when Kwang-sik suddenly asked seriously. Did you buy what I asked for? Minjun honestly replied, yes, here at Island. Then he handed over some packages, causing Kwang-sik to frown. Zhang Jin then turned to Minjun and asked, is this how you level up to sergeant? Then I must treat you really well, right? Minjun replied with a smile. Of course. Sergeant Kim and Sergeant Cho passed by and said, that's right, little bro. Earlier, I passed by the administration office and saw the list of candidates for the promotion test. Your name was on it too. Sergeant Kim asked, wasn't the registration period over before you came back? No way, right? Anyway, newcomers under a year can't register themselves. Sergeant Cho also wondered, did the division commander register you? Even so, the timing doesn't match. Everyone in the room heard this and began to discuss. Are they talking about the little bro testing for promotion? He's a private now, so he's not a little bro anymore. While discussing, Minjun spoke up. Actually, the training battalion commander has proposed something for me. Remember when we met the squad leader and discussed things in the room? Then the squad leader got really mad and yelled. Minjun shared everything with everyone. The folks in the room were focused and listening, but they hadn't reacted yet to what Minjun said. The squad leader froze, sweating, and asked how it was possible to come here to take the promotion exam a year early. This guy is really crazy, thought squad leader Kim, rubbing his chin, recalling that he had just become a private first class. So this time, it's for the promotion to corporal? Everyone was still surrounding him, discussing that if he passed that, he really is a crazy one. He even opened the bag Minjun brought back, and squad leader Kim cheerfully encouraged Minjun. Basically, those who take the promotion exam on Saturday, they will be trained before the promotion exam and also for the main weapon training tomorrow, so do your best. Squad leader Cho also said goodbye. Ha ha ha, everyone, let's sneak out. The two of them continued talking as they reached the door. Squad leader Kim, aren't you taking the promotion exam? Squad leader Cho, are you planning to stay behind? Minjun sat there, puzzled after hearing that. Is the main weapon training different from rifles? Huh. The next day, at the military base, the lieutenant was discussing the rules and exam procedures. Now everyone, pay attention. I will briefly explain the promotion exam for tomorrow to the whole room. From private first class to private second class and above, everyone is listening intently as the lieutenant continues, reminding those with experience. Even if the content is already known, don't do your own thing to distract those taking the exam for the first time. After that, the lieutenant explained the first rule. The promotion exam for hunters is divided into two main types, the written exam and the practical exam. The written exam can be easily passed just by basic knowledge. It's even easier than a driving written test. But after hearing this, Minjun was walking down the hallway back to his room, thinking, it's clear that the practical exam is what really matters, right? In the practical exam, they will test proficiency with the main weapon and check the ability to respond to monsters. He then lowered his head and smiled, even though passing the exam was a sure thing within reach. I wonder if there are any rewards for getting a perfect score. Maybe I should take the exam a bit more seriously. The next day, the weather was nice and an array of shiny weapons was neatly displayed. The lieutenant stood before all the soldiers and spoke loudly. From now on, we will start the practical exam for main weapon training. Privates and privates first class, don't choose other weapons, just pick up the sword. Everyone responded, got it, and went to get their weapons as instructed while the lieutenant continued. The corporals picked up their weapons and moved to practice on their own over there. If I catch anyone slacking off smoking, they're dead meat with me. After getting their weapons, everyone gathered information. The lieutenant said, from now on, the techniques taught by the training officers are the basic swordsmanship of the Hunter Corps. It's not just about mechanically imitating the techniques, the essence of basic swordsmanship of the Hunter Corps Island. Not just about blindly imitating the techniques, you need to adapt it to suit yourself. After the lieutenant finished, he shouted loudly, and everyone responded just as loudly. Yes, got it. Then the lieutenant continued to speak loudly. First, the basics are very important, so look at me and follow along. Don't roll your eyes around, focus. He then executed a series of precise and powerful sword techniques seamlessly. So much so that when he stopped, the dust around was stirred up and rose, and the sword seemed to emit a thin mist. Min Jun watched the sword movements and realized something he knew why he was training with the main weapon. He recalled using magical power to kill monsters. Then he thought further. Catching monsters just with a rifle was indeed a foolish action. Everyone started rushing into practice, and someone said, is it like this, Kim? Min Jun also began to repeat the lieutenant's movements. He thought about the sword techniques and realized they were indeed better at Jagressel. While thinking and practicing the movements, he jumped high, surprising everyone around. Min Jun concluded, but using whatever is up to each person. Just then, as he finished the movement and landed, the lieutenant suddenly shouted loudly, everyone, stop moving. Kim Min Jun stepped forward, and all eyes turned to him. The others were also bewildered, not understanding what was happening, but still replied, Private Kim Min Jun understood. He walked up but was still wondering what was going on. He then quickly approached the lieutenant. The lieutenant loudly commented, according to the results, the training officer observed everyone's movements. There were many parts that were choppy and still clumsy. Let's observe Private Kim Min Jun and see how it's done. Min Jun was surprised and a bit panicked upon hearing this. He then started to practice according to the lieutenant's guidance. Min Jun began to repeat the movements, with one person performing and another guiding, until it was done. Everyone below watched and swallowed nervously. After practicing, Min Jun found a cool spot to sit down and said, naturally, I'm not a training assistant. Min Jun sighed from the heat and thought, is there no snow today? Suddenly, the lieutenant appeared. Kim Min Jun. Min Jun turned to look at the lieutenant. While rummaging in his pocket, he said, you've worked hard. The training officer is very pleased with you. He then handed Min Jun a cake to enjoy by himself. After handing it over, the lieutenant left. Min Jun held the cake and thought, do I always carry this? After thinking, Min Jun smiled, preparing to unwrap the cake to eat. Another person appeared. Min Jun, Li Dongjin asked a bit shyly, I watched your sword demonstration closely. If possible, during the break, could you take a look at my stance? Min Jun was surprised and stood up, asking back, me? Li Dongjin explained, I know today is your first training too, and your main weapon is the sword, but I'm still not satisfied when facing monsters. You don't need to feel burdened, could you help me out? Hearing that, Min Jun smiled and replied, if you need my help, I'll help. Upon hearing this, Li Dongjin began to practice the movements again. Min Jun observed the moves, clearly showing that he had practiced very diligently. This was indeed the sword technique of the Hunter Legion. Kim Min Jun remembers his shy appearance while working. Chung thinks the issue isn't in the movements. What the elite soldier Dong Qin is missing is confidence. Recalling his training at Grezzel, Min Jun thinks he's also an expert in fixing that. He's looking at it, then smiles silently, calculating. That's right, this isn't the time yet. When the time comes, I'll help him become a top hunter. It's the 7th day of the assessment for promotion. The soldiers remain calm, watching TV. Some are playing basketball, while others are casually playing chess. Suddenly, an announcement comes over the loudspeaker. Ahem, this is a message from the administrative officer's office. Hunters scheduled for the promotion assessment, please report to the military training area immediately. Let me repeat, everyone. Those who heard the announcement were surprised and looked up. Kim Min Jun was also ready. The loudspeaker continues to announce the hunters named Kim Min Jun. Min Jun smiles confidently, thinking it's time to become a non-commissioned officer. Soon, everyone had gathered at the assembly area. Chung raised his voice. Now that everyone is gathered, I am Lieutenant Kim Min from the Republic, 2nd Battalion, 2nd Team, commanding Squad 21. Today, I will be your instructor. I hope everyone listens carefully to my words. First, please report your ranks from each of your teams. The shuttle bus quickly arrived. The lieutenant carefully instructed everyone to act quickly and consistently. After everyone got on the bus, Sergeant Kim continued to announce, as you know, the promotion assessment will be held at the 105th Division. Now, we will head to where the assessment takes place. The bus started moving, and Sergeant Kim reminded everyone, you can review the practice questions during the ride. Everyone in the bus seemed very tense. Suddenly, Min-jun heard two soldiers talking up front. Hey, have you heard the news? Team 4 is also at the assessment today. The other replied, what? Are there girls to look at today? The other one happily chimed in, hee hee, I'll show them my skill weapon handling. I practiced for a whole year just to impress the girls. The other guy joined in. They might even ask for your number. That's too tough for me, Min-jun motivated himself. Right, just do your best. It won't be long now. The bus was approaching the 105th Division headquarters for the 4th Promotion Assessment, written test room number 7. In the room, all soldiers were seriously taking the test. After finishing the exam, the lieutenant angrily announced, except for you, Cho Jong-gu from the 2nd Battalion of the 104th Military District, everyone has passed. All hunters except Cho Jong-gu, please proceed to the practical test room immediately. Turns out this is the soldier. Confident, he will shine in the eyes of the girls. While still on the bus, the other soldiers teased, are you naturally dumb or did you practice? How could you fail the written test for hunters? It's easier than the driving test. He can only brush it off. Sorry, Kim Min-jun doesn't care, just smiles and walks ahead. Suddenly, a figure appears from behind the crowd. It's Suno, she's here too. Chung Yili Choju, responsible for monitoring the promotion test. She announces to everyone that all AI here have been working hard to be present, including the supervisors from the 105th Division. Welcome everyone, I am Lieutenant Lee Choju. I will oversee this promotion test. Our goal is not just to find someone worthy of the promotion, but also to call for a healthy and fair competition among all 3 divisions. The soldiers below have started to get bored with the lengthy presentation. Why not just start the test already? I feel so sleepy, but he continues. Finally, in this year's promotion test, there are participants based on a special exception. They are from the 104th Division, Private Kim Bin-jun and Private Sono Oso, although they just joined as hunters less than a year ago. Hearing his name mentioned, Sono Oso feels a bit shy and blushes as the lieutenant continues. Everyone knows the 104th Division, right? Remember not to cause any misunderstandings. A soldier wonders aloud to the person next to him. It seems that the rumor is true, that you will be added to the exception list if you register early with high scores. Right? The person sighs in response. Some kids were offered that proposal in the year I joined, but they all declined. If it's the 104th Division, they were surprised to find out that one of them has already achieved the rank of Private First Class. Everyone starts buzzing and looking for Min-jun, and then Sono Oso also gradually notices this new guy. She quickly spots him in the ranks of the army. With the Private First Class badge on his chest, suddenly Min-jun looks back at Sono, surprising her. He's still staring at her in amazement. Making Oso feel shy, she quickly turns her face away. Min-jun acts as if nothing happened, while Sono... Finally, the lieutenant concludes her lengthy explanation. Everyone, please do your best. Then another person steps up to the podium. I am Captain Song Sang-tae. Now we will begin with the Strength Index test. Your endurance and physical fitness will be tested. First will be the strength test, nothing complicated. Just push the tester in front of you back, and you're good. Min-jun immediately feels familiar, as moving it counts as a pass. He sighs in frustration, thinking, why are all the tests like this? It's ridiculous. The captain speaks up. The time limit for everyone is 1 minute. Scores will be evaluated on a scale of 100, and the highest score will earn an additional 10 meters of movement. Those called will start the test first. First, Private Kim Jin-hyuk from the 103rd Division, please step forward. The named private strides forward, using all his strength to push against the model's shoulder. He pushes so hard that his face turns beet red, veins popping out, but was pushed back by the examiner using that same shoulder, immediately reporting that Kim Jin-hyuk scored no points. Comrade has been eliminated, he continued to say. Let me tell you this, comrades. Those who score below 40 points on this test will automatically be eliminated. Hearing this, the crowd buzzed, dead now. One by one, the next people continued. Jang won 10 points, eliminated. Lim Gu, 20 points, eliminated. The examiner remained standing there. Lim Gu was frustrated, thinking, damn it, he's not even moving. Jang Juna, no points, eliminated. Jang Gu, 15 points, eliminated. Looking at the weak soldiers, the captain frowned, silently blaming these bastards. Luckily, someone finally passed the test. Sono Oso from the 104th Division, 50 points, passed. All the boys stared at her in shock. The boys, excited, whispered, wow, that's Sono Oso, the hunter. Damn, she's really pretty. No, it's not her. Her dad is the division commander. What the hell? What the hell? So that power comes from jealousy. Wow. Look at her sharp eyes. I think I'll die if I look any closer. But Sono Oso didn't pay attention to them, just glanced at Kim Min-jun. then confidently walked as if to provoke, but Minjun remained calm, thinking, so she's also an exception like me. The captain continued to call names. Kim Min-jun from the 104th Division stepped forward. He quickly spoke up, yes, Kim Min-jun is here, then confidently approached the examiner without any hesitation. Min-jun recalled, thinking, I shouldn't do what I did with that stone, right? Then smiled to himself. But if I can push him more than 10 meters, maybe I'll get bonus points. Thinking that, he took a run and charged at the examiner, causing him to be thrown back immediately. The remaining soldiers gasped in fear. A loud bang accompanied by debris from the floor scattered everywhere. The examiner's face darkened, trying to keep himself steady. The floor was also dented in 2 tracks from his footsteps. The examiner was now sweating profusely. The captain was also stunned, speechless. After a moment, he stuttered. Soldier Kim Min-jun, 100 points. No further announcements. Min-jun, feeling bored, said to himself, oh, so no bonus points? The test continued. Soldier Du, 20 points. Eliminated. Du Dong-hoa sadly walked back to the group below, starting to complain and cry, so hard. The captain quickly regained his composure. Everyone quiet down. We will finish the strength test here. We will immediately proceed to the speed test without any break. Those who are eliminated will leave the field in an orderly manner. Following the instructions of the examiners behind, 2 soldiers were tasked with preparing for the next test, slowly moving a panel a bit further to the left, then placing a muzzle facing it. The soldiers saw this and guessed, could the test now be dodging bullets? Seeing this, the captain reassured, don't worry, it's just rubber bullets, but if you get hit, it will still hurt, so stay determined to dodge them all. Min-jun seemed quite interested. This is new, huh? Everything was prepared. The captain announced the rules. The maximum standard for the speed test is 1 minute. As long as you don't go out of the left or right area of the net in 1 minute, you're good. This is a speed test. If you're confident in dodging, I'll acknowledge your agility. The standard for elimination is 30 seconds. If you leave the grid before 30 seconds or get seriously injured, you will be disqualified from the promotion exam. So let's get started. Suddenly, Min-jun hears a voice calling him. Min-jun! He exclaims in surprise upon seeing Dong-jin here too. Dong-jin curiously smiles and asks, what's with that surprised expression? Then Dong-jin says, I thought you would be disqualified from the test. Min-jun can only smile awkwardly and replies, not at all, haha. Dong-jin continues, except for you, everyone else has already passed the promotion test at least once. So, it's very rare for them to fail the standard test and be eliminated. The current situation is just like back then. However, there's one issue. The promotion score here is higher than back then, so it will be a bit harder to level up. Then he shares his experience with Min-jun. Compared to that, Min-jun, these rubber bullets fly at almost standard speed. So don't just look with your eyes, the important thing is to predict the trajectory by watching the gun move subtly. Min-jun just lightly replies, is that so? Just then, someone gets hit and screams, ugh, the bullet hit my head, causing that soldier to clutch his head and roll on the ground. The captain coldly announces, Soldier Junji is eliminated. The examiner quickly takes the injured person to the infirmary. Seeing this, Min-jun feels a bit worried. Right from the first step of the test, someone got eliminated? What? The pass rate is so low, but the difficulty is still not enough? The next participants are gradually getting eliminated. Soldier Ji Jang-min is in the tense atmosphere of the promotion test, and complaints from the captain echo loudly. Why are the abilities of the hunters so low this time? The soldier promotion test is taking place in the next room, and the difficulty is unimaginably high. If it continues like this, how can we level up? Another soldier is eliminated, leaving the field with regret. The squad leader continues to shout loudly. Next. Immediately after, Soldier Sono Oso enters the testing area and stretches to warm up. Her body is fully ready as the first bullet starts flying towards her, and the other guys are also worried for her. The clock starts counting down, and Oso skillfully dodges that bullet. The next bullets come flying at a high speed, but Oso carefully avoids all of them. The rest of the crowd can only stare in amazement, while the captain seems quite satisfied. He praises her, saying, that's right. Just like that, you both have achieved the standard time. The captain then announces that Sono Oso gets a perfect score as she leisurely returns to her position, gliding past. Min-shun throws him a puzzled frown. This action leaves him confused, looking back at her without understanding, while those around them start whispering. The captain announced that Sono Oso received a perfect score as the car slowly returned to its spot she glided past. Min-shun threw him a confused frown, making him look back at her in bewilderment, while the people around started whispering. What's going on? Are they dating or something? Min-shun still stared blankly at the girl in front of him, thinking, what is this? At that moment, the captain also announced Private Kim Min-shun to step forward. Hearing the order, Min-shun immediately moved up, but he couldn't help glancing back at Oso with a puzzled look. What's with that stare? Is there something wrong? Or does she want me to praise her for getting a perfect score? Those things can be dealt with later. He quickly found himself in the firing zone, the gun barrel pointed at Min-shun. Just as the first bullet was fired, Min-jun skillfully tilted his head to dodge it. Oso couldn't help but stare at him, eyes wide. Meanwhile, Min-jun thought to himself that he would show them the difference in physical strength, just as he had anticipated. The soldiers below could only stare in shock, thinking, what the heck? This is unbelievable. Not stopping there, Min-jun surprised them even more by slowly moving forward. The moment a bullet whizzed past Min-jun's left cheek, Oso's eyes went wide with fear, but Min-jun was just dodging the bullet. While looking at her with a smile, Tram Chok, the captain, was left speechless, even forgetting to start the timer, losing over 10 seconds. As soon as he realized, he shouted loudly, "Stop! Ceasefire!" Kim Min-chun's speed test reached a perfect score just as Min-chun approached the gun barrel. The next morning, cheers rang out. Next, all the soldiers were standing in front of a cave, and the captain announced, "Okay, everyone, we've worked hard. Next, we'll proceed with the final physical test." The physical test is very simple. A notification board appeared saying you have entered the dungeon with a time limit of 40 minutes. Run in sequence. The intercom announced, "Contestants, start. This is a simple test. You just need to get the examiner's stamp on your hand and return. The only issue is the distance to the starting point." Min-chun thought silently, not knowing how far to run, as the commander didn't specify. Calculating that it was just starting, he needed to adjust his speed. Looking around, everyone was cautious, which was frustrating should he split off. Am I bothering anyone? Suddenly, a light tap on Min-chun's shoulder came from Oso, who intentionally ran past him, moving ahead. She glanced back at Min-chun, leaving him confused. What was her deal this time? Oso extended her hand, signaling a challenge. Right after that, she took off, and Min-chun understood the cue, not hesitating to accept the challenge. All right, she wants to test her strength. Huh. Min-chun thought, then took a running start, dashing forward. Forgetting his initial calculation, his teammates behind called out in surprise, "Hey, wait up." But Oso, feeling confident, suddenly noticed someone speeding up behind her. It was Min-chun. He quickly caught up to Oso, glancing at her teasingly. "Nothing special, huh?" Oso awkwardly stuttered, "What?" Min-chun just joked, "I'm talking to myself," and sped ahead, grinning. "I have to keep up with you too." Oso watched him shoot forward like an arrow, panting and unable to do anything. This scene reminded her of when she first joined the army. Her roommates had welcomed her with great enthusiasm. "Oh, the squad's here. What's going on?" "Just arrived at the training camp. Already met the captain. The rumors are true." "Huh. The general's daughter has incredible abilities." "Oh, feeling shy, stuttering," she replied about that. Her friends are still chill, getting to know her. "Look at her being shy. It seems real." "Oh, I hope she helps us out later." Then they started whispering. "Since she's the daughter of an important figure, I thought she'd be arrogant, but she doesn't seem like that, right?" "Exactly. Someone like her is usually super self-important, but I guess I'm just jealous. Isn't she completely immersed in military life now?" "I don't know about other things, but the best soldiers in our training must have been decided already, right?" "Oh, I don't care much. Just focus on my work." She recalls the scene of Min-chun smashing the crystal, feeling confused. What was that about? The day after, during training, the captain announced the white team won and oh. She waved the opposing team's flag, running back to her teammates with a smile. They raised their victory symbol, but the instructor quickly reported that the green team had reclaimed the objective from the white team. Record 6 is 3 minutes 34 seconds. The white team takes a 10-minute break while the green team focuses ahead. "Instructor, it's been tough already." Besides that, 3 minutes 34 seconds is the new record for the training camp. "Relax, but don't leave your positions." Hearing this, oh, she and her teammates were pretty happy. They started resting and chatting. "Awesome, turns out we didn't do much either. It's all thanks to our squad mates, right? Everyone, let's clap for O." Hearing this, she felt proud and blushed. In the changing room, the female soldiers were changing when suddenly the blonde girl burst in, seriously announcing, "The record we set during morning training this afternoon has been broken. Do you know what's even more ridiculous?" No. The new record is 1 minute 2 seconds. Is that even possible?" "They broke the record." Oh, still calmly folding clothes, not caring. The blonde continued, "Could it be that Kim Min-chun from Team 4 broke that record alone?" Hearing this name, Oh suddenly paid attention, stopping her task, wide-eyed, recalling that person. After a moment, during bath time, the female soldiers were still chatting. "Did you hear? Kim Min-jun from Team 4 fired 10,000 rounds consecutively. In that improved shooting test, record 6 of the training camp, Kim Min-jun, Team 4, ran twice as fast as everyone else without breaking a sweat. That's right, Kim Min-chun from Team 4 took down a demon elephant in that dungeon. Sleep quietly." "Wait, listen to me a bit more," the blonde girl said, rambling on about Min-chun to the point others found it annoying. "It's midnight, and maybe that's why Sona Oso wants to regain the glory in the army's ranks. She remembers a man sitting down to tie his shoelaces. She admired his muscular back since she was a child, always looking up at him with admiration. The man waved goodbye to her, gently ruffling Sono Oso's hair before stepping outside, and she watched his silhouette. Sono Oso smiled slightly. She had made up her mind to be stronger, just like her dad. That day, in the captain's room, it had been 4 weeks of tough training, and today, "I called you here to talk to the daughter of the former superior. It's no big deal." The hunter, Sono Oso, politely replied, "Yes, thank you for your concern," and the captain inquired again, "Have you chosen a place to go after training?" With those training results, the hunter Oso will be prioritized for placement in a division with good records, and indeed it's the 107th Division of General Sun, right? Quite unexpected. Oso suddenly asked, "Oh, where will the new recruit Kim Min-chun go?" Back to the present, Oso realized it was true. It wasn't necessarily because I wanted to be here, but the childish competitive streak and anger flared up for a moment, like a child. Losing could put me in a bad mood. She recalled seeing him in the ranks when he effortlessly threw a judge away, sending him flying over 10 meters. She frowned, feeling embarrassed, thinking, am I jealous? First, I have to admit, Sano, you always wanted to be stronger, not just to be the best. I came here to be stronger without needing my dad's help. If I meet someone truly strong, I will strive to be recognized and learn more. Even just a little bit, no more childishness. Sono was just in time to run to the checkpoint to get stamped. The captain was talking to Min-chun. That's why I told him to hurry. The 6th level is pretty good, right? He had just spotted Oso running over and smiled, baring his teeth while showing her his stamped hand, then leaned closer to her. He said she did very well and teased her. I almost dozed off waiting, which made Oso's face turn bright red. She extended her hand and shouted at the captain, "Please hurry," then brushed off her previous thoughts. "Sorry, that was silly. I'm so annoyed." That expression made the group take a long time to arrive, running and complaining, "I'm dying." But Osho was also panting from exhaustion. Meanwhile, Minjun seemed unfazed. The captain happily announced, "Time's up. Private Kim Minjun, 29 minutes, 1st place, Private Sono. Osho, 30 minutes, 2nd place." The captain praised Kim Minjun, saying he was outstanding. All categories scored perfectly. Minjun cheerfully replied, "1st place, Kim Minjun. Thanks." Then the captain turned to the other soldiers and said, "Now, all the tests will stop here. The hunters will focus on passing the test after eating, gathering in front of the training yard in 1 hour. I got it. Everyone be serious and respond clearly. Understood? OSU." He walks back to pick up his coat while glancing at Min-chun. Seeing her look at him, he teasingly sticks out his tongue. Oso freezes for a moment while Min-chun quickly ignores her and runs towards him laughing and joking, asking, "You passed this test too, right? How embarrassing, Min-chun, over here." Oso breathes a sigh of relief. Ha! In the end, I'm the only one who got excited. Even though I lost to SAO. She feels quite satisfied, saying to herself, "I have nothing to say," then gradually relaxes, breathing in the air and seriously adjusting her outfit. Then she walks at the 105th Division base. At the 2nd Practical Test Center, a stick is slammed hard into the ground. A group of goblins is staring at him. One green, one among them bared its sharp teeth towards him. Another one is also preparing to charge, but the soldier quickly takes down the green goblin, standing up to wipe the sweat off his brow. It turns out that it was Dong Jin, panting as he looked at the goblins in front of him. Another one was charging at him. Dong Jin slightly twirled his sword. Suddenly, from behind him, a goblin ambushed him unexpectedly. Unable to control the situation, the goblin swung its club at Dong Jin. Thankfully, he managed to block it with his sword and kicked it away. Another one from behind continued to charge at Dong Jin, who quickly turned around and swung his sword at it. The goblin was hit, causing it to bleed, but it quickly regained its footing. Dong Jin was now extremely exhausted from losing energy, yet the goblin was still ferocious. Not just one, but another had also gotten back up. Min-chun watched carefully from above, contemplative and silent. Part 2 of the practical test, also known as the Special Weapon Proficiency Test. It was actually simpler than I thought. We just have to demonstrate the skills we've learned in the brigade. Hunters show the examiners, and that's how the strength test ends. The agility of the movements isn't important, it's simply following the procedures to pass. Clearly, I got a perfect score. Most candidates chose swordsmanship for the test, and among them, Private Lai Dong-chi received a very high score. Minjun remembers. The captain was quite satisfied with Dong Jin's performance in the previous test, but Dong Jin seemed hesitant and lacked confidence. However, Minjun silently assessed Dong Jin. Indeed, he still faced issues in real combat during the final part of the test. Also known as the ability to handle encounters with monsters, the privates had to defeat 4 hounds while the privates, ranked first, had to defeat 3 goblins using the special weapons they chose, a real battle. Dong Jin slashed down the goblin that charged at him. The goblin lay helpless on the floor. Dong Jin's sword raised high towards it, then decisively stabbed it down. Dong Jin forcefully pinned the goblin underfoot. Captain 7 announces the first Private Lai Dong Chim. You took 7 minutes and 52 seconds to complete the monster handling test. Just go back to your spot. Hearing that, Dong Jin felt sad and tired, breathing heavily as he slowly stood up and walked back to his place while Minjun was lost in thought. He had many opportunities to slash the goblins, but every time he hesitated, Minjun remembered when Zhongyun was scared of the green goblin, or when Zhongjin let the green goblin slip away and another one easily escaped his grasp. In the end, Minjun figured out the problem. He didn't believe in his own strength. At that moment, Zhongjin stepped out of the door leading from the arena back to his spot. Minjun looked at Dongjin and sighed sadly. Then the captain announced, "Private Kim Minjun, please come down to the field and get ready." Minjun stepped onto the field with incredible confidence, saying, "Watch and learn. Today I will become a sergeant," and show him how his habits will hurt him. The soldiers looked at Minjun in surprise, exclaiming, "Wow!" OSU and the captain were also amazed, watching Minjun as he picked a baseball bat with a nail on one end and confidently walked onto the training field. The captain thought to himself, knowing that he had scored perfectly in all previous tests, but he chose such a dull weapon. He would definitely face difficulties, just wait and see. Meanwhile, Minchun remained confident. What was required for a test like this? The hatch began to open, and the fierce goblins charged out. Minchun smiled confidently, thinking it was just a simple fight. The goblins rushed toward him. Minjun gripped the baseball bat tightly, like an eagle swooping down on a weak rabbit, swinging the bat. The eagle was now behind the red rabbit, smashing the goblins to bits before they could do anything. Minjun had torn them apart in fear. The captain pressed the stopwatch in amazement, exclaiming, 4 minutes and 30 seconds. In the arena, only Minchun remained with the remains of the goblins. The lieutenants began to notice that someone was this skilled in the 104th Division. He had scored perfectly in all practical tests, and yet he was just a private. The soldiers cheered loudly upon seeing this. OSU continued to watch Minjun without blinking. At that moment, Minjun also looked up at her, and seeing that, OSU was astonished. Suddenly, Minchun broke into a victorious smile, radiating confidence and arrogance. "Look at me," making OSU unable to stay calm any longer. "Who the hell is this guy?" Before long, the test day came to an end. The captain encouraged everyone, saying they did great, and especially praised Kim Minjun. Minjun confidently stepped up, saluting Private Kim Minjun. Seeing this, the captain happily patted him on the shoulder, saying, "That's right. This lucky kid got promoted so fast he forgot his rank. Keep it up, okay? I was worried, because you are the only one in our battalion to get promoted this time." But the battalion commander was very happy after hearing the report. Yes, he said that no private has ever passed the practical test with a perfect score, like this before. The team started surrounding Minchun. "Yang did great. If you fail, the whole team is doomed." "Is that even important?" "Here's the deal. When you become a sergeant, don't bully us, all right? That promotion speed is insane." Minchun confidently replied, "Yes, sir." The captain was also curious to see how the journey ahead would unfold. While everyone was getting on the bus to leave, Minchun suddenly turned back and lightly tapped Dongjin's shoulder. Rongjin shyly shouted, "First squad, report." Minchun immediately turned away, thinking, "When we return, we'll train you with special methods." Just as they got on the bus, a long-haired soldier noticed something and exclaimed, "Huh? When did Sono get here?" She was staring intently at Kim Minchun, and a new rank insignia had appeared on her chest. Minchun noticed the badge on her chest and thought to himself, "Her. She performed really well in the monster handling test. She must have passed the promotion exam." Minchun quickly settled into his seat on the bus, but looking out the window still left him confused. Outside, the sky was starting to darken, and Oso was still standing there, watching the bus prepare to move. She was still wondering if she should take this chance to apologize for the test incident. Just as she was about to speak, Oso's eyes widened in surprise as she saw Minchun frowning. He pressed against the window, making a mouth shape towards her. "If you provoke me again, you'll regret it." Seeing this, Oso was momentarily speechless, just as the bus started to roll away. Before long, they zoomed off, leaving behind a confused car, wondering if he was crazy. The bus was now moving steadily down the road. On the shuttle bus, the soldiers couldn't stop teasing and asking, "What's with you and Minchun? It seems like you and Sono have something going on." "Huh?" "Yeah, during the test, she was just staring at you." "What's this? There's something going on, right? Just tell us." Minchun smirked a little. "Well, to be honest, she annoyed me a bit, so I lowered her fighting spirit a little." Hearing this, everyone was left speechless. Then they burst out laughing in confusion. "Annoyed? That killer gaze you mentioned, and you call that annoying?" Everyone started chiming in. "What else? What did you do to Sono, the hottest character in the 104th Division? How dare you? My ideal type? Someone like you? No way. Hansang is my ideal type. From today on, it's Sono." Minchun said nothing, only sighed in annoyance, waiting for them to finish before he casually replied, "That's not my ideal type." Hearing this, the group got frustrated, muttering about this arrogant guy. A curious one spoke up. "So, who's your ideal type?" Minjun answered without hesitation. Everyone froze when they heard. "So, it's an AI?" A member of a girl group, Minjun continued, introducing the #1 beauty from League of Legends. Don't you guys know that Lax is AI? Hearing this makes everyone feel disheartened and they don't want to say anything more. Min Chun still calmly thinks she is the one I like. Back at the military zone, the soldiers enjoyed a day of feasting. After eating, everyone was cheerful, chatting and saying, "Hey, let's clean up. Give me the box without the lid," and sure enough, it was fried chicken. Captain So continued to bring in chicken, inviting everyone to eat a lot. The red-haired guy was surprised and said to his friend, "This is the first time I've seen Captain So like this. Looks like he's in a really good mood." His friend had to admit, "Yeah, you're right." He turned to Min Chun and said, "Eat a lot, okay? If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have this meal." "Thanks," the red-haired guy happily said to Min Chun. "Hey, you already have 3 stripes. At this rate, you'll be a captain soon." Min Chun was still calmly eating when suddenly the door burst open. At that moment, Lee Sung-ho walked in to announce, "Team 2, gather in the break room right now." Dongjin responded in confusion, "Yes, sir." The long-haired soldier curiously asked, "What's going on?" Sung-ho immediately replied, "I'm on my way back after reporting to Hon Chi's team. Administrative reason, celebrating the absolute score on the promotion exam for team members." The long-haired soldier only noticed the beer crate in Sung-ho's hands and asked, "Hey, Sung-ho, what are you doing? Is that beer?" His friend eagerly rushed over and said, "No, I'm saying you all can drink, right?" Sung-ho still replied seriously, "This is the reward for promoting to squad leader. For Kim Min Chun. You guys not involved? Get out." Hearing that, the rest of the soldiers also complied. They looked for excuses to go outside, feeling choked up and calming down. "That rude guy," the red-haired soldier said angrily. "I knew from the beginning, so as soon as Kim Min Chun transferred in, I was sure he would join the Scorpion team." Night had gradually fallen outside the military zone. Min Jun carefully stepped outside, keeping an eye on the surroundings after confirming there were no AI. He called forth something from the dark energy to appear. The dark energy of Min Jun slowly took on a human form. It turned out to be a small, adorable spirit. Min Jun happily asked, "Are you okay?" He recalled not long ago. When he first summoned this little guy, he was very confused because it was so different from his expectations. However, on the contrary, thanks to it, he came up with a good idea. Now what is necessary for him is no longer an assassin like before in the other world. So, he had to give it a suitable role, which is to replace him, someone who can't freely gather information. After the little spirit left, Min Chun crossed his arms and watched it go, feeling irritated. Asterisk. Seeing that excited figure running off makes me uneasy. Asterisk. If AI sees that kid and gets caught by the military, the situation will be chaotic. Suddenly, Sung-ho appeared from behind. "When did you get here?" he asked, causing Min Chun to jump. "What are you doing here?" Min Chun froze for a moment, then found an excuse. "It's been a while since I had beer. Ha ha ha. So I went outside for some fresh air." Sung-ho, concerned, approached and asked, "Are you weak with alcohol?" Min Chun stammered in reply, "No, not really," while thinking. Because basic dark mages aren't affected by poison or alcohol, they can detoxify their bodies at will. At that moment, Sung-ho spoke up about the main topic, congratulating you on leveling up. Seeing this, Min Chun also replied, "Thank you, brother." Sung-ho didn't forget to remind him, "But don't let your guard down." "Yes, I'll keep my performance up," Min Chun replied politely. Then, Sung-ho left, instructing, "If your alcohol tolerance isn't weak, don't stay out too late before you all pass out." At this moment, Min Chun breathed a sigh of relief, glad he didn't see the need to be more careful in the future. He quietly assessed Sung-ho's back. No matter how you look at it, he really is a serious soldier. But then again, it's only fair to acknowledge that. Still, I don't dislike that trait. Late at night, with a full moon, the next day would soon arrive. Inside the battalion commander's room, he was praising Min Chun, saying that kid is truly a genius. Yes, that genius is holding the results sheet. He seemed quite satisfied. This assessment round appears to be serious. We've been closely monitoring these kids, but one of them scored a perfect score. The captain reported seriously, "Yes. Sergeant Kim Min Chun achieved a record of 6 inches this monster combat ability test. It was 4 seconds. The battalion commander recalled, "Ha ha ha, this kid got a lot of compliments at the training center. What did he do? The praises are overflowing, even beyond expectations." And the previous incident at the material warehouse was also handled well. The captain chimed in, "Yes, Sergeant Kim Min Chun has been confirmed to have resolved it first." The battalion commander continued to evaluate. Not even a month in, and he's already a sergeant. Moreover, that promotion process is unusual. He surpassed the record of 6 at the training center. This kid isn't as simple as we thought. Now, it's just a matter of time before rumors reach the military. If it continues like this, the other side will start paying attention to Kim Min Chun. Hearing this, the captain asked in surprise, "If it's that side, are you referring to the Special Operations Brigade?" When the battalion commander thought of Sergeant Kim Min Chun reaching that level, he replied, "Exactly, that's what I mean. Up until now, we've seen countless hunters, and among them, there are also monsters. Now referred to as Legends of the Hunter Core, a new monster will soon appear in the Hunter Core, transitioning to another place in some desert. A soldier is fighting alone on the battlefield against a large number of monsters. A group of other stone-like beings is also rushing toward him. Along with the Lin and lizards, they all fiercely charge at that soldier simultaneously, with not a single one missing. That soldier is Kim Min-chun. He still confidently smiled and shouted a challenge to the crowd. Is that all you've got? Remembering earlier when a soldier was drinking energy drinks while the others were tired and ready to sleep, Min-chun had just finished showering and was returning to his room. Looking at the soldiers who had no energy left, he felt bored. Suddenly, a soldier asked him, Min-chun, are you okay? Min-chun immediately replied, yes, I'm very clear-headed. The other person was surprised, exclaiming, you've had so much to drink and you're still clear-headed. Truly a monster. Suddenly, Sung-ho stepped in, making the other guy panic and say, seriously, you're back. Min-jun then turned to check on the two tipsy guys, asking, are you both okay? Sung-ho just replied softly, yeah, I'm sweating like this, so I'm okay. Seeing that, Min-jun thought to himself, indeed, this guy really is a proper soldier. That body is something else. Sung-ho continued talking to Min-jun. Have you been to the gym yet? Yes, Min-chun hasn't tried it out yet. Then he turned away, saying, no need to worry about it. Just use it freely. You're a sergeant now. Yeah, I know. He seemed to remember something. Sung-ho continued, oh, the combat simulation machine of our unit is better. You should try it out once. Min-jun only focused on the two words simulation machine from the hunting team, which he had just heard, standing hesitantly outside the room. His excited expression was clear. He quickly grabbed the doorknob and stepped into the grand room inside. He saw the simulation machine in front of him. Min-chun curiously approached to see how this works. A notification screen appeared. Please choose the type of monster. After Min-chun pressed, the notification changed. You have selected the brain. Please choose the quantity. Seeing this notification, Min-chun smiled excitedly and kept pressing the plus sign to increase the quantity. Suddenly, the machine announced, exceeded maximum quantity. The maximum number you can designate is 30. Seeing that, Min-chun said to himself, it's been a while, so I plan to go big. As the machine switched to another notification, it said, please set your weapons. Seeing that, Min-chun was even more delighted. There are weapons too. This is awesome. After everything was set up, now he put on the virtual glasses to start the battle. The surroundings of Min-jun gradually changed. This was the desert we encountered in some previous scenes. Min-jun glanced around as the machine began the countdown. 3, 2. A horde of monsters gradually appeared. At this moment, Min-jun realized this, and he joyfully shouted, this is fantastic, sliced through each brain. While fighting, he marveled at the feeling of the strikes. The hits feel pretty good. The brains kept falling down, becoming more aggressive. The more they came, the more Min-chun enjoyed it. Ha ha ha. This feels so real. You guys come at me. Another brain fell and slowly disappeared from the virtual space. Soon the machine announced, battle completed. Min-chun seemed quite disappointed, saying, only 30 monsters? What a letdown to end it like this. Suddenly, he had an idea. What if I do this? The notification screen appeared. You have selected 30 goblins. You have selected 30 brains. You have selected 30 stone golems. You have selected 30 lizards. A horde of goblins gradually appeared, followed by a group of brains, 30 stone golems, and finally a swarm of lizards. Seeing that, Min-jun excitedly shouted, now this is what I'm talking about. This is truly a monster hunt. Looking at the monsters around him, he happily glanced at them and asked, are we all set? The machine began the countdown. 3, 2. A group of lizardmen rushed forward, and the brainless creatures weren't far behind. They all charged toward Min-chun. Min-chun swung his baton continuously in the virtual space. The death cries of the monsters echoed non-stop. Wherever Min-chun's baton struck, monsters fell. In no time, he had cleared out a massive number of them, leaving none behind. The system displayed a notification that the battle simulation was complete, and Min-chun slowly took off his virtual glasses. Feeling proud, he thought to himself, this is really something. I have to admit, this is the most fun I've had since playing League of Legends. Suddenly, Min-chun's status board popped up, activating the skill for the *** primitive weapon technique ***. He was puzzled and wondered, what is this? ***, primitive weapon technique ***, proficiency significantly increased. Why did I suddenly get this? Not bad, huh? I didn't expect to receive a weapon skill, but it's like a gift from the heavens. Even though I can't go to the dungeon, this way I can still gain skills. I should come here every day to learn a new weapon skill. As soon as Min-chun stepped out of the simulation room, he noticed Zhang Jin standing there, frozen in place. Min-chun asked, what's up? The green dragon nervously pointed at the notification board, saying, Sergeant Kim Min-chun, this island. Min-chun still didn't understand and followed the green dragon's gaze. What's this? The simulation results show that I defeated 30 goblins. defeated 30 brainless creatures, defeated 30 stone golems, defeated 30 lizard men. It turns out there's also a notification board outside the simulation room. Both of them were speechless. Zhang Jin finally came to his senses and asked, "Did all of this happen because of Sergeant Kim Min-chun?" Min-chun awkwardly didn't know how to explain, this is because... Suddenly, he had an idea and said to Zhang Jin, "Privately, Zhang Jin, can we talk for a bit?" "Are you planning to talk in the gym?" Zhang Jin asked in a panic. "Is something wrong?" Min-chun replied calmly, "What's the issue?" "Of course, I'm training you." Zhang Jin quickly looked for an excuse to dodge Sergeant Kim Min-chun. "What did you say before?" "Just a misunderstanding. I'm still tipsy." Min-chun firmly pushed him away. It's fine. Sweating is even better." And after the two had left, someone stepped up in front of the simulation room, surprised to see the notification board showing the results of the second battle simulation, defeating 30 goblins, defeating 30 brainless creatures, defeating 30 stone golems, defeating 30 lizard men. That was Kim Kwang-sik. He was taken aback, unsure of what to say. At the hunter's camp, Kim Kwang-sik had his hands in his pockets. He was slowly walking to the team's break room. As soon as he opened the door, he saw about 4 soldiers chatting. A soldier sitting near the door jumped up and bowed. "Where's everyone? Where's Kim Min-jun?" he asked. And Private Jin Jun replied, "Everyone has gone to the warehouse to get snow removal equipment. As for Corporal Kim Min-jun, he said he would be in the gym until our schedule starts." He hadn't finished his sentence yet. Private Jin's face went pale as he unconsciously called Kim Min-jun sergeant in front of Kim Kwang-sik. Kim Kwang-sik glanced at this private with a confused expression, speechless in the presence of Private Jin's power, only able to swallow hard. Seeing that he understood, Kim Kwang-sik finally spoke, relaying that Kim Min-jun, the team leader, was looking for him. The unexpected news made Private Jin's heart race, and he stuttered, "Yes, sir," before running off quickly, eager to escape before his senior changed his mind. At this moment, Kim Kwang-sik approached the group of soldiers huddled together, asking, "What are you guys doing? What's with this bet?" The purple-haired soldier turned around and casually replied, "Where have you been? Want to join in? We're betting on how fast Kim Min-jun will become a sergeant." What caught his attention was a betting slip sitting prominently on the table. It had scribbled bets. Hanjiang bets 6 months, Morgi bets a year and 6 months, Jai 8 months, TG a year and 2 months, and Dongjae 2 years. "Betting your salary, this bet is intense," Kim Kwang-sik muttered as he held the paper. "Why do you guys keep pulling these betting stunts?" The purple-haired soldier laughed. "Hanjiang bet 6 months. He burst into laughter as if it was the most ridiculous thing, as if something so absurd could actually happen. The soldier with the tied hair had been silent until now, expressing his annoyance at the purple-haired guy's attitude. "I just think that way. That jerk is nothing like those ordinary guys," the soldier thought. The purple-haired guy next to him smirked, enjoying the reaction of the tied-haired soldier, while Kim Kwang-sik silently stared at the betting slip. Then he quietly wrote something down while the purple-haired guy continued to tease. "Look at him yelling. He must be scared. Are you regretting your decision yet?" "Humph, no more talking. You better shut up," the tied-haired soldier said, raising his fist in frustration. Suddenly, Kim Kwang-sik slammed the betting slip down on the table, making the tied-haired soldier display a puzzled expression. "Are you really doing this? You can't change it back," the tied-haired soldier shouted as Kim Kwang-sik walked out of the room. In response, he simply raised his hand in farewell without saying another word. "This guy is even crazier than me," thought the tied-haired soldier as he looked at the betting slip, realizing Kim Kwang-sik had only bet 1 month. Meanwhile, in the gym where the weights were neatly arranged, a prominent warning sign was displayed on the wall, with clear text warning against using weights without an instructor present. Kim Min-jun was carrying a heavy barbell, performing his exercises consistently, with every muscle fiber bulging. Clearly visible beneath his tight black shirt, nothing could hide it. Not only that, he was also switching to arm exercises. After a while of intense training, he set the weights down and relaxed his arms, thinking to himself, "I've been lifting weights for days, but my stats aren't increasing. That weird island training is actually pretty effective. The power of the hero from another world, passive skills, your strength stat increases by 150%. I really like how skills get stronger, and the stats increase a lot more. There's nothing like the power of the hero returning, right?" An image of a soldier with a ripped physique. The solid muscles appeared in Kim Min-jun's mind. "Is it hard to increase the stats?" Kim Min-jun sighed. With both hands on his hips, suddenly a notification popped up. "Your inner strength skill has been unlocked. Your strength stat increases by 5. It's working. It seems like just a basic skill, but the AI is interested. I'll level it up later." Kim Min-jun's face lit up with excitement like a child. At the same time, Private Jin peeked in from the door, seriously raised his hand to greet and said loudly, "Hello, Corporal Min-jun. The squad leader is looking for you." "All right, thank you." Kim Min-jun couldn't stop smiling. His eyes brightened at the word skill and turned to look at Private Jin, which made him raise a big question mark in his head. "What's up with everyone today? He looked at the main character eagerly putting on his uniform and thought about it. In the admin office, Kim Min-jun reported loudly. "Hello, Corporal Kim Min-jun. I've arrived at the admin office as ordered," standing tall. He walked in, and a soldier sitting at the desk raised his hand with a cheerful expression. "Here you are." He stood up from his chair and walked toward the main character, saying, "It's nothing important. Let's go to the consultation office and chat." Then that soldier pointed to the door, adding, "Your life as a corporal is over. It's been a week, huh?" "Pretty good. I'm having a wonderful time," the main character replied. "Congratulations on your promotion." The soldier smiled brightly. "It's all thanks to you fixing that incident with the mid-level drops. I really appreciate it." "It's nothing." The main character smiled and then sat down. The soldier handed him a notebook. "This is why I called you today. The battalion commander sent this to you for handling that incident, and for scoring perfectly on the promotion test. Thank you." Kim Min-jun opened it to find a certificate of excellence. "Corporal Kim Min-jun, you have been recognized for your outstanding achievements in the 5th, 22nd, 10th Hunter Corps, 104th Division, 2nd Battalion, Colonel Jun Bayo. Don't be upset that I'm handing this to you casually. We just don't want too many official events happening in the Hunter Corps," the soldier said. "But don't worry about it. All of this will count as part of your experience." "Experience? Huh?" Kim Min-jun asked in surprise, turning to look at that soldier. "Does that mean these can grant me additional exceptions? Right?" Kim Min-jun's face lit up with excitement. The soldier smiled awkwardly. "Haha, probably," the soldier continued. "However, this isn't an easy award to receive. Not many hunters get awarded early like you, and even fewer receive multiple awards like this." Furthermore, with a fierce spirit, Kim Min-jun excitedly exclaimed, "If I have 10 awards, can I level up?" The soldier chuckled awkwardly, caught off guard by this strange sergeant. "Is the award a fried chicken coupon or something?" Not stopping there, Min-jun eagerly asked, "What about a 1+1 deal or an award event? What then?" Faced with this barrage of awkward questions, the soldier was left speechless. A few days later, on a road, a hollow voice rang out, "Attention, everyone, get ready with your weapons." The soldiers lined up seriously, preparing for the upcoming mission. "Our squad has been assigned the mission to conquer the dungeon. You need to act as you've been trained. I have no doubt that we will complete the mission without any injuries." A soldier carried a box out. The soldier beside him continued, "As you've been informed, the dungeon we will conquer today has everyone below unable to hide their fear, their faces pale. A rat nest, also known as a sewer," a soldier said while handing out protective gear to everyone. Transitioning, a soldier's foot splashed in a puddle. "Those participating in this mission are Squad 2, Team 2. Sergeant Kim Min-jun, Squad 2, Team 2. Sergeant Dong Han-jang, Squad 2, Team 2, Private Lee Dong-jin," they remarked while slowly walking in. "It really stinks." Next is the commander of Squad 2, Lieutenant Kim Jong-min. Leading the way is Squad 2, Team 2 Commander, Sergeant Lee Sung-ho. The dungeon, the rat nest, also known as the sewer, is where the 2nd Battalion of the Hunter Corps is going. Team 2, Private Jin Shul-ho leads the group, with the Vice Commander of Squad 2, First Sergeant Kim Min-ji. This dungeon isn't classified as high danger, however, it often produces over 200 monsters. Suddenly, Sergeant Lee Seung-ho raised his hand and spoke. The cramped space of the tunnel also limits the use of guns, making it quite a complex dungeon. The two soldiers looked at each other as they discovered something. Aside from the direction the team was heading, there was only one entrance. "I think it's best to lure them from here. This means the dungeon will have 2 entrances. The first is the team's entrance. The second entrance is over there in the middle, which is the lair of the rats." Lieutenant Kim Cho-min stated, "All right, prepare the bait. Everyone, get ready to set traps before entering. Each of you will be equipped with a special gas mask from the Hunter Corps. So basically, our soldiers won't be affected by the stench." Private Jo Zeonji from Squad 2, Team 2, brought the bait box forward. Sergeant Dong Han-jang suddenly raised his hand to scratch his face, looking uncomfortable at the sight of the bait box. He forced a smile, saying, "Ugh, these damn things," as Kim Min-jun stood beside him. Confused by his expression, it was because this mission was taking place in a complex dungeon. "It stinks," turning it into an environment where hunters can't fully unleash their abilities, and the trap weapon for this mission is... Lieutenant Kim Jong-min-tae reaches into the box and pulls out a rotten banana. Yes, bait for the monster rats or what's left of it. At this moment, on the other side, Corporal Dong Han-jang and Kim Min-jun turn pale when looking at the bait. Dong Han-jang speaks up. "The smell is disgusting. No wonder they eat stuff like this." Meanwhile, on the other side, everyone is quickly placing the bait in the designated spots. "Right here." "That's right. The more we set up, the better." Lieutenant Kim Cho-min gestures and commands. Suddenly, Private First Class Jaseon notices something. He curiously moves closer. He sees the bones of some animal. He exclaims before he can even bend down to check. A soldier yells, "They're coming." A horde of monster rats is coming from the front entrance. "Everyone, get ready to fight," Lieutenant Kim Cho-min orders. Form a line at the entrance. Everyone rushes into position, and soon a team stands guard at the entrance. Private retreat to the back. Sergeant Kim Min-ji, the second squad's deputy commander, gives the command. Fall back, everyone. Hold your shields in line under the deputy commander's direction. Want to bet on who kills more monsters? Loser pays up. Private Dong Han Jang looks over at the purple-haired guy and jokes. Then he draws his sword from behind. Want to join in? Captain, don't slack off. Lieutenant Kim Cho-min speaks up, signaling everyone to be quiet. Everyone falls silent, waiting. On the other side of the entrance, a swarm of over 1,000 rats, each as big as a cat, rushes forward wildly towards the soldiers. Lieutenant Kim Cho-min shouts, "Hold your positions, don't break formation. We'll deal with them here." In the face of the ferocity of the rat horde, the protagonist Min Jun smiles with excitement. This is interesting. Second squad, Team BA, Private Kim Mogi. He swiftly slashes and decapitates one rat, his expression unfazed. Second squad, Team 2. Private Dong Han Jiang does not fall behind either. With one strike, several rats lose their heads, bodies not intact. Second squad, Team 2, Commander Sergeant Lee Sung-ho punches a rat with his bare hands, not even flinching. The protagonist Min Jun smiles as he watches his teammates fight. Second squad, Team 4, Commander Sergeant Kim. DONGTE is also putting in a lot of effort to attack. Next up is the second squad, Team BA. Commander Sergeant Cho TGUC, second squad. Team BA. Private Kim Kwang fights with one hand punching a rat while wielding a sword with the other, not sure if it's because he's too focused. Watching his teammates fight, our protagonist Kim Min Jun doesn't notice 3 rats charging right at him. Everyone is doing quite well, Min Jun thinks to himself, swinging the baseball bat he holds in his hand, just a light swing. 3 rats fly off, losing their heads, but 2 people catch his attention. At that moment, a rat runs past a soldier. Immediately, that person drew his sword and delivered a single strike to finish off the rat. These 2 received the mission. To kill the rats escaping the area, that is Squad 2, Deputy Commander Sergeant Kim Min-ji, and Squad 2. Commander Corporal Kim Jon Min Nam just killed a rat but didn't forget to observe them. They had covered quite a wide area, which is proof of advancement through strength. Kim Min Jun was unexpectedly surprised. At this moment, on the other side, there was a soldier focusing seriously on taking down the rats. That's Squad 2, Team 2, Private Lee Jong-jin. He was also starting to show the results of his special training. Min Jun smiled with a proud expression as everyone was very determined to eliminate these monstrous rats. A voice called out, "We need one more person here. I'll be right there." Corporal Dong Han Jang replied. Lieutenant Kim Jon Min fell silent, as if sensing something approaching. He stood up straight, swinging his sword to take down a rat. A soldier suddenly froze and yelled. A monster was charging from behind. At this moment, at the other entrance, another swarm of monstrous rats appeared, and this time their numbers were even greater than before. The rat monster was behind that soldier, shouting for everyone to get ready to fight once again. Team 1 and 4 will handle the back door. The privates tried to use their shields and slowly retreat, Lieutenant Kim Cho-min ordered. Don't try to attack them, hold the line. Everyone in front, retreat now. Everyone was working hard to kill these devilish rats. Some used swords, others knives. Some used hammers. The scene showed countless dead rats scattered everywhere. The red-haired soldier, holding a sword in each hand, spoke up. We're almost done. There are only a few monsters left. We just need to hold on a little longer. In the meantime, the main character seemed to notice something. Huh, what is that? He widened his eyes in surprise as a purple aura appeared. Looking left and right, the main character Min Jun was worried, constantly thinking. He couldn't sense it right away because he was wearing a gas mask, but it was definitely coming from the ground beneath the corpses of the slain rats. A purple aura emerged from the ground, something was rising. The main character Kim Bin Jun shouted, "It's coming up from the ground." Everyone was caught off guard, unable to react as a massive figure leaped up from the ground, causing the soldiers to stagger and fall. "Damn," a soldier exclaimed. Kwang Shich stood frozen, stunned by what he was witnessing before him. The abnormal monster before him was a giant rat with a muscular body and 6-pack abs, roaring loudly. This rat monster had 4 eyes. If nothing changed, I bet you, it is the lead monstrous rat. That soldier suddenly recalled the pile of bones he encountered when entering the cave. Was that pile also caused by it? It had eaten its kind here. What a ridiculous size. Then suddenly, Kwang felt a chill run down his spine as the giant rat growled in front of him. This scene terrified him. He stumbled and fell to the ground, his hands instinctively unable to move as he was busy shielding his head from the rat that lunged at him. A soldier nearby, perhaps the closest to Kwang, trembled in fear, unable to draw his sword despite knowing his comrade was in danger. But his body went stiff, unable to move. Suddenly, from behind, the squad's deputy commander called out. Sergeant Kim Minji shouted, "Kwang, calm down and run now." However, his body at that moment, Kwang struggled to move. In reality, we often freeze up and become less agile when facing something we fear greatly. or something extremely strong, and Kwang was no exception as the claws of the monstrous rat lunged at him. Kwang was in a life-or-death situation, instinctively raising his hands to shield himself as a scream erupted. A soldier rushed in, slashing at the rat's claws. However, his weapon was knocked away immediately in response. The soldier grabbed Kwang's shoulder and shouted, "You need to get out of here, Li Dongjin." Kwang exclaimed, "Yes, that's right. The one who came to save me is Private Li Dongjin." He had just returned from special training, but with that strike from Li Dongjin, although he couldn't take down the beast, he succeeded in enraging it, making it even more ferocious. The two stood frozen in shock. Kwang shouted, "Now!" At that moment, Min Jun suddenly leaped into the air, looking down at the monster's head. With his shield ready to strike, thoughts raced in his mind, his eyes clouded but filled with determination. This is demon energy. A blinding green light appeared in the air, striking directly at the monster's head. Immediately, the beast collapsed to the ground. Li Dongjin and Kwang, standing closest, staggered from the overwhelming pressure. A few seconds later, Li Dongjin slowly opened his eyes, shielding them from the light as he grimaced and looked ahead. He raised his hand with a thumbs up, saying, "Well done." Li Dongjin stood confidently beside the main character, Kim Min-jun. Turning back, Li Dongjin nodded proudly. In the distance, people were rushing over. "Min-jun, it's dangerous. Hurry back. Sergeant, follow me. Everyone else, fall back." Deputy Squad Commander Sergeant Kim Min-ji shouted. After Li Dongjin and Kwang left, the main character, Min-jun, turned to face the monster and smiled as it roared, lunging at him. The noise caused rocks from above in the cave to slowly start falling. A rock fell in front of the soldier, startling him into a frozen stance, while the main character stood behind, dust swirling around. "Thanks, you damn monster." He grinned triumphantly, saying "monster," as it attacked with its claws, and at that moment, the main character's eyes sparkled. "You say that, but I'm worried about being seen by others." Right after that, a beam of green light appeared at the main character's foot. He dealt a painful blow to the monster, but it didn't stop there. He charged in with his shield, creating green rings of light from above, heading straight for the monster's head. As the relentless attacks rained down, the rat was knocked down. More and more beams of green light appeared, attacking it continuously. The main character raised his hand, ready to punch it. Just as he was about to deliver the finishing blow, he suddenly stopped because the big rat had been mercilessly taken down, injuries all over, its jaw broken. Lying unconscious, it was unclear whether it was alive or dead. Suddenly, from the monster's body, wisps of purple smoke emerged. Looking at it with delight, the main character reached out to grab this purple glowing orb. As the purple gas from the monster was slowly being absorbed, a notification appeared. "You have absorbed a certain amount of demonic energy. Your demonic energy has increased." "Oh, that's a bit fair, huh?" The main character smiled with a deep meaning, holding the staff and saying, "I will make good use of this." Outside the dungeon area, everyone in the team was resting and recovering after a long battle inside the stinky dungeon. At that moment, in a corner, Private Dong Hanjiang sat sighing, looking gloomy, saying, "Oh, come on," while the purple-haired guy next to him kept asking, "Have you given up yet?" Meanwhile, Lieutenant Kim Jong-min was on the phone with AI to report the situation. "Yes, it's not an ordinary monster. Now all team members have evacuated from the dungeon. Yes, that's right. We can only confirm that there was one. And it was eliminated by a member of the team." Kim Min-jun was sniffing his hands. Maybe he had some lingering scent from the fight with that monster. This made him cover his nose, not daring to smell the scent on his body any longer. His expression was quite unpleasant. In the distance, Lieutenant Kim Cho-min was still on the phone saying, "Yes, yes. Please send additional forces for the mission." Behind the main character, a guy from the Tay ethnic group walks up with his hands in his pockets, talking about the mosquitoes and the monsters. "There's no normal creature on the front lines. Thanks for saving us, Corporal Dong Han Jiang." He subconsciously sits down and continues. "Earlier, when I saw that bitch, I was so shocked I almost lost it." Kim Min-jun also sits down, replying, "It's nothing. Sorry for jumping in without orders." "What are you sorry for? That was clearly an emergency situation, and luckily you reacted quickly. If it weren't for you, Li Dongjin and Wang Sik must be in big trouble now." Dong Hanjiang leans back and looks at the main character. "But are you okay? You're not hurt anywhere, right?" Dong Hanjiang asks with concern. Kim Min-jun smiles lightly, implying that he's fine. He's really humble, interrupting the conversation between the two. A guy walks over and asks, "Are you really not hurt at all?" Commander Kim Jong-min asks seriously. "Yes, Commander, I'm fine." Kim Jong-min turns to smile at Dong Hanjiang, who looks incredulous. He thinks to himself, is he even human? To that question, Commander Kim Jong-min sighs and rubs his forehead. "When we get back to the camp, I want to talk to you for a bit." "Sure," Kim Min-jun replies, a bit puzzled. After the commander leaves, Dong Hanjiang speaks up. The commander doesn't seem too happy. That might also be the thought of the main character, who's holding his head in contemplation when suddenly, the deputy commander of Squad 2, First Sergeant Kim Min-ji walked over from somewhere, holding her phone to her ear. Yes, I understand. Suddenly, seeing Kim Jong-min pass by, she called out, causing him to jump. All members evacuated sustained only minor injuries. Dongjin just finished his exam and was heading back to the camp. Even with a few small bruises on his head, they said he should be able to return to the camp tomorrow. Saying that, Kim Min-ji placed her hand on Kim Jong-min's shoulder. Kim Jong-min could only sigh. The deputy commander of Squad 2, First Sergeant Kim Min-ji, turned back and spoke loudly. Squad 2, listen up. Due to unforeseen circumstances, we now have to do our best to conquer this dungeon. Everyone, please check your personal equipment to prepare for our return. Understood, Commander. At this point, the sunset was beginning to set. The next morning in the administrative office, Kim Jong-min slowly sat down and spoke. I called you here regarding the report to provide detailed information on how you took down that mutated monster over here and submit it to me. Saying that, Kim Jong-min pushed the A4 clipboard toward Kim Min-jun. Kim Min-jun picked up the clipboard and stared at the blank paper attached to it, thinking, asterisk, what should I write about? Asterisk, I tried to hit it with my shield, but I couldn't take it down, so I had to resort to using my fists. I wonder if they will believe me. The main character sat deep in thought when Kim Jong-min approached. He set down a small water bottle and spoke up. I couldn't see clearly because my view was obstructed, but it seems you took it down with your fists. Wasn't it you? Kim Jong-min asked with a doubtful expression at that question. The main character's hand holding the pen paused awkwardly, forcing a smile as he replied, haha, that bastard was really strong. So I didn't have time to think much, Min-jun. By the way, what's your strength stat? Kim Jong-min asked seriously. My strength is 65. Kim Min-jun replied innocently, and agility is 60. This answer left Kim Jong-min at a loss for words. I'm a lieutenant, and I only have an average level of 40, but this guy has strength and agility stats over 60. That's double the average of a sergeant. He instinctively leaned back and looked up at the ceiling, saying, with stats like that, you could have made it into the Hunter Military Academy. What a loss. Kim Cho-min looked toward Min-jun, who was diligently writing, thinking, asterisk. Oh, right, asterisk. According to the records, he dropped out as soon as he was in high school. It must be tough to get registered in there. Min-jun, if you intend to become an executive, you should graduate to get into university. Once you become a sergeant, you can still come and go anywhere and participate in online courses. What do you think? I can consider it. Kim Jong-min is seriously asking, but before this proposal, our main character shows clear displeasure because, with his personality, he enjoys the freedom to roam. Rather than being forced to do something, especially since with his current talent, he can level up quickly. Kim Min-jun scratched his face and innocently replied, I don't really like studying that much. My grades are enough for me to advance. Not too surprised by that answer, Kim Jong-min sighed, raising his hands. All right, since you're the one making the decisions. I won't pressure you. If you change your mind, just let me know. The main character replied, Thank you, Lieutenant. At this point, it was starting to get dark outside. Kim Cho-min spoke up, I need to finish this report, so you should take a break. I won't forget your achievements today. Okay, I'm off, said the main character as he walked out. Suddenly, Kim Cho-min glanced at the hat on the table, calling out to Min-jun. He startled and turned back. Yes, Lieutenant, Kim Jong-min said. Today you saved the team members again. Let's just say we might have faced a much worse scenario than that. I couldn't even move at that moment. Thanks, Min-jun, he replied lightly. I just did what I had to do. Kim Jong-min smiled at Min-jun as the main character walked down the hallway. Of course. It's what we need to do to gain power and build achievements for ourselves. More than anything, the scene shifts, and the main character sighs. His face showed little interest and some unwillingness while talking to Wang Sik. So, you want me to let you join my special training? Along with Private Lee Jong-jin? In response to the main character's question, Wang Sik looked confused. Min-jun crossed his arms seriously and asked, Wang Sik, how did you know we were training here? Min-jun pointed to the chain and said, Oh no, you even want to train with these guys? You haven't fully recovered yet. Faced with those rapid-fire questions, Wang Sik was confused and didn't know how to answer, looking a bit cute at that moment. Remembering the scenes he had witnessed, he stammered, well, it's because... Suddenly, pointing at Lee Jong-jin, he said, Oh right, Lee Jong-jin, you've improved a lot. I think you're doing fine now. It's thanks to this training, right? That's why I also want to join. Join you guys and start training. Uncle Kwang Sik was sweating profusely at that answer. Min-jun reacted with an incredulous expression but still somewhat believed. This is why you thought you could trick me so easily? Min-jun seriously asked back, Do you think we would agree to that, uncle? Kwang Sik stood frozen, unable to say a word. Min-jun spoke again, but there were still things that needed to be done, right, Private Kim, Wang Sik? Min-jun's smile looked really awkward. I felt like he was threatening Wang Sik with that attitude. Wang Sik couldn't hide his embarrassment. His face turned slightly red, and suddenly he seriously leaned down and said, "Thank you for saving me, and I'm sorry too, Dong Jin." Li Dongjin was surprised by Wang Sik's action. He awkwardly replied, "It's nothing, but why did you do that, Private Kim Wang Sik?" Kim Min-jun stood beside them, wearing a smug smile. Hee hee. Wang Sik leaned down and spoke in a slightly apologetic tone. "I'm sorry for bullying you all this time. I'm not sure if you'll forgive me, but I sincerely want to train with you guys. I have some circumstances and want to become a non-commissioned officer. So that's it." Li Dongjin spoke up, looking at Min-jun. "He can join us, right, Private Kim Min-jun?" Min-jun replied, "Of course, not yet, Private Li Dongjin." Both Dongjin and Wang Sik were surprised, so Wang Sik added, "Oh right, I understand if you're uncomfortable because of my past actions. Still, I thank you both. I'm alive thanks to you." Saying that, Wang Sik sadly turned away, enveloped in gloom. "He's really fragile." Seeing that, Dongjin spoke up, "Hey, Private Kim Wang Sik," suddenly Min-jun said, "I have a condition." Wang Sik turned back. "What is it?" Min-jun said. Wang Sik showed a confused expression, with a huge question mark on his face. "If you pretend to be a pigeon for the next 24 hours, I'll reconsider my decision." At that moment, the main character's face revealed a villainous grin that was hard to describe. He waved his hands as if calling a dog. Seeing that attitude from Min-jun, Wang Sik's face showed clear veins. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "What the hell?" Before finishing his sentence, Min-jun interrupted. "Oh, you don't want to, huh?" At that moment, Wang Sik's mouth was struggling to hold back a growl. His face had all the veins popping out, and his face was as red as a gak fruit. His throat kept making growling noises. Dongjin, witnessing this scene, worriedly spoke up, "Private Kim Wang Sik." Meanwhile, behind them, Min-jun wore a childish expression that could make anyone scream. "Call your mom here, pigeon. Hee." In some castle where two moons, big and small, appeared in the sky. A heavy cart rolled down the road. A soldier wearing a helmet that covered his face was only wrapped in a thin piece of cloth. Covering the necessary parts, he was slowly pushing the heavy cart covered by the cloth into this castle. The cart stopped behind a woman who spoke. "Good job, just stay behind." We can also guess that she would be a beautiful woman, right? The soldier standing behind remained silent. She turned around and asked, "Do you have something to say to me?" The soldier in the helmet hesitated for a moment and replied, "It's just." "How long do you plan to keep doing this?" The woman stepped forward and answered coldly. AI could see in front of the carriage being moved in. The woman bent down and lifted the cover, revealing a fierce purple gaze, a flicker of purple light shining from within, signaling the presence of some ferocious creature that was being held captive, seemingly unconcerned. The woman stood up straight while the soldier beside her warned. Hearing this, she immediately raised her hand. A magic circle with intricate patterns appeared on the floor. Her voice rang out. "This is a gift for the one who has left us." The helmeted soldier behind her looked a bit surprised as she continued with a cryptic smile. "What I mean is, nothing is ever enough, right?" The smile on her face now looked truly terrifying as she returned to the camp. The sound of shoveling dirt echoed continuously in the weary air. The soldier named Cho couldn't hide his frustration. "We just got back from the dungeon not long ago, and now we have to set up camp again. How do you feel about being treated like this at the end of the year? Isn't it a bit too much?" The soldier frowned in anger, making the purple-haired comrade beside him chime in. "Yeah. Sergeant Cho, I've been thinking about this for a while now," looking a bit lazy. Sergeant Cho turned back with a look that seemed to say, "Yeah, go ahead, I'm listening," as the purple-haired guy continued. "But does setting up these tents really help when fighting those monsters?" As he finished, both looked down. The other teammates were diligently working. Sergeant Cho sighed. Who knows? Suddenly, the roar of an engine caught both of their attention. A truck loaded with materials was approaching. Sergeant Cho pointed at it with a disheartened voice. "Finally, it's here. The junk has arrived." That's right, the junk Sergeant Cho just mentioned are the heavy square blocks. One by one, everyone took turns carrying them on their shoulders amidst the crowd transporting these blocks to their destination. Quang, with a sweaty face, forced a strange smile and explained, "We joke around saying it's junk, because we don't know if it's made of stone or metal. This stuff is incredibly hard and much heavier than it looks. And that's why we're setting up camp with this material. It's made from a special mineral. From the dungeons, it's called *times. Quang's words were interrupted by Min-jun. He turned with an innocent expression. "What did you just say?" "The notable thing, island." On his two shoulders were two heavy square blocks, but they looked as light as carrying empty cardboard boxes. This extraordinary sight left Quang stunned. Stammering, he couldn't find the words, no, I didn't say anything. I just thought someone might be curious." But it seemed his caution was unnecessary as the stream of people continued to take turns carrying the blocks. Some carried them easily, while others had to strain to lift just one block. Some even carried 4 blocks at once. Whistling casually while the boxes were unloaded from the truck, a voice rang out. "Everyone, take a 10-minute break." A soldier hurried over to Captain Kim to report. "I heard something while getting supplies at the division. It seems like an empty dungeon has appeared in the 104th Division's area. A few soldiers resting nearby jumped in shock. Is that true, Deputy Commander? You're not joking, are you? Sergeant Minji, please. The team of Sergeant Cho is asking. Their faces clearly show their worry. One person held his arms, another held his legs, begging Deputy Commander Minjin and me, Sergeant Cho. This would be the third time. It's seriously bad. You can't joke about it. Deputy Commander Minjin spoke helplessly. Calm down. Those bastards are still investigating. Amid the chaos, Minjun sat in a corner with a confused expression. Meanwhile, Hong Chi sat across from him, looking at him as if he realized something. An empty dungeon. That's how hunters refer to dungeons that meet certain standards. First, they are usually larger than normal. Second, the number and types of monsters exceed the average. And third, there are no bosses or dangerous monsters inside. An empty dungeon is a perfect place for hunters to accumulate experience. That's why. They are often used as training grounds for divisions before conquering similar dungeons. It's considered a hunter's drill. Famous, huh? Kwang Chi suddenly spoke. Are you talking to an AI? Kim Min-jun asked back, confused. Kwang Chi stared blankly for a moment and then fell silent, deep in thought. I just thought an AI would be curious. Indeed, his random monologues helped Kim Min-jun get more information about the dungeon. A hunter's drill, huh? That doesn't seem like the kind of training we need right now, Kim Min-jun pondered. Meanwhile, Sergeant Cho's team was still crying and begging Deputy Commander Minjin. I don't want to go anywhere. Amid the whining of these two, Sergeant Minjin's face clearly showed anger. But he said nothing. This is really annoying. Suddenly, Captain Kim spoke up. But this is division training, and these kids here have a chance to build their achievements. The captain's words startled Minjun. Oh, right, achievements. His demeanor instantly filled with ambition, his eyes sparkling. I'm on the front lines, so there are plenty of opportunities. It was definitely the right decision to come here. Under the shadow of the main character, a stream of dark energy emerged, followed by a face that made him lose all joy. Why are you here? The face in the shadows broke into a strange smile, but immediately Minjun stomped on it with his foot from the other side. Deputy Commander Minjin couldn't stand the two annoying soldiers anymore and fought back, but they clung to him like leeches. He didn't stop complaining. We don't need any achievements. Why are we still being harassed at the end of the year? The eerie shadow under the main character's feet is still smiling. The main character sighs, thinking how lucky he is that no one is paying attention to it. Saying that, he bends down to cover the eerie face with his hand and quietly asks, So, what's going on? Images of two people vaguely appear in his mind, requesting reinforcements. Yes, it's because of a mutated monster. The request was sent from the investigation team regarding the dungeon appearing in Iangu, the girl beside him adds. It appeared in the military area, right? The man nods. Yes, it's not a civilian area. It seems that both members of the investigation team suddenly lost consciousness. This is a strange incident that has occurred recently. It could be the dungeon causing it, so we need to conquer it as soon as possible to return control of the area to the military, and request all hunters from Iangu to return right now. The dungeon in the residential area at Wakyan is our priority. Everyone go there now. The man next to him replies, Understood. That's everything that crossed Minjun's mind. Suddenly, he smiles at the face in the shadow, then steps down hard with his foot. It seems like he's about to get another day off. That smile again. A few days later, in a strange apartment in a room, the main character is walking to the chair, putting on his jacket and zipping it up. Main character Minjun wonders if he's all set. Yes, on the table is a family photo. Do you see someone familiar in there? Yes, that's Captain Kim Jong-min. Many of you might be wondering why our main character is at the captain's house, right? Let's go back a few days. So you're going now? Captain Kim asks, not understanding why he's carrying more materials than others at the construction site. It's because he wants to finish early to use his day off, right? You're special, you know? The main character's eyes light up as he smiles and replies, Yes, thanks, Captain. That's not really a compliment. Captain Kim says it seems like your home address is currently in a restricted area. Where did you spend your last day off? In response to this question, main character Minjun scratches his head and replies, I was at the internet cafe. The captain sighs but is not surprised, as he probably anticipated it, just as I thought. If you agree, this is the key to the place you can stay. Saying that, Captain Kim places the key in Minjun's hand. It's an apartment that my parents used to live in, but now it's empty because they went on a business trip. Since I went there and took a day off, it's very clean. Our Captain Kim is really considerate. In response to this offer, the main character feels flustered. No need for that. Of course you do. Why not? Then Captain Kim takes out a pre-written address from his jacket pocket. He hands it to Minjun. Though it's a bit farther than the barracks, it's still in Gangwon. So it's better to stay at the internet cafe. Holding the paper in his hand, the main character thinks to himself. If it's in Chuncheon, that's not bad either. Before he leaves the room, Captain Kim adds, Even if you don't stay there, just take the key with you. Have a great vacation. The main character looks on with a confused expression. Why is Captain Kim being so nice to me? At the administrative office, Captain Kim leans back in his chair, sighs, then suddenly sits up and looks at the documents on the table. It's Minjun's file. He stares at it for a moment, then turns to look out the window, returning to the present. The main character glances at Captain Kim's family photo, puts on a hat, smiles lightly, then steps outside. Let's head out, Minjun says at the bus station in Yanggu. Our main character walks calmly down the street. He suddenly remembers the words of the short-haired woman in the dungeon at an abandoned school in Yanggu. Okay, got it. Please stay 1 kilometer away and secure the area. The woman is talking on the phone with that AI on the streets. At this moment, the military has begun to guard the area identified as having the dungeon. The main character, Minjun, is up high. He moves by jumping from one building to another, landing in an alley not far away, hiding behind a utility pole. There it is, the image of the dungeon entrance appears. He slowly approaches, wondering what kind of monster will show up this time. It should have been searching for new kinds of monsters. That demon. His face shows some discomfort as he recalls the grotesque demon, appearing in his shadow last time. Before entering the dungeon, he says, "If it looks too dangerous, I'll bail." A notification appears. You have entered the dungeon. This time, the scenery is not a cave, but a dark forest. The main character, Minjun, walks slowly, saying, "It's too damp here," then suddenly stops. It turns out there's a broken sword lying on the ground. He bends down to pick it up, thinking, did a fight happen here? He stops and says, "This is too obvious. Show yourself." As soon as he finishes speaking, he turns around and a large monster appears, looking like the magical rat from before. Its eyes are cloudy, miasma continuously billowing out, growling like a beast. What the hell? He's slightly surprised. Is that a troll? This damn thing is huge. Minjun thinks to himself, slowly getting up. The investigation team must have had a tough time surviving after encountering this giant. With that, he stands in a fighting stance, no words necessary. A troll leaps and lunges at him with all its strength. He quickly dodges its attack, then uses his magical punch. Once again, a bright blue light envelops his fist. It hits the monster right in the head. However, perhaps due to its long life, it uses its teeth to block his punch. What a clever dodge. With this move, if it were a regular person, I fear their hands wouldn't have the strength to hold anything anymore. But our main character, Minjun, is AI, so this can't be a problem for him. The troll opens its mouth. But at this moment, he has already retracted his hand and doesn't forget to kick it. How dare you? You're pretty tough. You even took my kick, huh? He asks the monster, but it doesn't know how to speak. Once again, it attacked, forcing him to step back a few paces. Nevertheless, Minjun didn't forget to tease, "Watch out." At this moment, the goblin's feet sank into the ground. Unable to move, a notification appeared. Skill decay deactivated. The goblin's feet began to sink even deeper. More hidden weapons appeared. At that moment, the main character attacked, throwing a series of punches. The more he hit, the more excited he got. Wow, you're really tough, aren't you? Not even dodging. Next to the goblin, a light glimmered before the main character's punch connected. The monster tried to block it with its hand, but how could it hide from him? Once he found its weakness, no monster could defeat him. Even if its skin was as tough as a buffalo, the monster still got pushed back a few steps as tears appeared on his clothes. As he focused on the tear, the main character, Minjun, suddenly noticed the broken sword he had discarded earlier and said seriously, "I need to pay attention. The monsters I faced since returning have been like ants, but you're more like a Japanese hornet." Holding the broken sword, he looked at the monster. Suddenly, it roared and charged directly at the main character, but he didn't run or dodge. Thus, the monster's hand grabbed his head. However, a bug is still just a bug. The main character, Minjun, growled, "You little brat. How are you going to repay the damage to my new outfit?" Our main character was really furious. Without hesitation, he plunged the broken sword into the side of the monster, causing it to scream in pain. Not stopping there, he kicked it with all his rage. The monster was instantly down with a blow to the head. Streams of hidden weapons converged into a sphere in the main character's hand as a notification appeared. You have absorbed a certain amount of demonic energy. Your demonic energy stat has increased by 1. Your demonic energy stat has increased by 1. With your demonic energy reaching the threshold, you have unlocked the skill Shadow Body. The skill Shadow Walker has been enhanced. The basic swordsmanship skill has been established before the notifications. The main character showed clear excitement. The status window displayed basic information about him, Kim Minjun. The leader Lumi is my favorite character. Strength 65, Agility 60, Stamina 60, Demonic Energy 22. Skills include Decay D, Shadow Walker, Shadow Body, Basic Swordsmanship E, Basic Weapon E, Internal Force E. E, Shadow Body, E, Shoot an invisible arrow using demonic energy. Basic Swordsmanship E increases sword usage level. With a delighted expression, he exclaimed, "A long-range attack. Awesome. But why do I have basic swordsmanship? Well, that's from the earlier hit with the broken sword. His face lit up as he said, because I took it down with a critical hit. Hey. Thinking back, it was injured before meeting me. He approached the goblin's corpse and pulled out the sword he had just stabbed. What was that shiny thing earlier, I wonder? Curiosity took hold. He fumbled through the goblin's corpse. Suddenly, he stopped and exclaimed, "What is this?" A black liquid was stuck to his hand. In the palm of his hand, there's a sharp metal object. Is it a chipped sword piece? Is it from the investigation team? The main character has a bunch of questions, but upon closer inspection, it looks familiar. Suddenly, 3 goblins appear behind him. He quickly pockets the object and stands up just as I'm about to test my new skill. "Come here!" The main character excitedly shouts. These monsters are in for a rough time. 2 swirling black orbs appear in his hands. Let's see the power of my E-rank skill. With that, he unleashes the 2 black energy streams from his hands, hitting the monsters outside. The monster in the middle hesitates a bit as the main character releases a surge of demonic energy. He speaks, "Even though I've completed my mission, I can stay longer to clean up." The remaining monster grimaces in fear. The main character takes advantage of it, smiling in a way that would make kids scream, "Where are your buddies?" At this moment, outside the dungeon, anyone nearby could hear the screams of the monsters. Not long after, our main character strides out confidently, pausing for a moment. He turns back to the dungeon and says, "All right, this dungeon is done, now it's time to play DPS." One of his eyes radiates demonic energy. A few days later, Team 2 is selected for a mission again. Sergeant Cho looks pale as he lags behind. Meanwhile, the main character, Min-jun, walks calmly. What kind of mission are they on? We've just had a well-deserved break, but when I return to the camp with a peaceful heart, the whole team is in a state of chaos. The private in the cave is crying, hugging Min-jun. It really is an empty dungeon. We have a hunter drill next week. While Sergeant Cho and Dong-hyun sit huddled in a corner, they wonder how to avoid the mission this time. Commander Kim intently studies the dungeon's terrain map. One team will start from a random position and move towards the dungeon's center. This empty dungeon will have 8 entrances, all leading to a central location, says Commander Kim. John Min is studying the terrain map while organizing the formation when he suddenly stops and yells, "Everyone, get ready for battle. Take position on the hill up ahead. This is a practical training exercise related to combat in emergencies. Get ready to face the monsters." Everyone is in a fighting stance, looking very serious, faces tense as strings. But our main character is extremely excited. Yes, this battle will confront some monsters. Scattered in the distance, dark spots appear, their shapes eerie. With big mouths, no hands or feet, they roll like balls, speeding forward using the wind. That's the Dark Bridge. Yes, it's the Dark Bridge. Commander Kim Jong-min stands frozen, giving orders. "Everyone, put away your special weapons and prepare your guns. Quickly get into battle formation." Just as expected, this is going to be the most exciting training session. The main character couldn't hide his excitement, ready to shoot. The deputy commander ordered everyone to focus on their aim. The dark spheres took some hits, but they were still hard to take down. Deputy Commander Min Jin shouted about the dark spheres. The dark spheres have a tough skin, and they can fly, making it difficult to catch them with melee weapons. They need to be taken down before they get too close. Despite the rain of bullets, a few dark spheres were completely unharmed as they charged forward. Commander Kim Jong-min shouted, ordering everyone to cease fire. The team prepared for close combat. It would be tough to kill the remaining 3. If they let them suck human blood, they need to be careful not to get bitten. Min-jun thought to himself, "I guess it'll be over once I get bitten. If we have too many injured soldiers, our team's score will definitely drop." At that moment, a dark sphere charged towards the 3 soldiers. "I won't let that happen," said the main character. The main character smirked and dashed in front of the 3 soldiers, shouting, "Sergeant, get out of the way." He kicked the dark sphere away. The main character is so funny. Everyone stood in shock as all 3 looked up. Watching the dark sphere fly up into the blue sky, I don't know how long everyone stared at it, but my neck is starting to ache. It would be easier if I could hit it with a dark entity, the main character thought before the dark sphere fell. 2 soldiers managed to take aim and shot it, causing it to explode in mid-air, and thus Min-jun would handle shooting the sphere in the sky. The team would be able to take aim now. "Everyone, focus on the dark spheres in the air." Commander Kim Cho-min spoke up. "The first mission is complete. The dark spheres have been completely eliminated. The remains lay scattered on the ground." Commander Kim Jong-min informed the whole team, "We will rest for 10 minutes. During the break, check your personal gear and also see if there are any injuries in the formation and report back to me if there are." Kim Jong-min patted Min-jun on the shoulder, making him a bit confused. Dong-hyun and Kwang-chi in the front gave a thumbs up in secret, as if to say, "You did great." Suddenly, Dong-hyun turned to look at Kwang-chi. Their eyes met. Both quickly turned away without saying a word, while Sergeant Cho's group sat panting. Sergeant Cho spoke up. "Did you notice that this training session is harder than the last one?" "We've fought several rounds already," Seo-jan replied tiredly, "Not sure anymore." "But there's a rumor that this isn't an empty dungeon," Sergeant Cho said, surprised. Seo-jan replied, It seems there's a boss in this dungeon." "What?" Sergeant Cho asked. Then Selen recalled a blurry image when 3 soldiers appeared, weapons in hand. However, in front of them was a soldier with a slightly round body using a cloth to wipe. Next to him was a gigantic elephant. The soldier kept wiping the bloodstains from his hands. He suddenly stopped when he saw 3 soldiers appear, a knowing smile on his face. He pointed at them and said, "Now, where can we train?" That's right, so they captured it and locked it up at the rally point because they feared the dungeon would be punished. SEO John said this while helplessly shedding 2 tears. Sergeant Cho, sitting next to him, couldn't hold back. These guys are just too funny, so fragile. As the scene turned sorrowful, Deputy Commander Min Jin appeared, placing a cold hand on their shoulders and saying, "Hey, lazy ones, break time is over." Despite their reluctance, neither of them dared to defy orders. Both replied, "Yes, Commander." Then, helpless, they followed Deputy Commander. The main character sighed. Those 2 stars in the Hunter Corps are really cool. After resting, everyone started the next mission. Leading the way was Commander Kim Cho-min, followed by Deputy Commander Min Jin and the 2 lazy ones. The team was most afraid of the one he was closely following. Commander Kim Cho-min raised his hand to order the team to stop, his mouth forming a long A. Everyone in the team was taken aback, and the main character was equally surprised. That person was down below. There was a figure sitting cross-legged, waiting for their group, with a tag around his neck that read "Wounded." Yes, that was the man the main character eagerly wanted to meet, the TWO stars in the Hunter Corps. Meanwhile, somewhere else, an old man was sitting and lighting a cigarette. He instinctively opened his eyes to see a soldier in armor, a muscular figure standing in front of him, who then spoke. "You're back early. Did you mess up?" At the old man's question, the armored soldier awkwardly bowed his head, his hands clasped in front of him, looking like a child being scolded by their parents for doing something wrong. "It's okay. You have to follow that woman's orders," he said, extending his hand forward. Understanding, the soldier bowed his head. Respectfully handing over his sword to the old man, he took the sword in his hand. The old man observed intently and remarked, "This sounds a bit serious. Where did you hunt monsters?" At the rally point in the central dungeon, a discussion was taking place in a tent. "I mean, the monster point is significantly higher than expected," a soldier said. "I hope there won't be any incidents." That person was Lieutenant Colonel Ko Jong-chan. The man sitting opposite him was Colonel Yoon Sung-yoon. This man had a gentle face and spoke up. "The division commander believes that our average combat capability is gradually weakening, but I think we're letting them go too far." Lieutenant Colonel Ko Jong-tron replied. At that moment, Colonel Lee Ji-unbel suddenly walked in, and everyone performed the military salute. Colonel Lee Ji-unbeom asked, "Do you know where the division commander went?" To this question, Colonel Yo Sung-jian and Lieutenant Colonel Ko Jong-chan helplessly replied, it seems." Colonel Lee Ji-unbeom yelled, "What?" In response to his friend's anger, Colonel Yoon Sung-yoon smiled, hands clasped behind his head. "You know he can't be stopped." Colonel Lee Ji-unbel continued with a worried expression. "But why is he participating in this training? Why does he have to come to my kid's place?" Colonel Ko asked, raising his hand. The division commander said one thing before leaving. Colonel Ko said while adjusting his glasses, looking very dangerous. "There's a soldier I want to see return to the training location." The soldier wore a badge indicating his rank. The injured soldier sat there, grinning as if he had been waiting for them for quite a while. Everyone instinctively froze. Unable to say a word upon seeing this man, Commander Kim Cho-min thought to himself, knowing that there would be a tough challenge involving an injured soldier. However, the position of the injured one was believed to be one of the higher-ups, but who would have thought it was actually the division commander? Just as that thought crossed his mind, the man stood right in front of Commander Kim, smiling, pointing to the injured badge around his neck, and said, "Hello, battalion commander. Please take good care of me." This made Commander Kim feel a chill down his spine as he stuttered, "Hello, I'm First Lieutenant Kim Jong-min. Yes, sir." Meanwhile, the team tasked with carrying the injured soldier couldn't help but feel confused by the imposing figure before them. "He is really big. I wonder if we can even carry him." Looking at the stretcher prepared for this mission, I couldn't imagine him lying on that stretcher. At that moment, the deputy commander spoke up, "Sir, we will proceed to put you on the stretcher." He glanced at them with both hands behind his back and said, "Sergeant Kim." The deputy commander replied nervously, "Yes, sir. I am First Sergeant Kim Min-jin." "After all this time, you still don't know my temperament?" he said. He crushed the stretcher with his bare hands, brushed off his hands, and turned away, click, click. His expression clearly showed he was not pleased with the commander's action. Deputy Commander Min-jin spoke up, but for training purposes, the injured need to be he didn't finish his sentence. The division commander raised his hand, saying, "Forget it, I won't do anything. I already told you. So just ignore me and continue with the training." Deputy Commander Min-jun could only whimper. At this moment, the division commander looked at the main character Min-jun, smiling with great expectations. The main character Min-jun, seeing the commander's demeanor, couldn't help but smile back with excitement. "I knew it. This training session is going to be sick. the fun isn't over yet. Not only do we face various kinds of monsters, but there are also different weapons prepared by the division. This training session is just getting more enjoyable. That's from the perspective of the main character, but for some others, this training is truly brutal. That's from the main character's perspective, but for some others, this training is really brutal. Always out of breath from having to fight continuously. Squad 2, Team 2. Private Jinjong is gasping. He's on a mission to defeat a monster lizard, giving it his all, shouting, "Take this." Although the strike took down the monster, another one appeared behind him in the sweltering heat. Plus, having to fight continuously, he reached his limit and quickly collapsed. At that moment, the monster launched an attack. However, he was taken down by the main character, and a notification appeared. **** basic swordsmanship. *** has slightly increased sword proficiency. Although this is just a basic skill, I think it does boost my strength a bit. Maybe I'll level up thanks to this training session. The main character reaches out to Private Jin Tron, who tiredly grasps his hand and says, "Thanks, man." The main character, Min Jun, stays silent, not knowing what he's thinking. Everyone is putting their all into attacking the monster lizards. Another monster is taken down, but there are still plenty left. However, the main character, Min Jun, with his quick reflexes, takes down these monsters one by one with a single move. While taking down the last beast, Commander Kim saw him but quickly tossed his sword away. Meanwhile, the division commander is standing outside, observing. It's said that the drills on this hunting ground are the toughest ever. A monster appears behind him, preparing to attack, but he punches it into the air with just one hand. Commander Kim speaks up. "After this round, we'll take a break. Everyone, give it your all until the end. All right?" "Yes, Commander." The main character raises his finger to imply he's okay, and the division commander shows a satisfied and somewhat amused smile. But it's clear that Kim Min-jun has made an impression everyone remembers. Meanwhile, in the north of the dungeon, the girls are fighting against dark orbs. However, these girls are getting a bit worn out. The dark orbs are relentless and won't let up. One orb suddenly rushes into attack. A girl with blue hair swings her sword and shatters the dark orb. Everyone stands up to regain their strength. An excited girl says, "Private Son Guhia, you're really cool." She's taken down almost all of them. This girl has been too careless, celebrating too early. A dark orb suddenly rushes in from behind. Before she can realize the danger, a helmet flies towards her, and she unexpectedly falls down, her hair blowing in the wind. The girl from earlier turns to look back. Another girl is blocking the dark orb's lethal attack with her sword. But at this moment, she's also near the cliff. The situation is precarious. If she slips, that girl could lose her life. The curtain falls. At this moment, Squad 2 is resting, laughing, and chatting after enduring a harsh training mission. Meanwhile, Commander Kim and Deputy Commander Min Jin look confused as if witnessing something unusual. The division commander suddenly speaks up. All team members have managed to make it this far without serious injuries. The squad leader really has talent. The division commander smiles and speaks in response to the compliment from the division commander. Team leader Kim looks a bit bewildered. He thinks to himself, where is this going? Then he looks over at Min-jun and says, "It's all thanks to the team members." The division commander speaks again. "Part of it also relies on your abilities," he says, patting Commander Kim on the shoulder. "Keep giving it your all until the end, okay?" Again, that smile full of expectation. "Thank you," Commander Kim replies. Then he turns to look at Deputy Commander Min Jin, wrapping his arm around his neck amidst the tense atmosphere. The helpless sigh of Deputy Commander Minji interrupts the hesitation of the young soldier. "What are you hesitating about? I just wanted to help a little. Why are you so sorry?" Behind them, two soldiers carrying a stretcher can only sit quietly, keeping out of sight. The exchange between the division commander and the deputy commander piques Wang's curiosity as he speaks up. "Private Lee Sanju, what's this about? This is your second hunter drill, right?" "Correct. Can I ask you about this?" "No, don't ask." Ignoring the refusal, Wang's innocent gaze turns towards a sign that says "No entry and a strange pit." "What is that?" "Oh, that? It's the pit." Private Lee Sanju's innocent answer makes everyone exclaim. "You two are really clueless," Commander Kim Jong-min announces, breaking up the conversation. "Let's move out. Everyone, back to your positions." However, on the way, Wang continues to wonder. "The pit? Yeah, the pit," Wang repeats, unsatisfied. "I know it's a pit," but this time Private Lee suddenly turns around, acting wise. "Don't you know anything about the dungeon pit? So, when you heard about the dungeon, did you fall asleep?" Even though there are still many mysteries about the dungeon phenomenon, he adjusted his glasses and continued speaking with expertise. "There's a theory suggesting it's a space connected to another dimension through a portal, no matter what. It just can't have a perfect connection between the endless dimensions, right? Not only are there limits within the dungeon, but those connection points can be randomly severed too. The place where this occurs is called a dungeon pit." Wang Sik asked, "What happens if you accidentally go beyond the limits, or step into the dungeon pit?" The private stroked his chin, pondering. "I'm not sure, but I heard that you would be transported back to a random position in the dungeon." Suddenly, the group froze. Before them, a small figure lay motionless. The unexpected situation forced everyone to pause and rest for a moment. After a while, the girl woke up and sat up drinking water. After Commander Kim Jong-min reported the situation about the camp, the division commander still quietly observed. Commander Kim approached the girl. "I've reported the situation to Battalion 4, so you don't need to worry and just rest, okay?" The girl looked up with a pleading gaze. "Can you help me check if my battalion members are safe?" "Sure," Sergeant Kim Jong-min smiled. "Everyone is fine, and they're really worried about you. They stopped training to look for you, but they probably resumed since I just updated them." "Thank you," the girl replied, her face relaxing a bit. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something. She frowned, looking down at her bandaged leg and then furrowed her brows. Deputy Commander Min Jin finally spoke up. "With your leg like that, continuing training would be a bit difficult. The important thing for a hunter is to take care of yourself because that's how you can improve your combat ability," Deputy Commander Kim Jong-min added. "I've contacted headquarters, so the transport team will be here soon. Unfortunately, this training session has to." The girl seemed unwilling but couldn't do anything else. What the heck happened? The division commander suddenly spoke, his voice startling the girl. "What? Division Commander Ju So-kian is here?" She thought, "What's going on? Isn't this team training too?" Commander Kim Jong-min replied, "She's fine. There are no serious external injuries, but it seems she might have a fracture in her left ankle. I think if she continues training, it might be a bit difficult." "Oh, that's a shame. We're almost finished, right?" After saying that, the division commander turned to the girl. "What happened to you?" "I'm Private Sun An Siu," the girl replied awkwardly. "I fell off a cliff while fighting a monster, then I passed out. When I opened my eyes, I found myself here." "Did you leave the limits of the dungeon, or did you enter the dungeon pit, whatever it island?" "Luckily for her, she was found early," the serious division commander said, suddenly stopping. "Wait, what did you say your name was?" "Yes, it's Big Nut Sun and SEO," she replied. "I'm from the 4th Battalion, daughter of Sun Thao," the division commander asked loudly. The girl blushed and replied, "Yes." It was truly a ridiculous situation. Now she was playing the role of an injured soldier. The division commander looked around, seemingly searching for something, which left everyone puzzled. Suddenly he exclaimed, "Oh," and looked towards the main character, Private Kim Min-jun. The main character instinctively turned around. "Yes, I'm here." You innocently ran over and saw Kim Min-jun, making the girl blush even more, thinking, asterisk, "Why is it him?" Asterisk. The division commander hesitated for a moment and ordered Private Kim Min-jun carry her quickly. It was an unexpected command. The girl just wanted to find a hole to hide in. "What?" the main character asked, confused. "Carry her. She's injured," the division commander emphasized, his expression terrifyingly intense. Only then did the main character notice the girl sitting there, covering her face. A thought flashed in his mind, as if to achieve another accomplishment, while the main character was still contemplating. The division commander's eyes seemed to be starting to smoke. "Okay, I get the situation," he said, immediately breaking into a bright smile. "Yes? All right, then let's go." The main character bent down, ready to act. This made the girl blush and yell, "Are you serious?" "I'm already embarrassed. The big brother isn't someone to mess with either, acting all threatening. If you don't want to, just give up. But if that's the case, then she'll lose all her training points. What do you want to do about that?" In response to the main character's question, the girl could only lower her head and sigh. "Please take good care of me." The main character's face looked like he had found a mountain of gold. Looking at Kim Min-jun, Private Jang Hanjang exclaimed, "Man, that bastard is really a monster. How does he still have so much strength?" Private Jen replied, "He's not even human. It seems carrying a girl is nothing for him. Worrying about him in this case is kind of unnecessary." Commander Kim Jong-min said, "Just follow me. If you feel tired, just let me know." The main character, with a face like a wolf that caught its prey, replied, "That won't happen," but internally, she was struggling hard. The girl sitting behind spoke up. "I don't think you even know what you said." He turned to look at her with the expression, "What are you talking about? Can't you see I'm carrying you perfectly?" Faced with his expression, the girl turned away, thinking, asterisk, damn it, asterisk. This lecherous guy since the moment he took on the task of carrying a girl. Have you all noticed that the main character has been smiling this whole time? If you think he's just a womanizer, you're mistaken. It's simple. He's smiling because he has a tangible achievement on his back, so he's very enthusiastic. The division leader observed from behind, and suddenly, Vice Commander Minji spoke up. "She's being treated specially, because she's the daughter of another division leader." "Someone must have said that," the division leader replied. "There's no rule saying we can't help the injured. This is also part of the training process. Besides, you forgot one thing." Vice Commander Minji looked confused. The division leader's brows furrowed. "Sun Tae-ho, that bastard is not simple." After a while of being carried by the main character Min-jun, the girl Sun and Seo began to feel uncomfortable. Her gaze kept fixed ahead, which made Kwang feel a chill down his spine, unable to speak. Then she glanced at the division leader, who was now standing with his hands clasped behind his back, walking behind Vice Commander Minji. With a face as bored as a weasel, 2 lines of text clearly read, "This is so annoying." Suddenly, she asked the main character, "If you're tired, just say so, and I can give up." This could be seen as a show of concern. However, our main character just didn't get it. "It's fine. Compared to the burden, you're really light." He was way too blunt. Kim Min-jun, "Why do you call me a burden?" This made the girl Sun and Seo behind him widen her eyes in surprise. Damn it, why did the main character Min-jun have to say that? I wonder what he's thinking right now. Right, based on weight, she must be around 50. "Hey wait," she said that loudly, catching everyone's attention. But I guess everyone was too tired to care, except for our buddy Kwang, who was paying attention to this couple. Knowing she couldn't speak loudly in this situation, she helplessly said in a whisper, "I'll keep my mouth shut. So please, can you be quiet too?" The main character Min-jun was left stunned, his expression blank. He probably doesn't even realize where he went wrong. She looked at Min-jun and sighed, saying, "One day, I'll repay you for your help." If you've been following the main character Min-jun since the early episodes, you're probably familiar with his desire. I'm really looking forward to it. His mouth is still hanging open because at this moment he's thinking. But if the one repaying is herself, even better. That's why he took on the task of carrying her without complaint. Annoyed, he began to tease her. "Where are we now? You're lighter than this burden." "So, about 50. "Shut your mouth." She's a bit angry, but from an outsider's perspective, they look like a newlywed couple. It's quite interesting. Suddenly, the commander and vice commander Minji exchange glances. Hey, you get what they're thinking now. The night begins to fall. If you think they'll get some rest, you're mistaken. They continue to march on, with Commander Kim Jong-min sweating profusely, clearly showing signs of fatigue. Focused on the map, the 2 lazy guys start complaining. "Please, no more monsters." Sergeant Cho suddenly speaks up, while Jin behind him looks even worse and forces out, "I told you this is hell. Who changed the normal training to this hell, huh?" The 2 just silently shed tears. You know they're talking about AI, right? Yes, that's the commander. If it were just regular training, what would be interesting about it? There needs to be some challenge for the story to be interesting. At this moment, Commander Kim Jong-min speaks up. About 2 kilometers left. Stay focused and don't let your guard down until the very last minute. Relay the message down. Squad 2, Team 1. Corporal Lee Shun and Squad 2, Team 1. Sergeant Lee Jite breathed a sigh of relief because they finally arrived. Thought they'd get a break? No way. How could that be called a hell challenge? The 2 couldn't even manage a smile. In the distance, on the sky with few clouds, a dark mass is flying. Sergeant Lee Jite shouts, "Squad leader." There's a group of monsters up ahead. Commander Kim Jong-min instinctively looks up. The whole team prepares to fight the monsters ahead. They are airborne monsters, the dark birds, each aggressive, diving down at them like arrows. Commander Kim Jong-min is confused by this attack. Why are the dark birds appearing here now, amidst the swarm of monsters? The commander silently observes the situation. Internally calculating, I've made it this far with an injured person, yet I encounter these dark birds at the end. A type of small sparrow from the planet, but their claws and teeth are sharp enough to tear flesh apart. While hunters don't die from such wounds, the pain they cause is incredibly heavy. These creatures are stubbornly insane. Seriously, squinting, I can't even see them anymore because my vision is fading. Meanwhile, everyone has drawn their swords to attack. The vice commander stands in front to protect the main character and the commander. Things don't seem right from the perspective of a supervisor in the role of the injured. Your reactions now could serve as grounds to deduct points. He's not wrong. Deputy Commander Minji silently analyzed, realizing her teammates were fighting while exhausted. They have no momentum left. They can't use their fatigue and limited vision as excuses. First and foremost, we are hunters. If we leave our positions to help them, the situation may not even change. In fact, if we go beyond our limits, we could lose points. So let's trust the squad leader, and just wait for his orders while the deputy commander quietly observes the main character's face. Min-jun couldn't take it anymore. The vision of the entire team losing points, something he desperately wanted to avoid, loomed before him. What the hell? He blurted out, a moment of hesitation or doubt, even forgetting that he was carrying an injured teammate on his back and charging forward. The sudden action made the girl Yuseo scream, "Hey, Hunter Kim Min-jun, where are you running off to?" He shouted towards the squad leader. "Squad leader, please give me a chance." The squad leader, surprised, yelled, "What are you talking about? You're still carrying an injured person on your back. How dare you say that? Everyone has already reached their limit," Min-jun said. "If you think he cares about the lives of his teammates, think again. Right now, he only cares about potentially losing points." He continued, "We can't keep going like this. I can do it." His eyes were full of determination. The captain didn't say anything, but decided to give him a chance. "All right, what's your plan?" The 2 started whispering to each other, and it made the squad leader panic, shouting loudly, What are you saying?" The injured girl behind also instinctively covered her mouth with her hand. The squad leader spoke up after a moment. If it's not possible, we'll retreat immediately. You only have one chance. The main character, Minjun, confidently replied, yes, Commander. The injured girl behind found the two puzzling, doubting the feasibility of the plan. How could they execute a plan in this situation? What's wrong with these people? The blackbirds suddenly flew into the air, forming a circle. Everyone was unsure of what they were planning. The squad leader shouted, get the injured here. I'll carry them. Minjun said, there's no time left. Execute the plan now. At that command, Commander Kim Jong-min seemed a bit stunned, but the situation was too urgent. There was no other option. He shouted orders to his team. Everyone, move back. Corporal Kim Min-jun, get ready to fire. This left the division commander incredibly surprised. What? Fire? Are you crazy? You plan to shoot them with a rifle? The main character said, hold on tight. I don't want to lose the injured. And Siu had a somewhat reluctant attitude. This crazy name, she hugged the main character tightly as Minjun's eyes began to emit a stream of demonic energy, causing the dark birds above to dive down. The darkness was too familiar to me, just like when I was at the hunting ground. Enough talking for the newbies, he used his power to start taking aim. At this moment, the target was in sight, plus I had the *** dark technique *** skill, and the energy began to concentrate in my hand as I pulled the trigger. A notification appeared, *** dark technique *** activated, and a shot was fired without revealing my position. The main character hid his power in the sniper rifle. A dark aura surrounded the bullet as it shot forward at incredible speed. Aimed at the monster bird, it flew towards it, and instantly, the dark bird was shot, losing half of its body. The girl instinctively opened her eyes to witness everything happening. She exclaimed, he killed it. But how? The main character wore a confident smile, knowing victory was in his grasp. The bullet was as big as a cannonball, surrounded by dark energy. How could it be dodged in this darkness? No one could detect it. The ** dark technique ** was truly unbeatable, and he chuckled softly. The dark birds attacked again, flying toward them, but were quickly shot down in the sky. Each shot hit its target, leaving everyone dumbfounded as they watched the dark birds fall slowly. Kwang Shich looked at the main character and couldn't help but exclaim, unbelievable, because Min Jun had handled them all by himself. They were firing while their vision was limited, yet his face showed no signs of fatigue as he carried an injured comrade on his back. This damn guy, he suddenly stepped back as if realizing something, catching the attention of a soldier standing in front of him. The squad leader behind couldn't find the words, transitioning to the scene where everyone had arrived at the gathering point in the base. They all clapped to congratulate them for successfully completing the mission. The gate opened, and everyone began to enter the base. Kwang Shich seemed a bit more relaxed, letting out a sigh. Finally, it's over. Corporal Jang Hanjiang spoke up, and the deputy commander Minji looked tense as a string. He was the last to pass through the gate. The recorder announced loudly, all members of the 2nd Battalion, 2nd Company. 2nd Squad is all passed. Everyone finally let out a sigh of relief, and smiles appeared on everyone's faces. The main character Min Jun was no exception. Everyone had made it through. The medical team began to be dispatched, and a commander spoke up. Medical team, please check on the injured first. 2 medics rushed over. Squad leader Kim Jun-min couldn't hide his joy and gratitude as he looked at his teammates and spoke up. You guys did great. Thank you for not giving up and holding on until the last moment. At the squad leader's words of thanks, everyone smiled proudly and chimed in, well done, everyone. At that moment, Deputy Commander Minji turned around and said, we've reached our destination, no more slacking. Let's head back to the barracks and rest. Everyone slowly enters the squad leader's barracks, surprised to look towards the south. The main character, Min Jun, is still carrying Nseo, happily asking a medic where to go to receive their award now. This confuses everyone, and Siu sitting behind feels awkward because the squad leader called Kim Min Jun the one who worked the hardest. You're always the first to act and never hesitate in the face of difficulties. In response to the squad leader's praise, Min Jun smiles and replies, thank you, Commander, I know this well. But still, hearing it makes me feel embarrassed. And Kaio, sitting on the main character's back, suddenly speaks up. Can you put me down now? The medic standing there has also been frozen. Those two treat him like he's invisible after sitting on the stretcher. And Kyo, with a slightly guilty expression, says, I'm sorry for causing inconvenience to the team, and thank you, squad leader, they respond. We're proud to have completed this training together, so don't think of yourself as a burden, the squad leader says. Suddenly, the division commander unexpectedly pops up, laughing loudly. Ha ha ha, good, good. We finally completed the training. Saying that, he rushes over to hug the main character. However, he manages to dodge in time. With that big physique of the division commander, our main character, Min Jun, is no different from a little rabbit. Oh, missed the hug. Don't think you can escape. He's not someone who gives up easily. Everyone watching is also stunned. The squad leader can only force a smile. Haha, actually, it's all thanks to this kid. That's right, he finally caught the main character, but before he could give a hug, he was interrupted by AI. He quickly turns to look, his expression changing 360 degrees. The main character is also surprised. Oh, the one who interrupted is Colonel Yuji Hai. From the 104th Division, the commander of the 4th Battalion. She's approaching the division commander, while the higher-ups can only look at the sky, looking at the ground and the clouds because she seems very angry. She coldly walks past the division commander. The main character is also taken aback by that action. She approaches NCO and gently asks, "How's your injury?" NCO seems a bit surprised and quickly replies, "It's nothing serious besides the injury on my left ankle, sir." Colonel Yuji sternly says, "Fortunately for you, you fell into that pit. Be careful when moving her, medic." The confused medic replies, "Yes," while Colonel Yuji Hai watches the medical team take NCO away. Then, she coldly turns to the division commander and asks, "How was the supervision?" Though the division commander is a strong person, standing before this woman, he pales, his face trembling. Then she smiles gently and continues, "Can I talk to you privately for a moment?" "Right now?" the division commander asks, looking less than pleased. "Yes," Colonel Yuji Hai replies very gently. "That's right," the division commander asks again, "Does it have to be right now?" Colonel Yuji Hai, with an extremely scary expression, still restrains herself and gently says, "Yes, right now." After everyone finished the training, Squad 2 started returning to their normal activities. At this time in the dining hall, the main character Min Jun was enjoying a meal that was double the portion of a normal person while there wasn't a single soldier around. The chef brought out a tray of fried chicken legs and said, "Hunter Kim Min Jun, do you want some more fried chicken?" The main character's eyes lit up. Fried chicken is delicious. Even if you're AI, you can't resist this dish, right? Like a child, the main character looked at the chef and said, "I can finish this whole pile." The chef looked around the dining hall, then smiled and said, "That's right, everyone else has already fallen asleep, so no one is coming here to eat, huh?" The main character eagerly looked at the tray of fried chicken and said, "Then I can't waste it, give it to me." The chef asked, "You're from Squad 2 of Company 2, right? I heard you're the best in the division." "During the recent training, each of you held a chicken leg," Min Jun said. The chef added, "Is that so?" "That's right. I heard the leadership mention that earlier, but the company commander praised your achievements, Hunter Kim Min Jun. I heard you even took out the whole Blackbird gang at night. Is that true?" "Yeah, that's right." "Wow, you could take them down at night too? That's impressive." "I heard that." This exercise was the toughest ever. About 70% of the privates and corporals in the entire division had given up. The chef said with a long sigh, then with an admiring expression, "Oh my goodness." The chef was mumbling to himself while still chewing, with a satisfied look on his face, saying, "So delicious." At that moment, 3 soldiers walked down the hallway. General Lai, with a cigarette in his mouth, instinctively looked out the window. A bit surprised, he opened the window and said, "The barracks are so quiet." The soldier replied, "Yes, because according to your orders, everyone got a break this morning, so they're probably still sleeping. These kids need to get up and eat," he said, then continued walking. General Lai had his hands in his pockets, talking as he walked. Everyone seems to have worked hard during this training. The division commander was quite impressed. Lieutenant Chiu said excitedly, "I heard he personally came to supervise Squad 2 of Company 2. Truly, our division commander is impressive. He's cool and not arrogant at all." At that moment, General Lai suddenly became serious, clearing his throat, which made Lieutenant Chiu turn pale with fear. Am I saying something wrong? General Lai was recalling the conversation with the colonel. Yuji and the division commander then spoke up. "No, you're not wrong. But because of that, the commander of Battalion 4 caused a ruckus yesterday." Lieutenant Chiu nervously asked, "What kind of person is she?" "An AI that can say such things to the division commander," General Lai sighed unconsciously. "But what she said isn't wrong. We can't defend him either." He left his position without any notice. "Plus, even I find Squad Leader 4 a bit scary. But this time, it's all thanks to you, Kim Min Jun." "The lieutenant is right. He really is something special," replied the general. "He has already proven his abilities to the division commander," and he chuckled. "I really can't wait for the monthly meeting." Asterisk scene change times now at the command center of the 104th Division in the division commander's office. The division commander is adjusting his glasses, staring intently at the report while Colonel Yuji sits calmly drinking tea. After a long look that nearly bulged his eyes, the division commander lowered his glasses, sighed, and said, "The schedule for dealing with those dugout bunkers is fine, Private Sun NCO." Then Colonel Yuji placed his cup down on the table and replied, "They say the bone isn't broken because her injury is healing, so she'll finish her treatment tomorrow and continue with her mission." The division commander displayed a somewhat unsurprised expression and exclaimed, That girl seems a lot like her dad." Suddenly, the phone rang, ringing loudly. The division commander picked up. "Yes, Jusio here." The person on the other end said, "You bastard." His face began to get angry from being called that. "Who is this?" The mysterious voice on the other end spoke softly. "It's me. Have you forgotten my voice already?" The division commander looked at the phone number displayed on the screen. A slightly panicked expression crossed his face. Is it really you? Lieutenant Colonel Yuji Hyun, sitting next to him, silently observed the conversation. The mysterious person spoke up. Yes, it's me. Jusa Kim, why don't we have a one-on-one match? The old man said, speaking to the division commander. It was Major General Sun Tae-ho, the commander of the 107th Division and father of Sun and Seo. He shouted into the phone, Sun Tae-ho, where the hell did you come from to call me? And why did you call me a bastard? Lieutenant Colonel Yuji was still looking at the division commander with a puzzled expression, as if wondering what was happening, his brows slightly furrowing as if watching children argue. The Major General continued to speak with a teasing tone. That's just how it island. So let's have a match. Where should we meet that's convenient for you? The division commander heard what Major General Sun said through the phone and placed a hand against his forehead, sighing in seeming helplessness. This crazy guy, just because his daughter got injured, he's doing this? Is he even a soldier? Or has he forgotten he's a general? Lieutenant Colonel Yuji still didn't understand what was happening, but when he heard the word general, he felt a bit startled. The division commander is actually able to argue with a two-star general? Two people hold high positions in the military. And yet they are bickering over the phone, over with Major General Sun. He slightly raised an eyebrow. Using the serious tone of a general to mock the division commander, he said, Yes, I am a soldier and hold a high position. So I simply want to practice a bit, compared to a sandbag. It's much better to spar with you, Division Commander Du, said the division commander on this end, frowning tightly. He couldn't understand what that General Kia wanted. His face was slightly frowning, feeling really annoyed as if he was being teased. Division Commander Du shouted, That's enough, kids. He gripped the phone tightly. Perhaps the hands of soldiers were all that sturdy. If he squeezed any harder, the phone might just break. On the sofa in Division Commander Du's office, Colonel Yu was still sitting, staring intently at the division commander, talking on the phone. Her hands were tense on her knees. The cup of tea she was sipping looked like it would go cold while she eavesdropped. Division Commander Du spoke again into the phone. Sorry about your daughter getting hurt, but that was an accident during training. How could it be avoided? On the other end of the phone, the teasing voice of the general echoed again. How could someone who wasn't married like him understand? The general's words made Division Commander Du's face flush with anger. He gripped the phone tightly, so tightly that the screen cracked like glass hit with a hammer. The commander jumped up, slamming his fist on the table. It seemed he had been provoked to the point of madness. His anger flared up like a blazing fire in the room. He yelled into the phone, That's too much. If you're so skilled, tell me where you are. The phone remained silent, no response. The division commander, suspicious, lowered his voice a bit. Huh, why aren't you answering? You're in the Empire, right? Just stay there. Then, as if he thought of something, Division Commander Du's face turned red. Perhaps his anger had reached its peak. He gripped the phone tightly, shattering it. The screen was now covered in a spiderweb of glass. His voice roared, It's not because I can't get married, you bastard. It's because I don't want to. Division Commander Du unleashed his fury on the poor table with a series of punches to vent his frustration. His shouts echoed throughout the room. Just because I'm not married doesn't mean you can take everything from me. Why are you avoiding me? Seeing the situation getting out of control, Colonel Yu stepped forward gently, holding the shoulder of the out-of-control division commander. If she remained seated, the table might turn to splinters. Looking at her superior with helplessness, she softly reminded him, The call is ended, Division Commander. Division Commander Du glared at the poor phone, the victim of his anger. With both the front and back shattered, he growled in his throat, his face still radiating fury. Humph, looks like this fire of anger will smolder for a long time. His gaze shifted to Colonel Yu, his tone slightly softened. But the irritation hadn't completely faded. Do you have Sun's number? Call him immediately. Colonel Yu hesitated for a moment, silent, unsure of how to respond appropriately. Then she took a deep breath to regain her composure. The division commander's furious demeanor might have worried her a bit. She gently advised, Sir, there's reason for Sun to be angry. Her words seemed to pour fuel on the fire. The muscles on the face of the division commander tightened. He gritted his teeth, unable to show his anger towards her, but the rage still flared up. What, now you're on his side? You were the one who told him about the girl getting hurt. Right, Colonel? You still maintain the calm demeanor of a professional female soldier radiating from you. When the girl was brought to the hospital, they must have called for her guardian, and he could easily find out. His injured daughter was specially authorized to complete her training before being transferred to the hospital. Hearing the reasonable analysis, the division commander's face relaxed a bit, the tension eased somewhat. He slightly raised his eyebrows, silently lamenting something. Noticing this, Colonel Yu smiled faintly, seemingly successful in soothing him. Your superior just wants to understand the capabilities of Team 2, right? The division commander looked a bit embarrassed. Because of the earlier uncontrollable appearance, he cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment and admitted, That's right, I had planned that. I wanted to see how those kids would react to a real injured person, although I should explain to him to avoid misunderstandings. Colonel Yu slowly took out her phone, intending to hand it to the division commander to call the lieutenant general, but as she reached out, She suddenly froze. Colonel Yu's delicate brows furrowed as she glanced at the shattered phone. In the division commander's hand earlier, she hesitated for a moment, worried about the fate of her phone, then nonchalantly said, "I'll call him," then put it on speaker and dialed. She placed the phone on the table and calmly sat down opposite the division commander, who seemed a bit embarrassed. He didn't expect her to act like that. He was stunned for a moment before sitting down opposite Colonel Yu. The ringtone chimed from the phone on the table. The division commander crossed his arms over his chest, his lips pressed tightly together, the mustache curling up like a roof, his brows furrowed in impatience. Finally, someone on the other end picked up. A voice came through the speaker. "What's going on, Colonel Yu? You're with that bearded guy, right?" Biting his lip, his mustache curled like a rooftop, his brows furrowed in impatience. Finally, someone on the other end picked up. A voice came through the loudspeaker. "What's going on? Colonel, are you with that bearded guy? Colonel Iug?" The colonel gripped his thighs tightly, looking a bit flustered. She hesitated before speaking into the phone. "Sorry for not contacting you sooner. The division commander's phone is broken. So I'm calling on his behalf." The division commander Yu was trying to suppress his rising anger, grinding his teeth. The words "that damn bearded guy" echoed in his mind. So annoying. The division commander Yu regained his composure. Slowly, he said, "It's a bit late now, but I think I need to explain something to you because it's an urgent situation that occurred while I was monitoring." The division commander paused, his face scrunching up. He swallowed a breath to prevent himself from exploding, trying his best to hold back. Colonel Yu looked a bit surprised. Seeing him exhale, the division commander's rough hands, neatly trimmed nails, were noticeable. His brows knitted together slightly. He leaned forward and calmly continued. "It's not that I don't care. Even though I don't have a daughter, if I did, I'd definitely go all out for her. I couldn't stay silent. I truly apologize for hindering your daughter's development." He heard the sincere apology. Colonel Yu's brows relaxed slightly. She seemed to feel more at ease, at least the two of them. The superior can talk politely on the phone. Major General Sun's voice rang out with surprise. "What are you talking about?" Both Colonel Yu and the division commander fell silent, unsure of what to say next. On the other end, Major General tightened the receiver, gritting his teeth, showing his displeasure. The scar on his face made him look even colder. He said if he was that scared, "We don't need to fight, but tell me his name." "The guy who carried my daughter," Colonel Yu continued with a confused expression. The division commander leaned on his thigh. Leaning closer to the phone, he asked, "What is it?" Major General Sun placed his hand on the table, his eyes showing some displeasure. "How dare you let someone who's not military carry my daughter? No matter what, you better watch out." "What's that brat's name?" Major General Sun grumbled inwardly. He couldn't even remember the last time he carried the kid. Colonel Yu picked up the phone, staring intently at it. The noise on the phone startled her. It's best to speak quickly. Colonel Yu frowned, covering the phone's speaker. She felt utterly helpless. It seemed like these two big shots couldn't have a decent conversation. The division commander Yu glared in anger, gripping the edge of the sofa, muttering about special permission. Colonel Yu quickly stood up. "Commander, please calm down." The division commander Yu's hand gripped the sofa tightly. He yelled, "Prepare the car immediately." Colonel Yu was a bit startled, leaning back. "Where are you planning to go?" The division commander's face turned bright red, his anger bubbling up. He hissed through gritted teeth, "You handle things here. We're leaving now." Colonel Yu's face turned pale. She worried silently. This is going to be a disaster with these old freaks. In the hallway, Min Jun strolled casually, hands in his pockets, humming a cheerful tune. Sunlight danced on his bright face, highlighting his tall figure as he walked while humming, "I love fried chicken, of course." He seemed to be in a great mood when suddenly a noise behind him made him freeze. He turned his head to look at the top of a wooden cabinet in the hallway. A small black monster was jumping around, looking just like a little kid. He reflexively reached out to catch it, but the little creature was faster. It disappeared and reappeared outside the building, hovering in front of him. "Behind me is a three-pronged devil's tail." Min Jun points at it and says, "What are you doing here? I told you not to show up so openly." The monster's face lights up as it points and looks around. Min Jun sits down, watching it stand on the ground as if talking to a child. "I know there's no AI around here, but don't you think you'll piss me off if you keep appearing out of nowhere like this?" The monster lowers its head, looking dejected like a child who just got scolded. It really looks pitiful. "What's up?" Min Jun furrows his brow with a slightly angry expression. A purple-black vortex appears on his hand. The monster looks scared, like a child about to be punished. He hands that circle to it and says, "Here." The monster slides in excitement, realizing it's a treat and not a punishment. It happily consumes the glowing circle. He looks at it and asks, "What is this unnamed thing?" The monster raises its finger, and he looks a bit puzzled. But then he reaches out to touch its finger. A scene of a destroyed city appears. Troops are moving everywhere, and a sign reads Wakion. He thinks, is it an ambush or something? So there might be a demon energy here. Got it, it's Wakion. He praises the monster. "Wow, you really traveled all the way there, huh?" "Impressive," the monster says, putting its hands on its hips, puffing its chest proudly. He then throws it another purple circle, saying, "Here you go." He stands up and thinks he needs to find a way to get out. He returns to the dormitory and considers that if he suddenly leaves like this, they will definitely suspect him. It really is a bit of a waste of a day off if it's just for this. Luckily, I got an extra day off the last time I went to Iangu. Minjun opens the door and steps into the room. The cheers of his teammates ring out. Something seems to be happening. That's quite fun. A teammate says to him, "Congratulations, Minjun. You received the title of Best Warrior in the last training session." "Thanks." Another person, who seems to be the captain, adds, "This kid here. The reward you got is like a discount voucher. Thanks to you, the whole squad gets an extra day off." Minjun's eyes light up. "So can I use this day off tomorrow? What's the rush? Is something going on?" Minjun shyly replies, "Nothing. I just want to take a day off to relax." "All right, I'll consider it." Finally, Minjun arrives at Weishan. All around him is a scene of destruction. The army in masks is spraying disinfectant. Everyone is surprised to see Minjun. He also finds it strange. Is everything really finished? Why are there so many hunters here? He thinks about the monster that looks like a child. Maybe it tricked him to eat demon energy. He grits his teeth, feeling frustrated. In the civilian area of the Wachin district, female soldiers are spraying disinfectant everywhere. When will this be done? The results of our battalion were very low in the recent field exercise, so the commander is really angry. Her face isn't good, so let's not complain anymore and just get it done quickly. I'm exhausted. Why do the monsters appear right after we finish the exercise? I'm lucky not to be in the combat team. Plus, many people here have lost their homes. You need to watch your mouth. Two girls were talking when they saw a team in front of them. Are you okay? Don't push yourself too hard. I'm fine. Your recovery ability is really impressive, but still, take it easy and rest. Thank you for worrying about me. The girls suddenly look confused, staring in the same direction. What's going on? The girls widen their eyes at a guy standing in front of them. He seemed to be searching for something. He's from our division. Which battalion is he from? The girls curiously discussed the guy when suddenly one girl called out his name. Hunter Kim Minjun. She took off her mask to look at him. Minjun felt a bit startled when he saw Inseo. Why is she here? Inseo walked closer to him under the curious gazes of the other girls. She asked Hunter Kim Minjun, "Why are you here?" "As far as I know, only our battalion is assigned here." Minjun felt a bit shy as he replied, "I'm on leave." Inseo seemed angry when she heard him say that. She spoke seriously. "Really? Who goes on leave in military uniform? Or are you just joking?" Minjun quickly pulled out his leave papers to show her. She still looked doubtful and asked him again, "Is this really a leave?" Minjun, losing patience, put his hands on his hips and said, "Do you think I'm lying?" And SEO returned the papers to him, softening her tone. "Why are you here? Don't you know this is a restricted area? Take this back." Minjun thought, asterisk, why is she acting like this? Asterisk, he couldn't say he came to collect the demon energy, so he hesitated and made up a lie. "I have business in Wakian and heard there was an emergency here, so I came to see if I could help." Suddenly, a blue halo appeared in the sky, spreading wider. Minjun lit up with excitement. The girls screamed. "A gate has appeared." A girl with pink hair yelled in frustration, "What? I just cleaned up, and it shows up again. I can't believe it. Can't they just stay away?" One girl in the squad shouted, "Everyone evacuate first, then report to the squad leader." Everyone moved to the area with the commander, and Seo ran after her teammates. Seeing Minjun still standing there, she hurriedly said, "Hunter Kim Minjun, there's an evacuation order." He stood still, gazing at the gate, thinking, asterisk, let's see what we have here. Asterisk, he seemed very intrigued. He turned back to Inseo. "The monsters are coming, so I'll stay here to hold them off for you." Inseo worriedly yelled, "What nonsense are you talking about? Who knows what kind of monsters will appear? Hurry up and go. It seems the attack team is left here." And SEO stopped and looked at him. Minjun said to her, "If the monster appears, everyone will be in danger. I'll hold it off and run if it seems bad. If you have any weapons, let me borrow them." He seemed determined and showed no fear, and Seo hesitated. "But your leg isn't healed yet, right? Hurry and go. You're just a hindrance to me here." Minjun reassured Inseo and urged her to leave first. He wasn't afraid of these monsters at all. He was actually looking forward to their appearance. And Seo gritted her teeth. She reached behind her and pulled out a dagger from her belt, handing it to Minjun. "If you see danger, run right away. I'll return with the squad member as soon as I can." And SEO ran off while Minjun just stood there staring at the open pit. Among the monsters, some don't want to leave their territory, so he decides to go inside to find them. As for the others, they'll follow the pack. He pulls out an SEO's knife and heads toward the gate, tossing his backpack aside. Minjun stops and looks up. A slight smirk appears on his face. He knows a horde of monsters is rushing toward him. They look like a pack of wild boars with sharp tusks. Each one has a tuft of golden fur on its neck. Their eyes radiate purple demonic energy, and they growl menacingly. One of the leaders roars in front of Minjun. He raises his hand to cover his nose. Their smell is truly disgusting. These guys definitely never brush their teeth. Minjun chuckles slightly, ready for the whole horde of demon boars to charge at him. Maybe I'll become breakfast for them. I guess they've drained all that demonic energy, so they're pretty hyped up, huh? He gathers momentum and lunges at them, raising his hand to unleash dark lightning, striking the head of the charging leader. However, it seems that Boar is unfazed. Does dark lightning not pierce their skin? 3 boars charge at him, intending to ram him. Minjun jumps up high, letting them crash into each other. He smirks, saying, "Besides your high defense, what else can you do?" The monsters seem frustrated that they couldn't ram into Minjun. They snarl and glare at him. Minjun speaks to those beasts. "I know your skin is thick, but what about the inside?" He clenches his fist. He channels the demonic energy within him and uses the ground collapse skill. The boars scream in pain. Minjun watches them. "How about this? Does my demonic energy not suit your taste?" The boars struggle to get up, ready to attack him once more, but he quickly dodges. Letting them crash into each other to their deaths, he looks down on them disdainfully. "Thanks for the free kills." Minjun absorbs their demonic energy into his palm. The boars scream. They might soon turn into piles of pork. Minjun pulls out his knife. "Let's see if this blade does the job." He swings the knife wildly at them, each slash carrying immense power. When the green skill icon appears, you've absorbed a significant amount of demonic energy. Your demonic energy stat increases by 1. Your demonic energy stat increases by 1. Your demonic energy increases by 1. The Shadow Walker skill has been upgraded. The basic swordsmanship skill has been upgraded. Minjun ventures deeper into that anomalous pit, his aura radiating magnificently. All done, right? Is there any left? He looks inside, waiting. Suddenly, he hears a voice behind him. Hunter Kim Minjun. He turns around slightly annoyed to see a squad of women approaching. He recognizes the girl leading them as the commander of the 4th team of Battalion 104. From the 104th Division, 2nd Lieutenant Giseon. She rushes over, grabbing Minjun's shoulder, worriedly asking, "Are you Corporal Kim Minjun? Are you hurt? Do you feel any pain?" Minjun seems a bit stunned. "I'm fine." The lieutenant still shakes Minjun's shoulder. "Really? Shouldn't you report when you saw the gate appear? Why are you still here?" "I'm a bit awkward answering you. I don't know when the monsters will show up, so I'm here to hold them off for everyone to evacuate." The whole army behind him looked at him in admiration. "Oh my god, that's Minjun." He secretly resented them, thinking, "You guys messed everything up for me." Lieutenant Giseon continued to ask, "So why are you here? Which unit are you from?" Minjun showed her his ID. Lieutenant Giseon was a bit suspicious. "On leave? But you just got back from leave. Why are you here? Is your home nearby?" Minjun hesitated and said, "I came here because of some business in Wachin, but I heard a portal appeared, so I came to see if I could help." Lieutenant Giseon frowned, looking dissatisfied, and said to everyone, "All right, since no one was injured, the monsters here have been dealt with. Let's leave the scene. The investigation team will arrive soon and collaborate with the assault team to handle this." A bunch of women surrounded Minjun. "You took down 5 of those blood monsters by yourself, but you only have that combat knife. Your power is really impressive." The lieutenant and Ansio stood aside, watching Minjun with helplessness, silently pleading, "Please be quiet for a moment." In the military camp, in the administrative office, the captain's voice rang out in surprise. "What? You said Kim Minjun? You mean Private Kim Minjun from Squad 2 of Company 2. The captain looked stunned, not knowing what was going on. He continued to respond, "That's right. He's from our unit. He's on leave right now." But the captain jumped up, slamming his hand on the table, startling his teammate next to him. He shouted, "What? Waxian District in Gangwon Province, where the incident is happening? He took down all the blood monsters by himself and volunteered for community service?" On the other end of the line, Lieutenant Giseon confirmed, "That's right, the portal has been closed now. We're currently disinfecting several affected private homes. Private Kim Minjun is also staying to help. It's the first time I've seen a case like this." At this moment, Minjun was with a group of girls spraying disinfectant. Everyone was confused about why he was doing that. "I heard that Hunter is on leave." "So he's on leave but still helping us?" "Wow." A girl with heart-shaped eyes looked at Minjun. The friend next to her said, "How did he take down a bunch of blood monsters with that small knife? Getting stabbed by them feels like being run over by a truck." Minjun was spraying the disinfectant while silently complaining, "Damn those blood monsters. Doing this is really annoying, but I have to build my image first." Suddenly, he heard someone call his name, causing him to jump. "Hunter Kim Minjun? Trying to scare me?" It turned out to be Nseo coming to find him. He sheepishly raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. "I almost sprayed this in your face." Nseo, slightly annoyed, responded, "You drum up trouble and keep spraying." "Ah, please step aside." And Sao looked at him and hesitated. "Can we talk for a bit?" At night in the city just ravaged by monsters, there wasn't a soul in sight. Everywhere was silent. The moonlight shone down, seeping into every corner of the city as if trying to soothe everything. Minjun stood in front of Anseo, both feeling awkward and having an uneasy vibe. He spoke up first. "So, what do you want to say?" Anseo stammered. That day, she recalled practicing in the backyard while he stood outside her window. He had yelled at her when she was sitting by the window, right? Minjun was confused, a huge question mark hovering over his head. Suddenly, he realized something. Wait, that wasn't it. I just said that if you don't pick a fight with me again, you'll be fine. Right? That sounds a bit like yelling. Huh? Hearing Minjun, Anseo didn't seem happy. Her eyes sparkled, and her eyebrows drooped. Her hands hugged her hat in front of her stomach. She slightly lowered her head, looking sad. I know I did pick a fight with you that day, even if it was a bit late. I'm really sorry. Minjun thought to himself, asterisk, why does this feel so exhausting? Asterisk. Seeing him silent, Anseo seemed a bit flustered. Asterisk. Will he accept my apology? Asterisk. Minjun rubbed his ears and smiled. What's there to apologize for? Let's just forget it. If that's all, I'm gonna head out. He turned his back, ready to leave, but Anseo continued. Do you know there's only one case where a private achieved a perfect score on the promotion test? Minjun paused, questioning. You mean Mei? The moonlight above still illuminated the ruined buildings from the battle. Everything was quiet, as if listening to the story of the two. Anseo continued. No, in the past, there was someone. Minjun curiously looked at her. Who? Anseo softly said, It's my dad. Asterisk. Oh no. Asterisk. She hesitated. I mean, the division commander. Is it him? And Anseo continued. That's right. He was the only one awarded a star right when he became a soldier. I wanted to be like him, so I enlisted as a private. Minjun's eyes lit up. He was shocked. So her dad set a record before I did? That's impressive. He suddenly realized something. Wait, the Hunter Army was established when the gates started appearing. I was only 7 years old then. The division commander re-enlisted as a private after becoming an awakened one. Does that clear things up for you? Anseo asked. Actually, when he was younger, my dad was very frail due to poor eyesight and other reasons. He was exempted from military service. Minjun understood and continued. So after awakening and training to improve his physique, he enlisted by himself. And Anseo smiled. Yes, he always considered it the luckiest thing. Because of that, he could protect me and my mom. After she finished speaking, I really want to meet him. Anseo's eyes sparkled. I think my dad would be very happy to meet you, Hunter Kim Minjun, because he likes strong soldiers like you a lot. That evening at the training facility of the Hunters in Division 107, the dome building was painted yellow. Above, a black logo hung over a basketball court in the gym, and the voice of the AI echoed. I thought you would come early. Why are you only arriving now? Are you scared? Colonel Lai said, dripping with sweat. He's really worried, like a disaster is about to happen. Another voice chimed in. The division here isn't as idle as yours. What are you afraid of? Can we eat? Colonel Love stood to the side, looking helpless. She's had enough already. General Sun Tram, what's going on? Why is this busy guy here to tell me about Kim Min-jun? The division commander glared. What? How do you know that name? General Sun glared back and replied tersely. Himph. You think if you don't say anything, I won't know? You're just childish. Now that I know, what's your plan? Worried, huh? Then you better fight better. The two rushed in to hit each other. No one is backing down. It looks like today they're going to have a real fight. Both glared at each other with resentment. Both had marks on their faces from the other's blows. Colonel Lai held his head in panic. This isn't good. At this rate, no one can stop them. The two commanders were still struggling. Both raised their fists, and just as they were about to charge at each other again, Colonel Love stood in the middle, pushing them both apart. That's 5 minutes. Stop it. She's really bold. If they don't stop in time, they might end up hitting her. The two commanders had to stop, but seemed unwilling. They stared each other down, growling like two wild beasts ready to pounce and tear each other apart, each throwing insults. You can still hold up, huh? That old man over there looks pleased, doesn't he? You old fool. If that's all you've got, I wouldn't have met you at all. What a resilient bastard you are. The arena was full of holes made by the two. Then General Sun and the division commander came outside, sitting on a long wooden bench in the yard. Colonel Love reported to the division commander. There's a report from the battalion commander that the blood gate has been handled. Got it. Good job. You too. Colonel Love saluted and turned to leave, leaving the two commanders sitting on their benches. They wouldn't even sit together on the bench, like jealous kids. General Sun spoke up first. All right. The real reason you're here is because you have something to say, right, Commander Dujiang? He crossed his arms over the bench. Kim Min-jun, I want to help promote him to a division sergeant. General Sun's face turned red. You want to brag about that troublemaker with my daughter? The division commander retorted disdainfully. Troublemaker? What are you talking about? You should be thankful for helping the girl. He's not just a private. Prior to this, he was specially promoted to a corporal. What are you thinking? The division commander's face grew serious, as if he already had plans in mind. I'm planning to promote him to officer. General Sun was surprised. This will attract a lot of attention. Do you think Hyo-Hak-John will just let it go? If it's someone he has his eye on, he will definitely want to get him. General Sun suddenly thought of a man with long hair and a muscular build. The division commander turned to look at him. That's why I wanted to let you know in advance. You must follow my lead from now on. Major Sun, if all you've heard is talk, then I can't agree yet. I need to meet him first before deciding. I'm sure you don't have any schemes, right? Two people continued talking while looking out towards the distant night. At the same time, at Wachan, Minjun gazes in shock at a figure in a black cloak standing in front of him. You are him. He looks up at the boy with a smirk, saying he found him at the bus station. The girls take turns getting on the bus. One girl looks out the window and speaks to Minjun, who's standing below, seeing them off. Hunter Kim Minjun, thank you. Let's have a meal together next time, my number is... Before she could finish her sentence, her teammate covered her mouth. He's been working hard, and in the back seat, and Seo also looks at him. The two lock eyes, feeling a bit shy. And Seo's eyes turn slightly red, and before she can say goodbye, the car rolls away. Minjun stands there, watching the car leave, feeling a sense of regret. He breathes a sigh of relief and turns away. Finally, the troubles have left. Suddenly, he freezes. The little monster is standing with its hands clasped behind its back, looking glum as if it has done something wrong. He looks at it, saying nothing. The monster timidly extends its hands towards him like a child asking for candy. He places his hands on his hips and scolds it. How dare you ask for power again? Don't you feel ashamed? You messed everything up. The little monster pouts and sticks out its lower lip, then its eyes light up, jumping up joyfully and waving its hands in front of Minjun. He asks, "What's up? What's going on?" Its face scrunches up in anger. Minjun understands its meaning. A creature with demonic powers has traveled here. It traveled on its own, not through a dungeon gate. He thinks its scouting ability has improved. Has its Nightwalker skill leveled up to C rank? This must be its specialty, not assassination. Minjun's eyes brighten as he smiles at it. So where is it? The little monster leads him into the forest. He tosses a piece of demonic energy candy to it. It's so cute and joyous. Right here, a swirling vortex of demonic energy appears in front of him, gradually growing larger and spinning faster inside. A white-haired figure in a black cloak emerges from it. He's a bit startled. You can't be that guy in the black cloak. A terrifying murderous aura radiates from him. He smirks. Found you. Minjun grits his teeth, looking a bit disgusted. The figure in black lifts his face, revealing a handsome face with pure white hair. Suddenly, he has a runny nose. Oh my god. At first, I thought he was so cool, but he lunges at Minjun like a kid seeing his father. Master, Minjun screams, you crazy guy. He dodges to the side, causing the guy to crash to the ground. He helps him up. You idiot. Didn't I tell you to forget about me? Why are you here? The white-haired guy's eyes are teary, and his nose is still running. It's quite a scene. Master? Minjun recalls when he first met him. He saw this guy in a deadly valley, surrounded by monsters, just as a lion monster was about to tear him apart. Then he arrived and sent that lion back to its ancestors. He was very surprised to see someone appear in this place. He asks, who are you? He didn't answer, just stared at him. They all died? He asked again as he got closer, looking carefully. He didn't think he was this handsome. He silently complimented him. He looked at him intently, not saying a word. Why aren't you answering? Can't you speak? He weakly replied, I am a mage, Mingu. Why? Wait, you can talk? Why do you know I'm the hope of all mages? His face paled upon hearing he knew about him. He asked him, you're a mage too? He stood up straight, looking at him. What kind of mage are you to be this weak? Aren't the others like you? He turned his back to leave, thinking, forget about that hope if you're this weak. Don't come to dungeons like this anymore. He turned back and asked, what's your name? He weakly replied, I don't have a name. Minjun looked at him with great interest. Really? You're weak and still don't have a name? How exciting. I'll give you one. From now on, your name will be pulled back to reality. Minjun grabbed the white-haired guy's shoulder and shouted, have you lost your mind? How dare you time travel here? The guy just put on a pitiful face after he left, leaving only a message. The faction has led you to the brink of collapse. Why would you leave without a word? Minjun couldn't help but yell. You weirdos keep making noise, wanting to follow me. I'm not crazy to say I'm leaving. Anger flared as he pushed him away. And yet you dare come all the way here? The white-haired guy suddenly burst into tears. You should have taken me with you. I'm your right-hand man. Minjun squinted at him, his expression full of doubt, and then he suddenly realized something. Minjun placed his hand on him, channeling a bit of demonic energy. Why do you look so miserable? The guy's body instantly filled with energy. He placed his hand on his chest, bowed his head respectfully. Thank you, master. You've saved my life again. I will owe you until I die. Enough. Tell me why you're here. Start from the beginning, and don't leave anything out. The subordinate bowed his head and recounted. It's all thanks to the miracle created by my trust in you, Master Minho. My desire is to help and be by your side. Minjun showed disdain. Forget that part. But really? He greeted skeptically. With your skills, you cross dimensions? That's a terrible lie. That holy maiden sent you here, didn't she? We, the faithful, do not follow any orders outside of Master Mino. He pressed for answers more sternly. Stop beating around the bush. Tell me the truth, or are you tired of living? The guy had to reveal the truth. Yes, actually, after you left. I kept an eye on the holy maiden because of some strange rumors. What rumors? The subordinate began recounting everything from that point. A strange sound came from the shrine every night. He secretly snuck into the shrine and saw some muscular soldiers, wearing iron masks, pushing a lot of carts covered with white cloth, not knowing what they were hiding. There are rumors they are capturing a bunch of monsters, but he discovered something truly horrifying. There was not a single trace of monsters. They seem to have never been taken out of the temple without any bones or meat. How could they have removed them? Without leaving any trace, his gaze became firm, and just as I expected, they sent them somewhere else. It's to Minjun's place. Grabbing his collar, I grinded my teeth. Is what you're saying true? I never lie. Minjun pondered, so she's up to something. Do you know what this is? Minjun opened his hand. In the palm was a shard. The subordinate answered, it looks like this. It resembles the blade of the guardian from the temple. You remember their weapons, right? Minjun recalled the image of the muscular guardian wielding a sword. So how did you get here? What if that portal took you somewhere else? And if you got stuck in that void for even a second, you'd be dead. You know, that guy laughed like an idiot. Minjun's face darkened like a burnt pot. Yeah, right. This guy is never normal. He held the broken sword shard and thought about their purpose. In Istanbul, after 1,224 days, the evening sun set over the massive castle, glowing under the sun's rays. The saintess, dressed in a captivating white dress with her golden hair, gazed into the distance. Beneath the sun, turning a deep yellow, she sighed, seemingly burdened with something in her heart. A voice called from behind, startling her. What? Why did you call me to a place like this? The saintess turned to see Minjun. He looked confused, glancing at the saintess. Why did you call me here? The saintess gently tucked her hair behind her ear. Her face was serene, but her eyes held a lot of calculations. The dress fluttered in the wind, cut into many pieces. Her waist and neck adorned with a golden belt, her long golden hair, like the evening sun, covered her bare back. Her voice rose gently. It's nice to feel the breeze once in a while, don't you think? Minjun looked at her with disdain. A hint of contempt curled at the corner of his mouth as he replied, I've been sleeping outside for days. What exactly do you want to say? Hearing this, the saintess felt a bit guilty. She looked at Minjun with sparkling eyes. I'm sorry, I didn't think it through. In the end, I still can't leave the temple. Minjun's face darkened like a burnt pot. He said helplessly, So why did you call me? The saintess's hair was blown up by the wind, floating like waves. She slowly continued, I heard many of your teammates were injured in the Northcat dungeon. Sister Lumi's my favorite character from that cult. Hearing this, Minjun quickly raised his hand to refute. That's not a cult at all. They went with me voluntarily and got hurt by those hounds. I mean by Park Asis, but we treated them, so they won't die. The saintess turned to him and continued. You mean the night hounds, right? Just go ahead, buddy. Minjun paused, turning his back to the saintess, and said there's nothing like that on Earth. The CAS you mentioned is called a hunter where I come from, so I'll call it that for convenience. The saintess fell silent, pondering. Minjun continued, looking frustrated. But why am I even asking this? I really can't understand it, no matter how much I think about it. He glanced back at the saintess with a doubtful look, but truly, there's no connection between Iska and the monsters appearing on Earth. The saintess calmly affirmed, describing the monsters that appeared in the city harming people. They are cruel and extremely savage, the saintess continued explaining, as I mentioned before. The portals and monsters began appearing in Iska hundreds of years ago. If there is any connection between us and you, it's just that we both have to go through a phenomenon together. Both of them turned their gazes towards the distant mountains, the evening sun casting long shadows of the two on the ground. The saintess continued the story. It's only natural for you to be curious. The monsters you see over there are also here. And more importantly, you arrived in Iska through the portal. The saintess looked at Minjun seriously and continued. However, space travel isn't an easy matter. Even summoning you took a lot of preparation time, so transporting a large number of monsters and creating dungeons. Minjun looked at the saintess with cold eyes. He didn't wait for her to finish and turned to leave. Got it. When everything is done, it's time for you to take me back. Don't change your mind. The saintess's face darkened upon hearing those words. At that moment, on top of Guangxian Mountain, Minjun was wearing the uniform of the Hunter Legion, resting his chin on his hand. I had believed that saintess from the very beginning, so I secretly discovered that Iska was in trouble with the portals for a long time. I also confirmed that transporting dungeons to another space is possible, but for her, it's not an easy task. But why now? Why is she using such a huge amount of holy energy to maintain sending the monsters, or is she even touching the holy artifacts? Is she doing all this just to trap me? Minjun's face darkened at the thought of the saintess chanting spells surrounded by a pile of holy artifacts. He sighed lightly. Bonggu knelt on the ground and suddenly begged, "Please let me serve you until I die, my lord." Minjun felt incredibly troubled. He put his hand on his head. "It's not possible to send you back right now. I understand, but call me something else now. My name is Kim Minjun, not Mino." Bonggu beamed with joy and exclaimed, "Thank you, King Minjun. I will remember your grace until I die, even after that." Minjun replied in annoyance, "What king? It's Kim, Minjun. And you can still use your skills, right?" He exclaimed again, "Of course. Thanks to your generous demonic energy, I'm full of energy, Kim Minjun." Minjun frowned slightly. "Don't lie to me. I'm not giving you any more." Bonggu's face looked like a child being praised. "I'm sorry, all I can do now, Island. Turn into a small animal." Minjun comforted him. "That's good," Bonggu said, placing his hands on his hips. He looked up at a crow perched on a nearby branch, trying to see if he could transform into it. Bonggu's eyes turned cold. His expression became icy. If you want to talk, then a surge of demonic energy was unleashed from him instantly. He transformed into a crow with purple eyes. Minjun's face lit up. "All right, let's go together with the Shadow Stalker from underground." The monster resembling a baby popped its head up. It was indeed the Shadow Stalker, grinding its teeth and grimacing at Bonggu. Now in the form of a crow, its eyes were hostile. The crow glared back at it with disdain. It seemed these two didn't like each other. They glared at each other fiercely. Minjun frowned. Enough already, the crow flapped its wings, cawing loudly. Minjun shouted, "Talk like a human, you crazy bird." The crow, with a flap, turned to look at the Shadow Stalker. Their eyes were again burning with hostility. The crow stated, "As the right hand of my master Kim Minjun, I must first clarify the hierarchy." Minjun immediately interrupted it. "Forget that. Shut up and get to know each other." The two didn't move, still glaring at each other. Afterward, the Shadow Stalker reluctantly extended its tiny hand. It grabbed the crow's wing, which also seemed reluctant. Minjun's voice rang out, instructing them. "Bonggu can ask the Shadow Stalker about how to work. As for you, Shadow Stalker, if Bonggu tries to do something dangerous or draws attention, you must stop him immediately. Safety comes first." Minjun placed his hands on his hips. "Got it?" The crow bowed its head in understanding. The Shadow Stalker raised its tiny hand to its forehead, saluting in a military style. Minjun seemed skeptical watching them. "All right, disperse." The two little monsters glared at each other again. The crow shot one last glance at the Shadow Stalker before soaring into the sky, dropping a few feather strands in front of Minjun. He stood with his hands on his hips, exhaling a sigh of relief. "Finally, I dealt with that mess. Now I should probably make some black bean noodles and get some sleep. I wonder if any places are still open." A few days later, at the Hunter Corps' barracks, a tall soldier with a tuft of grass-like hair on his head walked in. He opened the door, entering the room shouting, "I'm here." The people in the room looked at him, bewildered, unsure what was going on. A soldier was facing the locker to change his clothes. What the hell now? Another soldier with purple hair looked confused. A few days ago, he was running around acting like a pigeon. I wonder if something's wrong with him. The others looked on, curiosity evident on their faces. What's up with him? The tall guy immediately reported the quarterly activity ranking of the squad. In front of the administrative office, everyone looked at him with expectant faces, waiting to see what was happening. Another soldier commented, "That jerk ranked first again. Huh. There were so many trainings and raids this quarter. You make it sound like I'm some productivity machine." The chatter filled the room about Sergeant Lee Sung-ho getting 75 points this month. Can you believe it? He's at the top of the team again. It's probably the whole company. 50 points would have made me happy. At this age, getting punished or grounded is ridiculous. The tall soldier's face was panicked. Sergeant Lee Sung-ho ranked second. The red-haired guy seems really happy. Is it true? It's good news. Who else got over 75 points in the team? Just then, Minjun walked into the room and spoke up. "Hello, Corporal Kim Minjun. I'm back from my break." Everyone quieted down for a moment and then continued chatting. "Don't tell me it's true." Kim Minjun topped the list with 99 points. Everyone was in shock. 99 points. The captain walked in and greeted everyone. "Did you all have a good meal?" "Relax. The second squad is on break." The captain leaned against the door and asked Minjun, "How was your vacation?" Minjun smiled. "It was great, sir." The captain chuckled. "Glad to hear that. Have you seen this?" Everyone stared wide-eyed at the captain. It looked like he was holding something terrifying. The captain lifted up a badge. Everyone looked at the badge in shock and shouted, "Sir, is this what I think it is?" Kim Minjun has been promoted to special rank again, twice in such a short time. The captain casually continued, "Not only did you receive the Best Individual Award in the recent Hunter Drill, but you've also been recognized for your volunteer work in Guangzhou during your leave. So this is a special request from the division commander. Congratulations." Minjun was overjoyed, his eyes shining. Captain Siyu tore off the old nameplate from his uniform. Then he put on the new nameplate. The teammates around him clapped and cheered. Everyone seemed really happy for Minjun. Then they put up the new nameplates, and teammates around him applauded, clearly excited for Minjun. A soldier pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket. It was the list they had bet on, and he laughed. Haha, damn it. The two soldiers also looked at the paper, seeming amused. Thanks, I'll make good use of it. All right, take it all. Minjun immediately snatched the list back, his face showing he was handing it to Corporal Kim. Got it. Minjun looked at him with a mischievous expression, seeming like he had pulled off a lot of tricks while I was away. Wow, how much is all this worth? What an awesome deal. The face of that teammate suddenly changed. Minjun looked at him curiously. Be sensible, will you? Minjun, wearing the sergeant badge, looked at his teammates expectantly. The two teammates, now subordinates, stood stiffly in front of him, appearing a bit nervous. The tall guy's face turned bright red as he stammered, Sergeant Kim Minjun, I'll give you 30%. Jun remained calm, watching his teammates sweat bullets. What are you talking about? You all think I'm doing this for the money? But it's not like that. I'm doing this because I want the best for you. So what about 40%? Minjun was still unfazed. I told you, it's not about the money. You betting on me doesn't bother me at all, right? The teammate was lifting weights. Under the worried gaze of the other teammates, Minjun spoke softly. Do you think I'm lying? The soldier's face was drenched in sweat, trembling as he likely pushed himself too hard. He couldn't tell the boss. His brother was straining to handle the barbell. Minjun touched the barbell handle with one finger, while his teammate's face relaxed, looking a bit surprised by something. His hands shook as he kept lifting, still in a fully loaded position. Minjun effortlessly lifted the weight with one hand. His teammate's face turned pale. He was still lying on the training bench, while two teammates watching were also in shock. Minjun casually held the barbell out toward the two standing there. He wanted to train but didn't want to make me uncomfortable. Next person. The two over there waved their hands, smiling awkwardly. I'm fine, said Sergeant Kim. Right, so am I. I can train by myself. Minjun looked indifferent. Really? So boring. The two quickly pulled each other, thanking him for the offer, but if he felt bothered, they would just leave. The two turned to run away, but Minjun gave a mischievous glance, feeling a bit embarrassed. His expression slightly dropped afterward. An evil smile spread across his face. How could you think you have the right to refuse? The faces of the two turned pale, shocked. A scream echoed from the gym. Minjun looked at the three teammates struggling before him, arms crossed over his chest, and calmly said, Even though it seems like a bad time, I want you to do something. The two teammates grimaced, looking at him. What is it? Anything you want, as long as it's not more training. Minjun began to get serious. From private first class down, you won't be able to use the simulation room. The two still didn't understand. A bunch of question marks appeared over their heads. Minjun continued. The gym, the entire machine, anyone from sergeant down. Before Minjun could finish, all three shouted, No way, no way, no way. The two teammates earlier were sprawled on the gym floor. Dusting themselves off, they stood up. This is ridiculous and unfair. Nowadays, who discriminates? It's a strange thing. The two started to play childish games with each other. We have to escape from these rules, right? Just think AI has more rules than playtime. Minjun frowned at them. No messing around. Both immediately became serious again. Yes, Minjun said again. I'll try to convince the rest of the sergeants to hand it over to you. Both confidently said, Sergeant Kim Minjun, you can trust us. Minjun calmly waved his hand, signaling they could go. The two immediately ran off, while the teammate lying on the bench finally lifted his head, looking at them in confusion. He trembled, tiptoeing to leave the room when a voice called out behind him. Corporal Kim Kwang. He turned back with a pale face. Minjun slowly said to him, I heard the commander say you would be transferred to the second team. After the personnel restructuring, Kwang looked at Minjun with a confused expression. Minjun dealt another blow to his fear. So from now on, we will always train together, okay? In a forest, there were giant red snakes. With bright green eyes, they opened their mouths with two sharp fangs. They were called viper snakes. This is a snake-like monster that primarily lives underground, unlike the snakes on the surface. They aren't venomous, but they explode upon death, so you need to cut off their tails, which act as the detonator before killing them. Otherwise, it can cause a chain explosion. A squad of hunters is fighting against a swarm of snakes as numerous as ants. The atmosphere is tense. A snake lunges at the hunter, trying to bite his hand. The best way to navigate the snake mines is to go with a small group of experienced hunters. But in Iska, there's a guy who has captured countless mining snakes, Minjun in a cold jacket. His backpack is filled with snakes twisted together. He grabs a lunging snake and shakes it like a rope. His teammates look at him with trust. The captain announces, All right, take a 10-minute break. Everyone move to the shade to rest. The captain stands next to a scarred teammate, showing him something. Nearby, a soldier is sheathing his sword. Meanwhile, Minjun is up to something shady in the back, and his skill bar appears. The speed enhancement skill has leveled up, boosting his speed stat by 5. Minjun is super happy. If another career skill pops up, that would be awesome, but this is good enough. I guess this dungeon is actually a treasure. Suddenly, a loud call echoes in the air. It's the voice of the crow, Master Minho. Oh no, Master Kim Min-jun. Yeah, what? Min-jun looks confused. The crow says, I discovered the demonic energy. I can always sense a large amount. Min-jun looks around, trying to find where the crow is, while his teammate behind him is still fumbling with his sword clumsily. Min-jun is excited, feeling like he struck gold. Where are you now? The crow is perched on a tall pole in the city, looking up at a plane flying overhead and says, I'm in Incheon. Min-jun shouts, What? It seems like the crow is really close. It takes several days to get there. A few days later, at the weekend in Incheon, a young man in a black coat appears on the deserted streets. A crow swoops down in front of him. Min-jun asks the crow, What's the situation? The crow's eyes glimmer with a strange purple light. As you requested, I haven't done anything overt. I'm just observing. Since I haven't seen any monsters, I think it's a product from the dungeon. Min-jun turns his back against a wall. The crow perches on the railing behind him and asks, How many people are here? Since yesterday, there's been no one around. However, now in the morgue, there's one person. Did you go there yesterday? Min-jun grinds his teeth. This guy keeps saying stupid things. Does he think being a soldier means you can go wherever you want? How can I stay overnight outside? The crow falls silent. Min-jun pulls up his face mask. What we're about to do looks just like an invasion. He lightly coughs, but in reality, I ordered to move the dangerous thing out of that house. Min-jun quietly approached the house in front, the crow flying above his head. Yes, you're right. He reminded her not to get caught no matter what. Min-jun tiptoed to jump over the fence and stealthily entered the house. His eyes were alert, scanning the surroundings. On the table, a glass box contained purple stones emitting light. In the night, there it was. The demonic energy radiated clearly but posed no harm to the body. Min-jun stepped closer and examined the object. It seemed refined. He intended to lift it but found he couldn't move it. Footsteps approached from behind. A girl in a tight-fitting sports outfit, both alluring and athletic, appeared behind him. In a simple designed villa, Sun Unsung was lying on the bed, texting her mom. The lights were off around her. Only the faint glow from her phone illuminated the room as she had just watched a movie with her dad and was on her way back. Have you had dinner yet? I already ate. Late night movie? Huh? You didn't know. Dad had booked it beforehand. It's too much. Sometimes he can be really sweet. Are you okay being alone during the break? I'm fine. I'll be there tomorrow. Sun Unsung's fingers paused while typing the message. She looked cautiously towards the door. It seemed like she heard something. She tiptoed to open the door and went down the stairs, carefully holding onto the railing. Slowly, taking steps in the dark, a shadow appeared before her. What is that? A thief? She thought as she approached. She shouted from behind, Don't move. The stranger looked startled, his eyes revealing tension. Calmly, he said disdainfully, Is there really a thief sneaking into houses these days? Who are you? Quickly reveal your identity and purpose here. The guy in black was none other than Min-jun. His eyes widened when he saw Sun Unsung in a stance, ready to punch him. He cursed silently. Damn it, it's her again. He stood there confused, not knowing what to do. He thought he came to find the product from the hellish vault. It was radiating demonic energy, and this house just happened to belong to Sun Unsung. What a coincidence. His face turned pale, his resentful eyes fixed on the railing. The crow perched there, worried about being punished, awkwardly pointed down at the shadow figure hiding beneath the floor. I don't know anything. The shadow figure fumed. He was so angry he wanted to crush the crow immediately. Min-jun suddenly realized, isn't this the house of the division leader in the Hunter Corps? No wonder there's this stuff here. But why was she home on the exact day I came? He thought back to his time in Guangzhou. It really was a twisted fate. He made a move like a cat preparing to pounce. His face was probably as black as a burnt pot. Sun Unsung stood defensively behind, confused. She probably had never seen such a bizarre thief. Sun Unsung shouted, looking like she was getting angry, placing her hands behind her and standing still. I'm warning you. Min-jun thought, even if I'm here now, I can't just leave like this. Calmly shouting, I told you not to move. She swung her long legs like a beauty queen, delivering a kick to Min-jun's head. He quickly sat down and narrowly avoided getting his head turned into a soccer ball. Min-jun stretched out his hand. In his hand, there was a piece of paper and a pen. Unsung threw another punch, looking quite skilled in martial arts. Min-jun dodged and used the pen to write something down. Unsung relentlessly attacked. Min-jun dodged while writing on the paper, which made Unsung extremely angry. She looked at him like a playboy who specializes in teasing women. Min-jun's eyes widened in surprise. Her movements were impressive. She would soon become a sergeant, but she was still far from matching him. He calmly raised his hand, easily catching Unsung's punch, making her a bit worried. Min-jun pushed her hand down casually, looking at her with suspicion. Immediately after, Min-jun grabbed her hand with both of his. Unsung was now furious and pushed his hand away. What? Are you kidding me? She calmed down and thought, this jerk isn't an ordinary person. With moves like that, he must be an awakened one. She continued to kick, but Min-jun dodged. He suddenly rushed towards her, his eyes locked on an object on the table. Unsung suddenly raised both hands to cover her face. Perhaps she wasn't a match for Min-jun. She waited for something terrible that she couldn't avoid. Min-jun swiped past her to grab the item in question, leaving her stunned. Then he dashed away towards Lan, and disappeared into the thick darkness. Unsung called out, "Hey, wait!" All she could see was a shadow rushing by. Lan could see a crow flying behind him. She felt a bit frustrated, hitting her hands against the railing. She couldn't hit him even once. Suddenly, she found a piece of paper in her hand. Curiously, she opened it to see two ridiculous words written inside. Her face turned bright red, her eyes seemed like they could burn the paper. That dog of a guy, Min-jun, along with the crow, has run into the city. Behind him, the sound of her yelling echoed. That crazy guy. In a dense park that probably hadn't been visited in a long time, Min-jun examined the item he just took, pondering deeply. His face was filled with excitement. It had even more abilities than the monsters. Besides, if a general with 2 stars had this at home, it meant it wouldn't affect a human's body at all. The crow cawed. As I think, it's a crystal from a monster. Min-jun glanced at it. Does it have AI? Can it talk yet? The crow immediately bowed its head low. I'm sorry. The familiar raised its hands, looking rather annoyed. Min-jun continued. I already know that. I'm just wondering why it can contain magical energy. I've never seen anything like this, not even in Iska. Min-jun lifted the purple object, looking at the monster crystal, which was a type of mineral found inside monsters. These crystals can vary depending on their age and danger level, but they contain a corresponding amount of mana based on their size. Min-jun dropped the item and thought about the things he received when hunting monsters. So this is one of the rarest items. Look at that thing fall and shatter against the glass. The purple crystals fell out. Min-jun reached down to pick them up, but he had never seen crystals like these before. They contained demonic energy inside. He clenched his fist and crushed the crystals, unleashing the demonic energy that enveloped his entire body. He thought, how did it end up on Earth? His skill notification appeared. You have absorbed a large amount of demonic energy. Demonic energy stat increased by 1. Min-jun looked at the fragments in his hand. If I didn't want to mess with that stupid saintess, I wouldn't waste my time on this stuff. Min-jun's skill notification continued. Demonic energy annihilation has been created. Mastery of demonic energy has been created. Min-jun looked at it and exclaimed, wow, 2 skills at once. Nice. I've been grinding all day to get more skills to test out. He touched his skill panel. Demonic energy annihilation. Your demonic energy will become colorless, odorless, and will no longer affect the surrounding environment. You can use demonic energy or skills whenever you want. Min-jun radiated purple light. The higher the demonic energy stat, the easier it became to control. I was worried it would affect the surroundings. Even though I tried to be careful, this is great. Moreover, I also have mastery over demonic energy. Min-jun extended his hand toward the crow and the illusionist who had been standing there. The crow squawked and was pulled onto Min-jun's hand. The crow looked a bit confused. He looked at it and thought, is it really only this heavy? It should be useful for remote control. I used to drag a bunch of goblins around with this. Min-jun seemed unsatisfied. He threw the crow away and told the two, I have a new mission for you guys. Find information about dungeons and items suspected to be related to demonic energy. The two stood at attention, ready to obey. Min-jun turned and tossed out 2 pieces of demonic energy. The two rushed to catch them, followed by a fight over the pieces. Nit was revealed behind him. Min-jun turned back to them, immediately pretending to be close friends. Indeed, Nit. Min-jun suddenly called the crow, Li Bonggu. Have you ever had Korean food? At the roadside restaurant named Ararang, a table full of food was served that looked quite appetizing. At this point, the crow transformed into a person, tears and snot all over, but still had to admit he was very handsome. The owner watched the 2 men eating soup next to him. Bonggu had a pile of bowls, while Min-jun stared at him in confusion. He exclaimed, oh, this is so good. Min-jun looked at him eating and blushed with anger. Choose one, eat or cry. Yes, sir. Bonggu kept burying his face in the kimchi, crying because it was spicy. Min-jun thought back, that's right, at Iska. He only ate those disgusting pastries. So it makes sense why he's like this. His phone in his pocket vibrated, revealing a series of messages from. Quang from the squad frowned, saying not to use phones, but now he's about to speak. Under the sunlight, the soldiers of the Hunter Brigade are training for those who have awakened their powers. They have surpassed the limits of ordinary people. The guerrilla training has everyone working hard despite feeling exhausted. The trainers are watching them closely. Min-jun looks excited as a loud cheer rings out. The soldiers dash like arrows, sweat soaking their uniforms, and a bright smile blooms on Min-jun's face, as if he struck gold. His eyes shine with extreme excitement for this special training as he spreads his arms wide. He glides across the rope bridge with the joyful expression of a child who has found their favorite game. Even hanging high up with safety ropes, these challenges seem like just a light warm-up. Nothing can trouble him. things only changed when entering the toxic gas training round. His face turns serious behind the thick gas mask as the captain's voice rings out. Everyone, let's sing the national anthem until the 4th verse and remember the oath of the Hunter Brigade well. Some soldiers in the corner of the tent can't hold back their emotions. Tears roll down their cheeks while others wear unreadable expressions, except for Minjun. The fire of passion within him seems to burn more intensely than ever. Finally, the captain's command rings out. All dismissed. These soldiers, who are all awakened ones, carry a special significance. They are far superior to ordinary soldiers, yet guerrilla training remains a harsh challenge every hunter knows. Inside the canvas tent, each soldier is equipped with a folding bed. They sit exhausted on their beds. Some quickly drift off to sleep, while the red-haired boy and his brown-haired friend have tears welling in their eyes. They are moved, holding steaming fried rice. Both are lost in thought as they look at their meals. The red-haired boy chokes up, thinking this might be my last meal here this year. The brown-haired boy looks worried. The division commander must really hate us. Did I do something wrong that I don't know about? The red-haired boy sighs softly. You haven't even met him once, so how could that be? Across from them, another team is enjoying their meal. The soldiers sleep in the makeshift tents. In the open wilderness, it's far from comfortable. The red-haired boy glances over in confusion. Aren't you eating? His teammates are also curious. They turn their gaze to the brown-haired guy. He struggles to speak. If we eat too much, we'll have to go to that place. His face pales at the thought. A vision of a dark, haunting small room flashes in his mind, where the flickering light from the watchtower shines through the leaf. At that moment, the tent flap is lifted, and Captain Seo Jong-hun, commander of Company 2, steps in. The soldiers are in a state of exhaustion. A green-haired guy, probably the captain there, quickly stands up to salute. Team 2 is on personal break. The captain clears his throat and announces to everyone. Listen up, today's training went really well, and tonight the trainers will be on night duty, so you guys can take a break. And beside that, we can say the main goal of this guerrilla training is the hunter's purpose. His face became resolute, his eyes igniting a fire in the soldiers to give their all in tomorrow's battle. The next day, their battle was an intense showdown under the blazing sun. Everyone surrounded the arena, cheering for their teammates. Great job, take him down from the stands. Two muscular soldiers clashed fiercely, their expressions tense like a drawn bowstring. They were eager to claim victory. The square arena was where the winner and loser would be decided. The fighters had to push their opponent out of the ring, or defeat them completely. One fighter grimaced as he gritted his teeth. His entire body bulged with solid muscles as he lifted his opponent easily like a lightweight. Then he channeled his strength and threw his opponent off the mat. The one thrown down crashed onto his teammates below, causing a pileup on the ground while the victor celebrated with his team. Triumphant, he looked down as the coach's voice rang out. Stop. Coach raises his hand to announce the 16th match of the 3rd round. Battalion 1, Company 2, Team 1 wins this match. Weapons are prohibited, and no hitting is allowed. It's basically a pure strength contest. However, the duel in guerrilla training holds special meaning. The victorious contender smirked. Victorious, he gathered all 4 battalions of the 104th Division as the soldiers lined up. Colonel Lee Jung-byum, commander of Battalion 2, frowned. Indeed, he's a special guy. Last year, his team also won, right? Colonel Jeon Sung-kyun, the commander of Battalion 1, Division 4, chuckled. That's right. Back then, he was just a private. Now he's a sergeant. Colonel Lee still greets him, even in the previous round when facing 10 opponent teams at once. He took them all down himself. What are his stats? The commander of Battalion 1, Lieutenant Colonel Ko Jong-hun, glanced at Colonel Lee. He pushed his glasses up and said, I heard Sergeant Choi Seong-gu just passed his promotion exam. However, it seems like the commander of Battalion 1 has given up on the promotion. Colonel Lee's face showed astonishment as he exclaimed, What? Is what the commander of Battalion 3 said true? Did you know about this training beforehand? I, Choi Seong-gu, cannot participate in the match if I've been promoted, Colonel Jeon retorted. Not at all. How could I have known this in advance? From the start, who would think they would hold a match in this crazy weather? This is considered a struggle between the 4 battalions near Colonel Yu. The captain of the 4th Battalion chimed in, Don't you dare slander me like that. I've heard about that too. Why did you attack the captain of the 3rd Battalion? Don't you have any faults? This match is seen as a fierce competition between the battalions. It has become a battle of honor. A trainer continued announcing, Next is the 4th Battalion, Company 1, Group 4, and a girl slightly smirked. The number of teams from Battalion 4 that made it to this round is just 1, a group of girls with strong physiques. They are standing in a ready position, and the intensity of training will likely increase for the battalions that haven't performed well. The competitors from the winning team are sitting in the tent, laughing triumphantly. The earlier winner walks past Min-jun, smirking. You're the notorious Kim Min-jun from Battalion 2, huh? Min-jun looks at him nonchalantly. Yeah, that's me. He stretches out his hand to press something, his eyebrows raised. Wow, finally meeting a celebrity. I've heard you're the fastest to become a sergeant here. Min-jun doesn't get his intentions and just chuckles. Yeah, I guess so. Thanks, man. His smile is laced with disdain. He laughs with a condescending look. I might have expected too much from the rumors. You look like a fool. The eyes of Minjun's two teammates immediately turn cold as they glare at him, both shouting in annoyance. What the hell did you just say? But right after that, their expressions change slightly as a large hand slaps down on each of their shoulders. The guy stands before them, looking like he wants to devour them whole, his hands gripping tightly on their shoulders. He speaks with a slightly mocking tone. I just meant it like that, his grip tightening further. The bulging veins in his hands show tremendous power. The two are left in shock. What kind of strength is this? I can't move. He releases them after a display of intimidation, a smug expression on his face, sorry for being careless. Saying that, he walks away with his teammates, who are laughing and joking among themselves. Minjun remains quietly seated, unfazed. Minjun's two teammates glare at him in frustration. What an ass. Sergeant Kim Minjun, aren't you going to do anything? Minjun raises a finger. What's there to do? The guy with blue hair yells back, clearly upset. I'm going to teach him a lesson. His expression slightly falters. It seems he realized he might have overreacted, but it's really due to Minjun's reaction. Minjun smirks cunningly. It's fine. He's so mad he's shaking, his face is all red, speaking each word deliberately. We'll meet him again soon. The rounds of matches continue under the blazing sun, everyone sitting in makeshift tents. In the tent of Team 4, Battalion 4, Company 4, Squad 4. The girls are sitting and waiting when the call to get ready rings out. Corporal Cha Mary, with her short pink hair neatly tied back, is ready. What's the point of all this? She complains. Not only is it exhausting, but we also have to push against each other. It's really something. Corporal Lion chimes in explaining. They're comparing the strengths of the battalions, and if we don't do well, we're done for. We really have to do this to decide who's the Gorilla King. Corporal Cha's eyes widen. We're the only team from the battalion that made it this far. That must be why the division commander is so furious. Above in the observation area, the division commanders are sitting together, while the other division leaders are still arguing. Don't slander me like that. I've heard about it too. The colonel's expression looks a bit irritated, her brows furrowed, and she exudes tension. She remains silent and doesn't say a word. Sergeant Cha has probably seen that terrifying demeanor of her superior. She gasps and screams, oh my god, she's gone crazy. Suddenly, a voice rises from behind the girls. Why are you all so worried? The four of them turn around, confused, to see who it is, a blonde girl approaching them, the trainer's voice booming. Next is Team 4 of Battalion 4, Company 4, Squad 4, and the girls all stand up ready for action. Their bodies are fit and toned, with six-pack abs visible, especially the blonde girl. Her abs are firm, clearly defined. She is the squad leader, Sergeant Ascipian, her face filled with determination. She looks like a fierce general, telling her teammates, we just need to win and claim the title of king. That gorilla is nothing. Her hands are clenched, her gaze incredibly confident as their battle begins. Sergeant Cha screams, seemingly filled with hatred and panic, her cries probably echoing through the mountains while her teammates fight with all their might. She yells and runs everywhere. Stay away from me. Her opponent can only chase after her, looking helpless and reluctant. Perhaps this is a match he never wants to repeat in his life. On the other side, two girls are teaming up against a muscular guy, but it seems they can't give him a hard time. On this side, Sergeant Cha is screaming and running around. The scene is incredibly chaotic as Corporal Kim Na-eun and Corporal Ha Ji-eun struggle against a tall guy. He's so tall that he could lift both of them at once and throw them away. But just as he seems to be winning against the two girls, he furrows his brow, distracted by something. A strong hand rests on his shoulder. Immediately after, he is thrown down to the ground in front of the astonished and bewildered girls. The one who threw him was Sergeant Oh. She only used one hand to effortlessly take down a guy that big. She didn't even bother to look at where he fell. This captain is incredibly powerful. That guy's face turned as dark as a pot because he was thrown away by a girl. He grits his teeth in frustration, looking at her with disbelief, wondering why he'd lose to such a delicate girl when she's actually not weak at all. He seems even angrier than when eating chili, his eyes red as if they could burn Sergeant Oh. Just then, she lunges at him, catching him off guard. He hasn't even gotten up yet, still sitting dazed on the ground as Sergeant Oh leaps at him. The muscles on her body bulged, making her look like a fierce beast. She gained momentum and wrapped her arms around the leg of that guy. She lifted him off the ground, and his face turned pale as he was lifted without any chance to react. He never expected to encounter a girl as powerful as her. His eyes widened, seemingly shocked to the point of fainting. Whoever ends up with Sergeant Oh won't dare to speak up all day, he thought, as he helplessly rolled twice in the air before crashing down onto the fighting ground. Sergeant Oh knelt on one knee, one hand on the ground and the other on her knee to balance herself and catch her breath. No matter what, that guy is big. Throwing him far away will definitely make him fall due to inertia, but her skills seemed to be impressive. There was no problem for her at all. Sergeant Oh dusted herself off, then suddenly looked over to the side in confusion. She immediately fell into a state of 3 parts helplessness and 7 parts like a deer caught in headlights when she saw Private Cha running frantically, shouting, "Ah, don't chase me anymore." Behind her, her opponent also seemed to be losing interest. Why can't I catch her? Finally, the opponent's face lit up with joy. All right, looks like I caught Private Cha, but no, she calmly grabbed his wrist. Quick and decisive, the guy still didn't understand what was happening right after that. With just one hand, Private Cha threw him into the air, spinning him around. She tossed him lightly like a toy. This is the consequence of defying girls, huh? She told him not to touch her, yet he still insisted on chasing her. Looks like today is his unlucky day. The guy was so scared he was left dumbfounded, thinking he was fighting a regular girl. Who would have thought she was a super powerhouse? The sergeant stands with hands on hips, looking at this scene speechlessly. Why didn't they do that from the start? Running around the universe while screaming like she's about to get eaten, turns out that grain of rice is actually a chicken. That's hilarious. The corporal gently tosses him to the ground, her expression as calm as if she were throwing away a bag of trash, showing no signs of fatigue. That guy's thrown down, lying motionless with his eyes tightly shut. He might still be dizzy by next year. She pushes a little harder. Perhaps he's gone to heaven to continue the fight. She looks at him with disgust, as if she thinks he deserves it. She says, "I told you to stay away from me." Clearly, doing the opposite will make women very troublesome. Right after that, Corporal Cha turns back to look behind her. Corporal Yoon is at a disadvantage against her opponent, and it seems she might not be able to hold on much longer. The two keep pushing back and forth. The opponent's face is filled with killing intent, and the solid muscles are popping up as she exerts all her strength. The opponent of Corporal Yoon is sweating profusely. It seems this girl is not ordinary. At that moment, a blonde guy appears beside him, signaling him. He charges in like an arrow. They're planning a 2-on-1. He shouts, "Gotcha!" But before he takes a few steps, a hand grabs his collar. He immediately changes to a shocked expression, talk about a quick turn of events. He feels his head being slammed down, and then his whole body is uncontrollably flying through the air. He can't comprehend what's happening. The one holding his collar is none other than An Siu. Her attacking stance is incredibly decisive. Her skills are truly impressive. And Siu's cold, sharp eyes and her expression seem satisfied with this outcome. Corporal Yoon raises her eyebrows, staring directly at her opponent. She lightly thanks her teammate, "Thank you," and Siu strengthens her grip. It seems the last move from her opponent made her even more fired up. She gathers her strength to push him back several steps. That guy still has no idea what's going on. Where did this girl with such incredible strength come from? He's lost his advantage and is now in a passive position, getting taken down. Corporal Cha watches the whole process alone. Proud of her teammate, she smiles a bit cruelly, anticipating the final victory. Their team has won. The guy who won the first match laughs with his teammates and mocks him, clicking his tongue in disdain, arms crossed over his chest. Those guys couldn't even get rid of a few girls. I didn't expect much, but this is pretty shocking. They should just sit back and watch. The two guys who got knocked down are sitting there, panting. They probably haven't regained their composure yet. The previous two are discussing in a fighting stance. They boast about their victory, talking about the name Choi Seong-gu. But this year, it's only us who are the stars. Those two rush up, waving their hands at the girls standing in the arena, challenging them. The girls remain unfazed, calmly waiting for them. The sergeant stands with her hands on her hips. Maybe she thinks this annoying bunch isn't afraid of death. Before those two could make a move, they were lifted up by Sergeant O, each held by one hand like carrying two frogs. They were lifted off the ground, still looking down on everyone, completely unaware of fear. What are they smirking about? They think they can take us on alone, but these two big guys can't brag for long. But then their smiles faded, replaced by terror in just a few seconds. Maybe now they know. Their feet haven't touched the ground this whole time. Both of them shouted in panic, "Whoa, she's strong. Wait, hold on." But Sergeant O didn't wait for their pleas. She had a firm grip on their waists, smirking mockingly. Their bodies trembled from the effort. She said every word clearly. "Who told you I would fight alone?" Meanwhile, the girls from the team were preparing to charge. With lightning speed, they combined their strength to push behind Sergeant O, unleashing a massive force. The girls tossed the two arrogant guys aside. They flopped like noodles in Sergeant O's hands, thrown into the air, their faces filled with fear. Oh my! The girls looked smug watching those two. They truly deserved it for underestimating women. The two were sprawled on top of each other. The coach raised a hand to announce the round 16 match 4, Team 4 of Battalion 4, Company 4, Squad 4, victory. Sergeant O brushed her hands off with satisfaction. The girls behind her were overjoyed, and even AI was beaming on this side. Min Jun was sitting back, observing them. He started to evaluate their cooperation. They really were good, and their skills were impressive too. One teammate exclaimed, "Wow, that team is really good." The guy with the tuft of hair smirked. "They will face Choi Seong-gu. Just wait and see him lose." The guy just rebutted, "How could that happen? Choi Seong-gu will go straight to the finals. If not, how can we compete with him and also teach him a lesson?" That guy is foolish to admit it, but then he wondered, "Are we sure we can make it to the finals? We will have Sergeant Lee, Seal, and Kim and Jun. If we want to win, there's no way we can lose. Corporal Cha was leaving. Outside the arena, she suddenly noticed something. She looked towards the guys waiting and spotted Kim Min-jun, her eyes lighting up. Her expression was one of joy as if she had struck gold. However, the distance was too far for Min-jun to hear her. Two teammates looked over in confusion, a big question mark appearing above their heads. The guy with the tuft scratched his head. What's going on? Did she just greet me? The guy next to him excitedly said, Of course. I knew she noticed me. Seeing a pretty girl makes you forget everything. Earlier, she had just thrown a hefty guy away like a bag of trash. Min-jun remained silent, showing no reaction while Corporal Cha jumped up. This made Corporal On's face darken. He wondered what was wrong with this girl. The two guys suddenly changed their opinions. The blonde guy said, But thinking it over, teaching others like this. The guy with the tuft also said he didn't like people. Sometimes, I can be a bit arrogant. I think I can forgive Choi Seung-gu. After that, both of their faces turned red. I feel the same way. I'm a bit regretful, but let's put that aside. From now on, we will cheer for the 4th Battalion. Min-jun sat beside them, looking at them with a judgmental gaze. These guys really lose all sense when they see a beautiful girl. Min-jun sighed at these foolish guys in the observation tower. The commanders were still focused, watching Colonel Ko adjust his glasses. I had hoped for more from them, yet Colonel Lai was happily smiling. It was indeed a good match, Colonel Jian said, his face reddening. You must be proud, commander of the 4th Battalion. Colonel Yuong remained silent as the coach continued to announce the 16th round of the 5th match. Team 2 of the 2nd Battalion, Company 2, Regiment 2, and Team 4 of the 1st Battalion, Company BA, Regiment 1, please come to the stage. Colonel Yuong's eyes suddenly widened. She focused her attention down below, looking at Kim Min-jun's face. She suddenly thought of the expression of the division commander, and Min-jun's whole team began to discuss. The blonde guy turned to Min-jun. Sergeant Kim Min-jun, did you hear that our whole team will have a vacation together if we come in first in this exam? Min-jun, with a disgusted expression, replied, I don't want to go on vacation with you guys. Oh, then I guess we don't need to come in first. Min-jun glared at his teammate, then turned away. His gaze was sharp and his lips curled up. What's going on? What's the deal? Under the scorching sun, the two teams stand in 2 rows facing each other. The coach in the middle is explaining the rules to them. Both teams are tense, looking at each other, with determination on their faces to win as the coach clears his throat, ready to start. The match will begin with the sound of a whistle. A whistle blows, and the members of the other team charge forward aggressively. Meanwhile, Min-jun's team remains calm, observing. Right after that, 2 teammates next to Min-jun also start to move forward. The gray-haired guy, with a cold expression, rushes in first. He grabs the waist of 2 opponents and pushes them back. The other 2 look a bit surprised by the attack. They still don't know how to react, while others are also colliding with each other at lightning speed. The other 2 teammates of Min-jun also rush in, grabbing their opponent's hips. One has a tuft of hair on his head. He slips under the opponent's arm and prepares to lift him up. What the heck is this? His eyebrows furrow slightly. He's a bit surprised. Why are you so light? Then he lifts his opponent up like he's holding a frog. Behind him, the brown-haired guy has also lifted an opponent up. It seems this team isn't a match for them. Suddenly, one of the team glances aside. Right after that, they show a confused expression, looking at another opponent who is still standing still, not joining the fight. That tall guy just stands there watching his team. Struggling with a member of Min-jun's team, he seems to admire the situation, his eyebrows furrowed. It's as if he's looking down on that teammate. He intends to join in, and they are going to take on 3 at once. Min-jun's teammate also looks resentful. Looking back, his gaze shows no hesitation, as if he thinks if he charges in, he'll take on all 3. Min-jun steps onto the field. Blocking the view of his teammate, who's straining to knock down an opponent, the guy from earlier looks a bit nervous upon seeing Min-jun appear. Min-jun observes him and silently evaluates. He really is useful. Should I try that with him? He lets out a shout and charges at Min-jun. Min-jun remains calm, waiting to see what he will do, the corners of his eyes lifting. His hand begins to channel demonic energy. His control isn't very precise yet, but Min-jun intends to use his *** demonic mastery *** skill to deal with this match. Min-jun stands firmly, taking a slight step forward, causing the opponent's face to look panicked. It seems like he's afraid of something. Min-jun holds him suspended in mid-air, right in a running position. It looks like he hasn't even reached the charge before being pulled back by Min-jun. Calmly, Min-jun uses one hand to control the demonic energy, holding him in place. With one hand gripping his head, Min-jun's eyes reveal excitement. Finally, I can deal with an opponent. He swings his hand, pressing the opponent's head down quickly, so fast that others can't catch it. Min-jun's opponent braces himself on 2 hands to avoid being suffocated. He kneels on one knee to stabilize himself, looking at Min-jun in shock because no one can see Min-jun's skill. Min-jun stood calmly in front of his opponent, who was grinding his teeth in anger, veins bulging on his face as he glared at Min-jun. He immediately sprang up, reaching out to grab Minjun, but Minjun's expression darkened slightly as his opponent couldn't even touch him before. Minjun used his demonic power to pull the guy's arm, causing him to stumble and fall flat on the arena floor. He looked like a child learning to walk who had tripped and fallen. Minjun glanced at him as if the outcome was obvious, and the opponent sat up again. He turned to look at Minjun with a confused expression, unsure of what was happening, hoping to find answers in Minjun's demeanor. Two big question marks appeared over his head. Minjun found the game amusing. He thought, "Oh, I won't let him know what's going on." He brushed off his opponent's chest lightly as Minjun stood up, ready to fight again. Minjun thought to himself, "All right, that's enough." Just as the opponent was about to defend, Minjun launched himself forward. The opponent raised his hand to catch Minjun, but missed. Minjun dodged and ran past him. The opponent turned in shock, but Minjun had already circled behind him and grabbed him from behind. It seemed Minjun was really enjoying teasing his opponent. He leaned back and tossed the opponent into the air. Minjun's opponent soared into the sky. It was quite strange since normally, people threw their opponents forward. Minjun tossed him out from behind, and his eyes were filled with delight. "Hello there." The match continued under the blazing Sunday. As expected, Minjun's team easily made it to the finals, and everyone sat down to rest in their team's spot. The faces of Minjun's two teammates were flushed with frustration. They had won, yet they still looked upset. They were angry for another reason they couldn't face Team 4 of Battalion 4 as opponents. The faces of Minjun's two teammates darkened. The coach's voice echoed from the arena, "We will enter the finals." Both teams are invited to step onto the battlefield. The sound of military boots echoed as they walked onto the arena. Minjun encountered the guy Vin who had teased them before, with a ponytail tied at the back like a chicken's tail, along with Kwang who had a tuft of hair on his head. They glared at each member of that team stepping up. Did they have some kind of secret strategy? Jianer shot a look at Wang Shich. "That bastard used to be a wrestler, right?" Wang Shich glanced at them. It seemed he had wrestled until high school, and then he had to retire because he awakened. The two began assessing their opponent based on his fighting style. "I can say that his skills back then were no joke. I heard he won every tournament." Jianer skeptically asked, "Really?" They both looked at the opposing team, who were laughing triumphantly, their heads about to burst into flames. Jianer gritted his teeth, frustrated. They were that skilled but still played basic moves. Jian and Wang Shich were burning with rage. One team has to hold back the other two. If those two get over there, they might eat the opposing team alive. Minjun just stood aside, frowning. He knew exactly why these two were so annoyed. It was utterly ridiculous, and Minjun's face showed his helplessness. These two were furious not just because Choi Seung-woo's team won the quarterfinals, but also because of how they won. Choi Seung-woo's team faced the girls from Aniseo. They looked down on the girls, who were covered in dirt, as they fell to the ground, while Choi Seong-gu was happily singing when he saw Sergeant Oh struggling to get up, her whole body trembling, even though she was a girl too. She must have been knocked down many times. Choi looked at her with utter disdain, waving his rough hand. The result of their match was 6-0, as Sergeant Oh was giving her last bit of strength and spirit to charge forward. He showed no mercy and threw her down again, with no one being pushed out of the arena as the previous rules stated. Instead, Sergeant Oh lay motionless in a corner of the arena, while Choi Seong-gu's team watched him spin his arms, looking rather ungraceful while showing off. He showed no pity towards women. All the girls lay still on the arena floor, clearly having been thrown down many times. It no longer resembled a sports competition, but more like a training match. Minjun remained silent, listening to the two blabbering on. He thought completely differently. Choi Seong-gu's victory was entirely justified. Because he had followed the minimum rule of not committing fouls, it's just that the losers were too weak. Well, after all, they were just girls. They couldn't be stronger than all the men here. Their victory mainly relied on strategy and teamwork. The girls sat in the resting area, looking extremely sad, with Sergeant Choi placing a towel over her face, probably because her body was hotter than the weather outside. And SEO silently looked down, feeling hopeless, while Corporal Cha yelled angrily. Ignoring Corporal Jian, who was trying to hold her back, Kwang Shich angrily said, "It was time to teach you a lesson, you jerk." Minjun still frowned at Kwang Shich, like he was looking at a troublesome child. He let out a sigh. There was still a long way to go, and the annoying face of Choi Seong-gu appeared in his mind. His arrogant appearance, looking down on others, was really irritating. He thought calmly, if they hated Choi Seong-gu that much, they just needed to beat him in the match. So why all the fuss? Who knows? Choi Seong-gu stood with his teammates, with a contemptuous smirk on his face. The Minjun team was ready for the match. They weren't worried at all. Even if they faced the winners of the entire training session, Jian called out, "Are you going to fight us by yourself again?" He smirked disdainfully. What can Sergeant Lee Sigu do alone against us? Who's asking? His demeanor was incredibly arrogant as he continued, "But if I were to face you all alone, I wonder if you could win." Jiner, annoyed, was about to charge in, but Sergeant Lee Sigu stopped him. Sergeant Lee was the one from earlier in the match. Fighting alone against two opponents, Kwang Shich's hair stood up like a fire, while Min Jun remained silent with a dark expression. He shifted his attacks towards Min Jun, glancing over and smirking mockingly. I think you'll be upset, especially when your little girlfriend gets defeated, yet you seem pretty calm. Min Jun didn't understand what he was talking about. A big question mark appeared over his head. Kwang Shich looked confused. What was he talking about? His girlfriend? How? His voice rang out again. Is that pink-haired girl from Battalion 4 your girlfriend? She was really enthusiastic, cheering for you. Kwang Shich remembered when Corporal Cha waved and cheered at him, his face turning red. He yelled, "What do you mean?" She didn't wave at Sergeant Kim Min-jun. Okay? Then his expression fell back into embarrassment. What do you mean? In general, it's definitely not true. He really hoped it wasn't the case. Jeaner couldn't keep quiet. He hurriedly interjected, "That's right. Sergeant Kim Min-jun doesn't care about any other girl besides." Lumi, the dungeon fighter, clumsily defended him. This left Choi Seung-gu and his teammates baffled, creating an awkward atmosphere. It seems like Jeaner just let slip something really inappropriate. Suddenly Choi Seung-gu smirked, and then all three of his team members hugged each other and laughed loudly. Haha, what? Lumi from the dungeon fighter, that NPC in that trash game? She's your crush? Ha ha ha. Amidst the mocking laughter, Min Jun's cold voice rang out, "You're the pathetic one here." Min Jun, who had been silent until now, also joined in, leaving the whole team stunned. Choi Seung-woo laughed heartily, full of disdain. "First time seeing someone like you, only a few losers would like a 2D character. You're really pathetic." The coach's voice cut through the argument. Both teams are ready, and the match will begin with the sound of the whistle. Choi Seung-woo laughed so hard he was in tears. "I'll go easy on you. You still need to come back safely to your little Lumi." The coach blew a long whistle, signaling the start of the match. Choi Seung-woo got into a fighting stance but kept taunting Min Jun. "What's with the big sister?" Even though the words were irritating, Min Jun remained calm with no reaction, while his teammates had already started charging in. Min Jun's face darkened as he looked at Choi Seung-gu rushing towards him, his expression turning icy. He rushed in and yelled, "You still relaxed?" Just as his hand was about to touch Min Jun's shoulder, Min Jun gently shifted to the side. Dodging the blow with style, the members of Min Jun's team looked at him in confusion, big question marks hovering above their heads. Choi Seung-woo held his face, his expression pale from pain and embarrassment, a red mark appearing on his forehead. His teeth clenched, his face contorted in pain, more bitter than eating chili. He spat out each word through gritted teeth. "This was just a misstep. Let's overlook it this time." Min Jun shrugged and glanced at the coach. The coach, who was also confused about how to handle the situation, looked up at the commanders sitting in the observation area, his eyes hoping for a verdict from them. Then the coach sternly reminded the two to be careful to avoid unnecessary conflicts. "I repeat, fighting here is prohibited." Min Jun slightly smirked as the coach turned to leave. Choi Seung-gu's face darkened. He scowled angrily, hissing through clenched teeth. "This pesky little brat is really cute, but I won't go easy on you anymore. You're dead for sure." Min Jun's face darkened as he replied. "Cute?" The coach's voice rang out. "Keep going." Min Jun was starting to get annoyed. "I'm not cute." Choi stood frozen when he suddenly saw Min Jun turn and run away. "What?" He then triumphantly said. "So that's it, he's planning to run away?" His eyes narrowed. But Min Jun didn't run away. He charged towards his two teammates like a gust of wind, their eyes wide in shock. He didn't understand what was going on, as two teammates were thrown into the air, screaming. Min Jun kept rushing like a whirlwind. Jian En was on the verge of tears. "Why is it me again?" Choi stood there, confused, looking at Theo, Min Jun. "Why is that guy attacking someone on the team?" Both Sergeant Lee and Wang Sik got thrown up in the air, but the two of them managed to dodge it. "I can't understand what Min Jun is doing. Everyone is glaring at him like he's the party crasher." Sergeant Lee was furious. He stood in front of Min Jun, arms crossed over his chest, eyebrows tightly furrowed. Gritting his teeth, that crazy guy, Sergeant Lee and Min Jun clashed. A team member from another group was hit and flew high into the air. Choi was still standing to the side, dumbfounded, watching everything. "What are you doing?" Sergeant Lee was incredibly angry, and Choi was even more shocked to see Min Jun throw him away. What the hell is going on? Min Jun was surrounded by purple demonic energy, his eyes filled with something eerie. "What's wrong with that damn guy?" Up in the observation tower, the two commanders were arguing. Colonel John stood up and shouted, "What kind of fight is this? Stop them." Colonel Lee countered, "What are you talking about? He's not breaking any rules. Why stop the fight?" Colonel Jian continued to argue, but he just knocked out his own teammate. Is that normal? Colonel Lee was a bit tense, gripping the armrests of his chair tightly. "What's up with that guy? I can't just let him off the hook." Colonel Jean was still shouting loudly. "Are you responsible if any of those guys get hurt?" Colonel IU, who had been silent, finally spoke up. "The referee will handle this himself, just like the previous matches." Colonel Jian suddenly fell silent, pondering the girls on Colonel IU's team. They were defeated by Choi Seung-gu. He seemed to have said something he shouldn't have. Aren't those girls also injured? Colonel IU sighed and turned to continue watching. On the battlefield, Minjun and Choi were gripping each other's waist, his face scrunched up. Minjun is really a formidable opponent. How did this guy do it? He turned this into a one-on-one fight. And now he wants to wrestle? You idiot. You've made a mistake. I know you're strong. But he's gripping Minjun's waist tightly. Strength is everything in wrestling. He looks pleased. He seems to be confident of winning. In wrestling, technique is the key as he grips Minjun's waist. He puts all his strength into lifting him up, but strangely, a slender guy like Minjun can't be lifted. He looks doubtful. Before he could react, Minjun lifted him up effortlessly. Then Minjun exerted force and threw him down. He fell heavily onto the fighting arena, screaming in panic. Whoa, whoa. Minjun looked down at him sprawled on the ground. Get up, you bastard. Choi thought to himself, asterisk, my technique isn't working? Asterisk. He really is dangerous. Minjun smiled a wicked smile, looking like a little demon. Minjun lifted him up again. Choi was bewildered and pleaded. Wait, I understand now. I'll surrender. Minjun didn't hear a word. He lifted him up and slammed him to the ground. Choi spun in the air. He screamed in fear and fell heavily. Minjun didn't let him drop, but kept him suspended above the ground. He coughed violently. Minjun calmly said, AI says you can surrender, huh? Minjun lifted him up once again. That guy's panicking. Wait, maybe he's scared out of his mind. Choi yelled, I said I give up. I'll step down myself. Minjun ignored all his words, his face darkening. Listen carefully, Sister Luna, that guy stammered. Minjun looked like a ruthless demon as he continued speaking. He's not just a 2D character. Then Minjun twisted his waist and flung him backward. Everyone watching the match was in shock. They were all amazed, mouths agape. Private Cha looked up, filled with admiration, while Seo was speechless in disbelief. Choi Seung-woo lay on the battlefield, foaming at the mouth, his eyes glazed over like he was drunk. Minjun continued. She's my absolute favorite. Choi was thrown down hard. Making a dent in the ground, he lay motionless. So that's why you trained. The coach raised his hand to announce the match's outcome. It was over. Team 2 of the 2nd Battalion, 2nd Company, 2nd Platoon wins. Minjun stepped down from the battlefield and suddenly froze. Next to him, Wang was glaring, while the owner looked at him with resentment. Sergeant Lee angrily turned away. Minjun scratched his head and forced a smile. Oh, I just got a little excited. Everyone immediately surrounded him, bursting into laughter. Guho, that's definitely Sergeant Kim Minjun. You didn't even break a sweat, Kwon exclaimed excitedly. That was the best match I've ever seen. The infamous Choi Seung-woo has lost in a one-on-one match. Dong, equally thrilled, gave a thumbs up. He was completely taken down like that. It feels good, but you wanted to make it dramatic, huh? If you'd just said so beforehand, we'd have gladly cooperated. Minjun frowned. Things didn't seem to be that simple. They were really pushy. Well, I guess that's fine. Sergeant Lee was still angry, speaking sternly. I don't know why, but you still can't justify taking down a teammate. I was really disappointed, Kim Minjun said. Then Sergeant Lee turned his back and walked away. Minjun silently watched him. This time, I've really crossed the line. Sergeant Lee walked steadily, sighing, as images from the battlefield flashed in his mind. Minjun rushed toward him. If he let his guard down, he could have easily become his prey. His eyes were full of determination. Kim Minjun, next time I will definitely beat you. The award ceremony for the tournament's final round took place. Everyone in uniform stood at attention as the flag of the Hunter Corps waved proudly. Colonel Ayu called out Kim Minjun's name, then she placed the medal around his neck. The crowd below raised their hands in salute. Under the scorching sun, Chang Kwon was annoyed as he stood up and left the tent. The team asked, "Where are you going?" He yelled, "To the bathroom." He walked away grumbling. Why must we train guerrillas at times like this? When in the Hunter Corps, it will take a lot of time to return to the base. A girl's voice rang out, "Hey, Hunter." He turned around and saw the girl, his face turning beet red. This guy is really easy to embarrass. The next day, after a short but intense training session with the 104th Division, voices were heard from somewhere. So we need to be more careful when mentioning this issue. I think even later, if we get punished for this, we still can't give up. But if the sergeant discovers this, don't be scared. We just need to lure them to the meeting point. At that time, they won't be able to do anything. It's easier to get forgiveness than this permission. Kid, your role is the most important. Can you handle it? The 4 people in Minjun's team were huddled together. These guys are plotting something, trying to relieve the fatigue from training. Wang Sik spoke with a serious expression. We don't have much time, do we? We need to make it as effective as possible. Choosing the right meeting point is key. So, which location is the best? Lee Jongjin said shyly, the front line in eastern Gyeonggi. If it's somewhere else, it will take a lot of time. Wang Sik exclaimed, exactly, Lee Jongjin, keep suggesting. Wang Sik's phone rang. The group turned to look inside, and his face turned slightly red. Wang Sik exclaimed, oh, another one. A message had come in from Inseo. Hello, I'm Sun Inseo. Thanks for giving me his phone number. Can we talk? Oh, I didn't think you would text me. Now I can talk. What's up? And Seo made a suggestion. Have you guys decided when to use the break? We have one from the match too, so I want us to go together. Of course. When can we go? Thanks. Can we definitely do next Sunday? Alright, okay. And SEO continued texting. Okay, since we scheduled it, your team can choose the location. I'll let the others in my team know. Thanks. We'll pick a spot and get back to you. You'll be satisfied with it. And SEO continued with a request. Can you give me the phone number of Hunter Kim Min-jun? After reading the message, Wang Six's face changed completely. Dong beside him didn't know what to do either. Yeah, Dong said. If so, getting caught is certain, right? Wang Six frowned and pointed at the phone. Should I say I don't know? Ajong complained, come on, that's unbelievable. Zhang Jin was worried, we're all in the same team. Now not knowing his number would be weird. Wang Six's face turned pale. Zhang immediately stood up to deny responsibility. I don't know anymore. This is tough. I don't think it will work. You're the one who proposed it, right? These guys don't know anything, Dong said as he turned away. Hey, you guys, let's go, before we all get into trouble. So the three of them left together, leaving Kwang confused as hell. If the sergeants really want to hang out too, then what the hell? The three stopped and Zhang Jin turned back to look at Kwang, who was still standing there shouting, Hey you guys. The hallway of the dormitory was neatly arranged and there was no one around at this time. Min-jun opened the door and stepped outside. A skill bar appeared in front of him. Min-jun excitedly placed his hands on his hips to check it out. This was the result of his training. The skill bar was filled with text. Kim Min-jun, founder of the sect. Lumi is my favorite character. Strength 66 and 60 plus 5 agility 65. O66 plus 1 endurance 60. Demonic energy 30. A skill called Decayed D. Shadow Walker C. Demon energy extermination proficiency E. Rough weapon technique S. XVKORD. Power E. A D speed enhancement E. Min-jun's eyes lit up. Thanks, Choi Sung-woo. Min-jun joyfully added more weights to the bar, humming as he worked out. It would be tough to increase the stats since they had already hit 60 points, but this time, his agility had gone up. He was lifting weights while thinking. His face was filled with excitement and strength increased by 5. This is so awesome. Min-jun was happily lifting weights when he suddenly heard someone calling out, Master Kim Min-jun! Master Kim Min-jun! The barbell was placed back on the rack with a clatter. Min-jun sat up, one hand resting on the bar while the other went to his knee, looking puzzled. What the hell? What's going on? The voice called out again. Can I ask for a little help? Min-jun gritted his teeth. Seriously, destroying someone else's mood. Why are you asking me? I already gave you money, just buy it yourself. Bong-gu laughed like an idiot. Thanks, master. Min-jun raised a hand to rub his head, looking annoyed. What the hell? Why is this jerk so happy? It's driving me crazy. The voice of Bong-gu rang out again. Oh, and I discovered a mysterious energy phenomenon. Min-jun was even more furious, grinding his teeth. Shouldn't you be the one to mention that first? Bong-gu fell silent, not saying anything. He continued to ask, what's this mysterious energy? Is it demonic energy, or what? No, it's definitely not demonic energy, but it surely comes from somewhere else. I've never felt this kind of energy at Iska. Bong-gu reported the situation to Min-jun. He pondered and asked further, what's going on? Why did you suddenly stop talking? Bong-gu casually replied, just let me finish my meal first, and then I'll continue. Min-jun shouted, you jerk. He angrily left the gym. This is so frustrating. Min-jun's phone buzzed with a message from Seo. Hello, this is Seo. Is this the number for Hunter Kim Min-jun? Min-jun was confused about what was happening. He just stared at his phone, looking a bit annoyed, and exclaimed, huh? What's going on today? Why does everyone suddenly want to talk to me? And how does she even know my number? I should just block her. Min-jun raised a finger to prepare to block the number when Wang Sik barged in, shouting, don't. Sergeant Kim Min-jun, please. Min-jun dislikefully avoided Wang Sik's touch, while Kwang grabbed his hand pleadingly. Min-jun looked at him, annoyed, and said, what is it? Kwang Shik asked if you just received a message from the hunter and Seo, right? Kwang Shik put on a flattering face. This is a rare opportunity. Please think about your teammates. I'm sure you'll reach an even higher position, so you must care about it. You should also consider the spiritual well-being of your subordinates, right? Min-jun looked at Wang Sik and asked, what the hell are you talking about? Without thinking, Min-jun pushed Wang Sik's hand away. Wait, so you're the one who gave her my number? Wang Sik awkwardly admitted, yes. It was me. He tried to hold Min-jun's arm and continued, we just want the best for the military. What other opportunities do we have to grow besides these? Min-jun's face changed color. He was about to explode. He glared at Kwang Shik and asked, what the hell are you talking about? What are you plotting? Kwang Shik looked confused. Huh? Haven't you heard anything from the hunter and Seo? Min-jun began to get furious. What do you mean heard? Kwang Shik trembled. Minjun's face became fierce. He threatened, "This is the training room. You better tell the truth." Kwang Shich's face turned pale. He still hadn't forgotten the last weightlifting match from the previous Sunday. At the amusement park in the Thunder Zone, the military's tall leather boots entered. Minjun's team was out having fun after training. Everyone's face was excited, except for Minjun and Captain Lee, who looked less than willing to be there. Out of enthusiasm, they said to Minjun, "Thanks, Sergeant Kim Minjun. I never thought I'd make it here." Kwang Shi glared at him with disgust, grinding his teeth. "What right does a traitor like you have to thank anyone? Do you know how much I had to spend?" Before he could finish, Minjun interrupted him. Minjun glanced at Kwang Shich and said, "You think we got here because of you?" John Ho already said he wanted to come here, Minjun said as he put his arm around John's shoulders. John looked shy and scratched his head as he continued, "We should be thanking him instead. No matter what, I don't think Sergeant Lee Seung-ho would allow it so easily," Rong said, his face slightly reddening as he spoke to Sergeant Lee. "I know that, but you're just a man." Sergeant Lee didn't turn to look, speaking helplessly to this chatty guy. "I think that's better than being outside all day with those guys," Sergeant Lee said calmly. This made John and Kwang Shich frown. John was looking around eagerly, wondering where the girls from the 4th Squad were. Suddenly, Zhang's eyes lit up as he looked in a direction with interest. The girls over there seemed to be having a lively conversation. Behind them was a tall man. Rong shouted, "There they are!" Near the ticket booth, but suddenly his expression froze. Everyone looked at the girls in surprise. Minjun looked confused at Anseo and the man behind her. Nsao's face was slightly embarrassed. The person behind her was Major General Sun Cha. His face was serious, and his eyes radiated authority. Kwang Shi's face turned beet red. "Is that a gangster?" he asked, slightly suspiciously. "How could a gangster dare?" Sergeant Lai raised his arm to block Kwang, preventing him from acting rudely. He shouted, "Wait a minute." Everyone paid attention as he spoke seriously. Then he raised his hand to greet that man, who also returned the greeting. Everyone was serious to some extent, but Nseo was a bit shy, while Minjun looked extremely surprised. He stared wide-eyed in that direction, stammering, "He's the division commander of the 107th. I've seen him speak on TV." Everyone gasped, looking at Minjun in disbelief, while Nseo pulled the arm of Major Sun. She shyly said, "Dad, you just said to bring me to the entrance. Please go home now, Dad." Major Sun smiled gently, comforting his daughter. "Dad just wants to greet the hunters working with you. Then Dad will go home." Nseo looked at her father awkwardly, but she didn't get to finish her sentence. Major Sun had already brushed her hand away, walking towards Minjun's group of hunters with a serious expression. Unlike when he was comforting his daughter, Nseo could only stand behind and watch, while Minjun's eyes lit up as he saw him approaching. Major Sun's face was serious, and it was hard to tell if he was happy or sad as he walked with a dignified stride. The Major stood in front of Minjun, his solid chest blocking Minjun's view. He was really tall. The Major spoke, "You are." His teeth clenched, staring intensely, not knowing. What did Minjun do to upset him like this? He voiced, "Kim Minjun, huh?" At the ticket booth of the amusement park. Minjun was behind, taking tickets, while Corporal Cha seemed excited like a child. She turned back, urging everyone to hurry inside. "We don't have much time." The corporal eagerly pulled Minjun along, while Dong and Kwang stared at the two from behind. Corporal Cha grabbed Minjun's arm, and everyone looked at her. John and Kwang blushed in embarrassment. If they held hands, they'd probably nosebleed. The girls looked at her helplessly. Corporal Jian frowned, having told her not to use that approach anymore. Kwang and John turned back, calling out, "Let's go, everyone. We've planned the most time-efficient route. So don't worry, everyone." The girls were also very excited. "Thanks, guys." Everyone happily went in together. Today might be a really fun day. Corporal O and Corporal Lai were still standing behind, not going in. When Corporal Lai turned back, Corporal O explained, "I don't like going to places like this at all." Corporal Lai sighed, "Me neither." Corporal O was a bit surprised. "Really?" The two slowly walked in, talking to each other. "I prefer to spend my days off training alone." "I get it. I feel the same way." "How many squats can you do?" These two seemed to get along well. They had quite a lot of common topics to discuss. Everyone played together happily, playing various games and screaming while riding the plane ride. The girls even wore red bows on their heads for each other. Corporal Jian seemed a bit tense. She didn't seem used to the girly games. Corporal Cha kept glancing and teasing her. In the distance, some guys were holding something that looked like cotton candy, looking dumbfounded. It's probably true that they've never seen a feminine girl before. They spend all day in the barracks, so of course they wouldn't see any women. The whole group rushed onto the roller coaster, and everyone was screaming at the top of their lungs, excited. They probably haven't felt this free in a long time. After the roller coaster, they gathered around to watch Sergeant O and Sergeant Lai compete. It looked like these two were evenly matched. The crowd cheered enthusiastically, and then they headed off to play the shooting game, which cost 10,000 won for 10 shots. Kwang aimed and shot, looking very professional. It seemed he was a seasoned shooter. He squinted and pulled the trigger accurately. However, the result didn't look very professional. He ended up winning a stuffed apple, which was just a consolation prize. Zhang laughed when he saw him. Are you even a soldier? Look at the pro over here. Zhang raised his gun skillfully. The two girls next to them watched and praised him. Zhang was quite proud, and then he also shot a stuffed apple. The girls burst into laughter, and Zhang, feeling embarrassed, hugged his apple and walked away. Quang grinned mischievously and said to Zhang, "You haven't forgotten about our bet, right? The one who comes last has to pay? That person is definitely you." Zhang quickly defended himself. This gun has a problem or something. Minjun looked at the two of them curiously and walked over to see the first prize was a stuffed mushroom. Next to it was a keychain featuring a girl and a stuffed banana. The second prize was the keychain, which caught Minjun's attention. His eyes lit up like a kid seeing their favorite toy. The limited edition Lumi keychain from DPF SAO. How did this legendary item end up here? Minjun excitedly lifted his gun, determined that it had to be his. The shots rang out continuously. The host's face looked a bit confused. Perhaps no AI had ever shot this well before. Minjun put the gun down on the table. The host exclaimed in astonishment, "You still have one bullet left." Minjun happily revealed his face, having achieved his favorite item. He laughed, "I don't need it anymore." The girls began to discuss, did he just hit all of them? Yeah, but why didn't he shoot that last one? Sergeant Cha seemed to have a crush. Her eyes lit up. Perhaps she was already thinking about names for the boys and girls. The host handed the keychain to Minjun. "This is the second prize." Minjun happily accepted it. "Thank you." The keychain featured his favorite character. Jun held it in his hands. The girls looked at him in confusion, large question marks appearing over their heads. "What's this?" Minjun smiled and turned to his teammates. "I think coming here wasn't a bad idea." Quang and Dong just smiled. "Why was it so hard to ask me to come in the first place?" Sergeant Cha kept looking at Minjun with admiration. Minjun stood in a corner, admiring his favorite trophy, while everyone on the other side was pushing each other to shoot, trying to find the one who would pay. Suddenly, Nseo approached from behind Minjun, hesitatingly saying, "Hunter, Kim Minjun. What did you say to my dad earlier?" she asked curiously but shyly, not daring to speak too loudly. Minjun was still very cheerful. He turned back with a slight smile, recalling the conversation between Minjun and the general. Sun now revealed two people standing across from each other in the parking lot, and the general spoke first. "I'm sorry for pulling you out to talk like this during your vacation." Minjun still didn't know what was going on and politely responded, "It's fine. What did you want to talk to me about, General?" The general said nothing. He lowered his gaze directly at Minjun, raising his hand and placing it on his shoulder. His whole demeanor suggested he was very displeased. Minjun glanced at the hand on his shoulder. The general's hand squeezed down hard on Minjun's shoulder, and the veins bulged. Minjun looked at the hand on his shoulder, his brow furrowing, but he stood still with no reaction. His hands clenched tightly as he stared directly at the general. Just as Minjun was about to react, the general released his hand from his shoulder, and his face looked approving. The general smiled slightly. "You seem to have trained well." Minjun relaxed his facial muscles, realizing the general only wanted to test him a bit. He smiled faintly and replied, "Thank you, sir." The corners of the general's mouth lifted slightly, and then his expression relaxed. Afterwards, he smiled unusually because my daughter is indebted to you. So, he reached into the car to search for something. Minjun was very confused, not knowing what he intended to do. In the general's hand was a black box with a card on top bearing his name. His voice was calm as he said, "This is an item from the dungeon, meant for a general. But I want to give it to you, although the military still hasn't accurately assessed its capabilities. But it can raise your stats at a random rate." Minjun awkwardly accepted the general's gift. He opened it to find a bracelet. He felt excited, thinking he had hit the jackpot. That item must be very valuable. With a joyful expression, he thanked the general and opened the car door, hoping that, with it, he could maintain his current training level. "Remember to use it well, and don't tell the AI I gave it to you, okay?" Minjun still looked bewildered as he listened closely to the general. "If you go to Dragon Mountain, call me. We should have a meal together. And one more thing." The general's face suddenly darkened as he gritted his teeth, warning, "If you have any intentions toward my daughter, I'll kill you." After that, he drove away, and Minjun stood still, watching his car fade into the distance. He placed the bracelet into his pocket and said to himself, "That won't happen." Back in reality, Minjun smiled faintly and said to Nseo, "That's all." She sighed in relief, seeming glad that what she worried about didn't happen. She asked again, "Really? Did my dad not lose anything?" Before she could finish, Minjun interrupted. "There's really nothing to talk about." He reached into his pocket and pulled out something. He showed Nseo the business card of the general. Continuing, "He just said he'd treat me to a meal if I go to Dragon Mountain." And Nseo was a bit surprised. "My dad rarely opens up like that, but why did he?" Minjun quickly explained. "It's probably because last time I helped an Nseo think of when she was injured and Minjun carry her while fighting." Her face turned red, and Minjun gently continued, "Sorry for making you meet my dad." Minjun raised the general's business card with a smile, looking quite pleased. I'll tell him to treat me to a lavish meal. Over there, everyone was strolling around the tourist area, laughing and having a great time. All the fatigue from the training had vanished. Kwang shyly started a conversation with Sergeant Cha, the huntress. Sergeant Cha waited for him to continue. Kwang, feeling shy and blushing, said, I just wanted to ask, why did you invite us to hang out? I hope that's not weird. Sergeant Cha relaxed, smiling softly. She swung her arm, making a martial arts move. Do you remember how my team was utterly defeated by Hunter Choi Sung-gu? But then, Hunter Kim Min-jun avenged us. So, we want to take this chance to repay him. Kwang looked a bit less enthusiastic. The sergeant threw an arm around Sergeant Cha's shoulders and said, exactly. For lunch, we're treating you guys, so feel free to order whatever you like. Then the two walked ahead, while the four in the team watched with gloomy faces. Jiang Feng pouted, so they called us here just to see Sergeant Kim Min-jun, huh? Wang sighed. In that fight, we didn't do anything. Wang's expression crumpled as he mumbled, actually, it was to avenge Sister Lumi. Not because of them. Back then, in Daejeon, there was a large dungeon guarded by the military. There might be instability here again. A crow's claw landed on the Bonggu, and the crow turned its head to observe the surroundings. Below, two commanders were walking together, exchanging something very tense. Colonel Lee Sengen held a tablet. He read the information on it with a tense expression. What the hell? 100 kilos of magic stone? The girl beside him confirmed. That's right. There's a type of magic stone estimated to weigh about 100 kilograms found on the path of a dungeon. In contrast to that atmosphere, at the dungeon entrance, Colonel Sengen's eyes gleam with a sharp coldness. The corners of his mouth slightly lift, 100 kilograms amidst the vibrant amusement park, as the giant Ferris wheel slowly comes to a stop. Wrapping up a perfect day at the gate, the two military teams are cheerfully saying goodbye after rare moments of relaxation. Corporal Cha is always the most lively one. It's really fun, comrades. She raises both hands and waves. Sergeant O gives a military salute, returns safely. A hint of red embarrassment crosses Kwang's face. We had a lot of fun too. Next time, let's quickly invite you so we can treat you to a meal. Kwang laughs, I'll pay. Okay, I'll cover lunch. Seo raises his hand to gesture goodbye, while only Minju maintains his usual solemn demeanor. After a warm farewell wave, they part ways in opposite directions through the city. With towering glass buildings surrounding them, Minjun's team walks briskly to the bus station amidst laughter and chatter. A strange voice suddenly echoes in Minjun's mind, a contact only he can hear. Kim Minjun, there's a problem. The cheerful expression on his face instantly freezes, replaced by a frown of annoyance. He responds mentally, what now? What time is it? If you keep bothering me about food, I swear I'll kill you. The eyes of the crow Bonggu widen. It's perched on a tall post, scanning a dungeon. The dungeon I'm monitoring looks suspicious. Didn't you say you were still investigating? I was planning to take leave to go play there tomorrow. Below, a large troop is strictly surrounding the dungeon entrance, guarding diligently. That's right. Nearby, there's just a no-entry sign and guards, but they seem busier now, as the two commanders intently observe their communication devices. Colonel Sengen's face is taut like a bowstring. It seems they have encountered a very serious problem. Minjun shouts in his mind, damn it. Continue reporting to me until I get there tomorrow afternoon at Jijiang. The whole city is silent, with not a single soul in sight. The bus stops to drop off Minjun and then rolls away, leaving him alone in the silence. His face darkens as he looks around. A tense atmosphere envelops the chaos. At the dungeon entrance, the military is still guarding strictly day and night. Carts filled with blue magic stones continuously come in and out. Minjun reaches into his jacket pocket to take out a business card printed with the logo of the Hunter Corps on the back. He thinks to himself, if I show them this and ask to enter the dungeon, it should work, right? Suddenly, a dove approached Minjun, cooing a few times to grab his attention. The bird looked plump, with a colorful feather band around its neck. Its purple eyes blinked rapidly. Minjun asked, is that you, Bonggu? The dove's eyes lit up. Yes, it's me, Master Kim Minjun. You must have traveled a long way to get here. Minjun looked at Bonggu's unfamiliar appearance and quickly said, why do you look like Bonggu? I've been here, completing the guard mission until you arrived, Bonggu replied. Minjun sighed. So, you managed to gather 100 kilograms of mana stones, Bonggu reported. That's exactly what I heard, though I'm not sure of the exact amount. But it must be a lot, Minjun predicted. It should be over 100 times compared to the pile in the distant dungeon. Minjun's face lit up with excitement. You must be really lucky to find them. The dove flapped its wings and cooed. So it really is, Minjun affirmed, realizing his thoughts were correct. It's a massive amount of energy. The earth is also trying to weaponize it. The dungeon door flickered with lightning. Minjun was deep in thought, while the dove looked on curiously. Is that the energy from another world you mentioned? Yes, that's it, the dove continued. I can't touch this aura. I can't sense any monsters inside, but I do feel a significant energy. That's concerning, Minjun added. Well, it's understandable that you can't touch it. Even I have only seen it once in my life. Do you know what it is? Minjun gritted his teeth. Right, he said before rushing off, with the dove following. But perhaps because of its plump body, it was a bit slower than its raven form before in the dungeon. The soldiers continued to transport mana stones outside. The calm shattered as the dungeon suddenly shook from within the darkness. Horrific, hairy tentacles stretched out like the arms of a giant, bizarre octopus. The commander shouted, "Everyone, stay away from the exit. Leave the mana stones and run." The scene was chaotic. A soldier looked into the dungeon and shouted, "There are still 3 squad members inside." The commander yelled, "Don't go in, just run, you idiot. Follow the orders." Hesitating for a moment, Minjun dashed through the barrier. Immediately, an unusual surge of energy hit him, making him realize this wasn't ordinary energy. It was from a fake dungeon. As Minjun crossed the barrier and approached the soldiers, they immediately stopped him. "Who are you? The situation doesn't look good. You should run." Minjun ignored the soldier's warning and ran straight into the dungeon. He managed to say to the soldier from earlier, "I'm Sergeant Kim Min-jun from the 104th Division, Team 2, Company 2. I will reopen the dungeon from the inside. Please report to the 104th Division." The soldier looked confused. "What?" His face was frantic. "Wait, you can't. That's more dangerous than death." While everyone was in a panic running out, Min-jun charged in alone, commanding to block the dungeon entrance, shouting what he was doing. Before he could finish his sentence, Min-jun jumped inside the dungeon, leaving him stunned and frozen in place. Min-jun's figure gradually faded into the darkness of the dungeon, a swirling purple vortex sealing the entrance, electric sparks crackling together. The deep purple tentacles twisted together, blocking the exit tightly. The commander's face outside turned pale. "Damn it, we're done for." Minjun's skill bar appeared. "You have entered the dungeon." He carefully observed his surroundings, spotting a group of soldiers standing dazed before him. They were all shocked to see him here, clearly trapped in this dungeon. Minjun asked them if there were any AI around. Private Lim answered him, still surprised. "No, but you are AI, right?" Minjun scanned the area and replied, "I'm Sergeant Kim Minjun from the 104th Division. I just happened to pass by." "What?" Minjun didn't say much to them. He looked them over and asked if there were any injured AI. The situation didn't seem promising. "I'll explain later. Please check your bodies and equipment." The soldiers looked at each other in confusion. Then they pulled out a long sword, 2 daggers, and some candy. Minjun looked at the pile of gear they just took out. "Is this all you brought into the dungeon?" Private Kim quickly explained, "We're just the transport team, so this is all we have." The inspection team has already left. Minjun smirked slightly at that, thinking, but who would send a transport team alone? Something's definitely off. The transport team kept looking at each other in confusion. Minjun stomped his foot to get their attention and said, "Now, grab your gear." He began to speak seriously to them. "I don't know if there are any AI here, but we are in a fake dungeon." The soldiers exclaimed, "What?" Minjun continued explaining to them. "It doesn't appear often, but to put it simply, just think of the whole dungeon as a giant monster that lures humans inside to devour them." The soldiers began to panic. "What?" Minjun said again, this time, the bait island. He looked at the scattered stone figures, and everyone stared at those stones in fear. Minjun immediately reassured them, "You don't need to worry. I will take responsibility and get you out of this hellish place." The team cheered. "Really? You know how to get out of here?" Minjun signaled them to be quiet. "Just follow my orders from now on. We just need to eliminate some monsters and head to the dungeon's center." Private Lim was confused. "What monsters? Isn't there just one monster in the dungeon?" Minjun looked deeply at him and replied, "You're right. Let's get started." Saying that, he looked at something, and the soldiers turned around in panic as tall shadows approached them. They screamed, "What the hell is that?" A group of monsters resembling earth beings was advancing towards them, leaving the soldiers in shock. Minjun had transformed into a shadow, dashing forward with a punch that contained terrifying strength, smashing the earth monster into countless pieces. The ones behind it were terrified. Minjun turned back to the soldiers, who were shaken. "Just stay behind me." The soldiers looked on in shock and whispered to each other about Private Lim Ra, the cab driver. If he really is Sergeant Kim Min-jun from the 104th Division, then Private Lim is confirmed right, I think. He's definitely a well-known figure in the hunting community, having become the fastest sergeant in history among the unbeatable monster hunters. In front of them, Minjun eagerly attacked the monsters, each one being smashed apart by his punches, their faces showing fear. Outside the dungeon, Colonel Lee Sang-in was trembling. He was scared after doing something incredibly foolish. The voice of Major General Sun echoed angrily. "Lee Sang-in." He trembled as he replied, the Major General's face hardening. He was furious. "What the hell are you doing?" The Major General grabbed his collar and lifted him up, demanding an answer. Colonel Lee stammered, "I was just retrieving the mana stones we found in the dungeon." And the Major General's eyes glinted with rage. He was furious beyond measure, shouting at Colonel Lee, "Are you insane? You should have just investigated the dungeon as ordered. How dare you deploy soldiers without a strike team?" Colonel Lee stammered in reply, "It's a confirmed dungeon." After 2 weeks of investigation, it was confirmed that this is a dungeon, so I only did this to protect the mana stones safely. Major General Sun was shaking with anger. You dared to deploy soldiers into the dungeon without my permission after just 2 investigations? The Major General tightened his grip on his collar and continued, You did something so stupid. Do you think I wouldn't know? You want to send people to their deaths just for your damn record? Colonel Lee stammered, That's... Major General Sun was still furious. No matter what, you should be prepared for the consequences. Get out of that uniform. The Major General glared at him, then turned to the tightly sealed dungeon. He said firmly, pointing at Colonel Lee, If there are any casualties, even one, I will hold you responsible and throw you in jail, so you better hope everyone stays safe. Inside the dungeon, Min-jun was fighting. After an intense battle, Min-jun stood excitedly as the monsters were nothing but piles of sludge on the ground. Min-jun stood among the soldiers, his sword drawn, grinding his teeth in frustration, saying, I told you I'd handle them. Why do you keep butting in? One soldier cautiously replied, Well, we can help you. Min-jun sighed and reminded them, Didn't I just say we need to get past these parasites and head towards the center? Do you all remember? The soldiers looked tense and a bit annoyed. They felt Min-jun regarded them as children, wondering if they didn't remember a simple thing. Min-jun continued to explain. These monsters are created by the fake dungeon, so they can prey inside it. It's more important than that. As we approach the heart of the dungeon, which is at the center, it will start flooding everywhere. So you all need to conserve your strength until then. If you get injured now, we'll be in big trouble later. The whole group of soldiers didn't expect things to be this complicated. They stared at Min-jun like he was a hero. The group shouted their battle cry to boost morale. Min-jun smirked, thinking it sounded reasonable. But he didn't say this out of concern for them. I don't know anything about them, but this place gives me a ton of experience points. Min-jun's skills were displayed. A series of new skills were added, and his power increased significantly compared to before. Min-jun grinned mischievously and thought, and saying all this is just for my own sake. Min-jun signaled the team to move forward, and the soldiers were full of enthusiasm. Following behind him like an army, they shouted, Let's go. Min-jun's shoe stepped into a muddy patch. A group of monsters that looked like mud people appeared, growling and threatening the entire group. A horde of monsters like an army. They blocked a purple orb placed on a pedestal. That must be the heart of the dungeon. The monsters advanced, trying to capture them. The soldiers were a bit panicked, some felt uneasy. Min-jun looked at them and thought that with low stats, just being in the dungeon was enough to wear them out. If I told them to fight, some of them wouldn't make it here. Min-jun pointed at the purple orb and calmly said, We've arrived. Now we just need to smash that thing and get out. The monsters growled at them, refusing to let them easily achieve their goal. They shouted, Charge! Min-jun told the soldiers, It's your turn now. No matter what happens, don't get hurt or die. The team showed great determination, and Min-jun continued. For your safety. No, I mean for your safety. Stay behind me and focus on defense, and we'll be done quickly. Don't let all the secrets slip out. The soldiers shouted in unison, raising their swords in readiness. Min-jun glanced at them from afar. They seemed trustworthy. The monsters rushed in, one after another, being smashed by Min-jun like soap bubbles. Min-jun dove into the midst of them. Since there were people here, he limited his skills. The monsters roared angrily and charged at Min-jun. He jumped high and kicked down, causing a group of monsters to splatter like mud. The ones below were terrified, but they continued to attack to protect the heart of the dungeon. Min-jun used his demonic energy to jump into the crowd of monsters. His tremendous power caused them to get tangled into a mess. His eyes lit up as he charged into the next group, filled with excitement. The tremendous power caused them to mix into a messy heap. His eyes lit up as he charged into the crowd, extremely excited. 2 of the largest monsters charged out to attack Min-jun, grabbing his arms and biting down. He immediately leaped as high as he could, taking both monsters with him. They burst apart, scattering everywhere, and the monsters below were utterly terrified. Min-jun grinned wickedly at them. He waved his hand, Come here. My experience points. The monsters stood still, too scared to advance. He noticed the purple orb was very close now. It emitted a strange light, and Min-jun's eyes widened in alarm, realizing it was poisonous. He quickly turned around and shouted, Back off. The whole team of soldiers stands frozen in fear. They are confused, not knowing what's happening. Min-jun looks at them anxiously. He thinks he has poison resistance, so he should be fine, but the others might not survive this kind of toxin. Min-jun unleashes a stream of demonic energy. Asterisk. Damn it, asterisk. There's no time left, we have to deal with it. After handling this dungeon, suddenly, the circle in Min-jun's pocket glows. The item is reacting to the demonic energy. The item's hidden power has been unlocked. He takes out the ring, asterisk. Asterisk. The voice of the general resonates. This item is from a dungeon, meant for high-ranking generals, but I want to give it to you. Although the military hasn't confirmed its full potential, it can help boost your stats proportionally. Randomly, he thinks he wants to keep it until his stats reach a difficult state. But what is the hidden power? The power guide appears, instructing on how to use the ring, making Min-jun surprised. Asterisk. The The ring can simulate. Asterisk. Wizards can use any skills they know, including those they don't have. After the skill is used, the item will lose its properties and disappear. Minjun's eyes shine at this moment. Asterisk. I can get an item like this? Asterisk. I'm really lucky. Minjun holds the ring in his hand, knowing which skill suits him best right now. He tightly grips the ring, and a black-purple stream appears, forming a gigantic sword in Minjun's hand. The soldiers watch in amazement at what he's doing. Minjun hoists the sword onto his shoulder, looking very pleased. This is the unique skill of the Shadow Knight, the monster he can't forget because it was so hard to catch. He raises the sword. This is the skill to expel, summoning a demonic sword that rips through space and blows away surrounding enemies. Through a space tear, Minjun laughs loudly, tasting the power. Then a giant sword slashes down. The monsters stand frozen in fear. A space tear opens, sucking them into the purple orb, which emits cracking sounds. Then cracks appear, and it bursts, forming a purple vortex while the sword in Minjun's hand slowly fades away. His hands are now empty, placed in the air. Minjun smiles contentedly as the sound of a times pop times rings out. Asterisk, Master Kim Minjun, there's a big problem. Asterisk, right now the soldiers are attaching something at the dungeon entrance. They are setting up a round device. It looks like a glass cover for the sealed dungeon. The mana bomb installation is complete. Necessary personnel need to stay. The others quickly evacuate. General Sun looks into the dungeon, deep in thought. Minjun is surprised. Asterisk, a mana bomb? Asterisk, they say they have set up a mana bomb. Master Kim Minjun, can you hear me? Head to the pedestal of that purple orb. Look at the orb, it's broken. Don't worry, we're heading out now. You slam your hand down on the remaining intact part of the orb. The soldiers are still attaching mana bombs to the dungeon entrance. A soldier approaches the division commander and hands him the control button. The commander holds the button, looking at it thoughtfully. Because if it works, it could open the dungeon. If not, this move could trigger unexpected reactions. And we don't know what might come from the dungeon door. The only hope now is to choose wisely. Kim Minjun from Division 104. The commander shouts at his soldiers. One of them speaks up with a serious, somewhat worried expression. Yes, someone has confirmed that he is currently in the dungeon with our team. Immediately, the commander, looking somewhat annoyed, speaks up. But what's he doing in there? Is he bored or something, sneaking into the dungeon when it's not even his mission? Faced with the commander's harshness, the soldier begins to recount the story. According to the soldiers on duty, he just revealed his identity and rushed into the gate. The commander isn't sure if he's worried for Kim Minjun or for his mission, so he immediately asks, "Have you contacted Division 104 yet?" The soldier quickly replies, "Commander, Kim Minjun's 2nd Battalion is currently on the way." At this moment, the dungeon shows signs of movement. The commander turns to look at the dungeon. As if realizing something, he looks back at the control button in his hand. Before he can think, a soldier rushes in to report. The entire army has been evacuated to a safe distance. The commander has made a decision. Because those who entered the dungeon have been inside for 4 hours without any proper equipment. Even though he wants to place his hope in Kim Minjun, time cannot be delayed any longer. Just as he is about to press the button, a loud noise suddenly comes from the dungeon. It startles everyone. Debris from the gate starts to fall. The situation is becoming critical. The division commander, at the gate, a soldier stammers, pointing at the gate before it gets worse. He immediately rushes to the gate and orders to have the medical team on standby to prepare vehicles for the survivors. Meanwhile, the officers on the scene are bringing weapons to the shaking gate. The commander, in a hurry, holds the gate tightly with empty hands. He truly is a hero. While the division struggles to hold the gate, the medical team arrives, ready to take on the mission. The female medic just arrived, not yet understanding what is happening. When 3 shadowy figures suddenly appear from inside the dungeon, the commander joyfully runs over to pat a soldier on the back. Inside the dungeon, 3 blurry figures appeared, and the commander joyfully ran over to pat a soldier on the shoulder. Are these kids all safe? Anyone hurt? It felt like finding the light of life at the end of the tunnel. The soldiers broke into tears upon seeing their commander in the flesh. We're all safe, sir. Everyone inside the dungeon came out one by one. The raid was a success. Kim Minjun, supporting an injured teammate, was the last to exit, his face confident while everyone else checked on their comrades. Kim Minjun suddenly saw the division commander looking at him. He was a soldier. He seriously raised his hand to salute his commander, who returned the salute with a proud smile. Scene shift to that afternoon at the 107th Division headquarters, in the commander's office, where the commander held a cup of coffee. With one hand, he read the report about Kim Minjun. I see. The commander put the coffee cup down on the table and began to ask. Still looking at the report, aren't you on vacation? Why are you here? Kim Minjun replied with a cheerful and slightly cheeky expression. I came to see you because I wanted you to treat me to a meal. Upon hearing this, the commander's face showed surprise. He seemed incredulous. You use your vacation for that? He paused for a moment. The commander tilted his head and continued to express his thoughts. You just arrived and happened to pass by the gate and decided to jump in when the accident happened? Kim Min-jun was left speechless by the commander's theory. It sounded absurd, but instead of explaining and sitting around here, he wore a cheerful expression. Yeah, that's right, sir. The commander looked at him helplessly before bursting into laughter. You're really strange. I understand why Seo Kyung values you. Kim Min-jun could only smile awkwardly at the commander. So you believe that? You're really easy to fool. Handling the dungeon without any losses is an amazing achievement. I highly value your performance this time, the commander said, with both hands crossed, wearing a proud expression. In response to that rare praise, our Kim Min-jun smiled lightly. Thank you, sir. Just as he was about to feel happy about the compliment, the commander suddenly turned serious, staring intently at Kim Min-jun. You seem to stand out a bit too much. You leveled up at an unusual speed, and with today's incident, the Hunter Corps must have started to take notice of you. Kim Min-jun thought to himself, asterisk. Isn't that a bad thing? Asterisk. The commander still maintained a serious expression. If this causes you trouble, don't hesitate to let me know. He smiled. Whatever happens, the 104th Division and I will handle it for you. So, our main character has a fan already. In response to the commander's concern, the main character quickly replied, Thank you, sir. If anything happens, I will definitely let you know. The atmosphere in the room became a bit less tense as the commander relaxed. Leaning back in his chair, he said, I can't invite you to eat today because there's still a lot of work to do. But if there's anything else you need from me, just come to me. If it's within my ability, I'll help. Consider it gratitude for saving my people. He's such a good boss, worth a perfect 10 points, since the higher-ups are being generous. So how did our main character miss the chance to see if I could level up before I finish speaking? The division commander splashed cold water on our main character, and I can't decide on that. Kim Min-jun wore a face full of disappointment, like a child denied their wish by an adult. The main character's eyes were fixed on the stones on the table, the commander's aura dull yet very pure. Now I just noticed it. Looking into the main character's eyes, the commander glanced at the stone. So, you like it? Do you know what it is? With the light like a child receiving a gift, the main character's eyes lit up. I've never seen a stone like that before. I want to add it to my collection, the main character expressed, but the division commander had nothing to say except, You have a really strange hobby. He paused for a moment before saying, It's a dungeon item, so it can't be taken outside, while the main character's eyes sparkled like a well-behaved puppy. Recently, we had a theft at home, so this is all that's left, the commander said with a resigned expression for not catching the thief. He gently took the stone and without hesitation handed it to the main character. Take it, it's still not identified, but it won't harm the human body. Kim Min-jun joyfully raised both hands to accept the gift, showing great delight in front of the commander. Yet in his mind, he thought of Seo because he was starting to get involved with him too, but for some reason, he didn't feel any hatred about this. Ahem, the commander coughed. So, what's the relationship between you and my daughter? Kim Min-jun stood up and declared, We're just colleagues, nothing more, sir. Our division commander seemed overly worried, but he was satisfied with Kim Min-jun's answer. To not waste the main character's time, you can leave now on your way out. Could you call your battalion commander to help me? Of course, with such a simple request. How could our main character refuse, right? That night, on a street corner, Kim Min-jun was admiring the stone in his hand while the girl was happily eating a fish cake, endlessly praising its flavor. Despite our main character complaining, he crushed the stone in his hand. At that moment, a notification appeared on the screen. You have absorbed a certain amount of demonic energy. The notification repeatedly displayed, demonic energy index increased by 1. It seems like he has reached its limit, which is quite understandable since the main character's demonic energy has reached a very high level. The notification continued, Due to your skill reaching the threshold, you have unlocked the demonic ROI skill. The main character joyfully couldn't stop smiling somewhere in Gyeonggi province at the Hunter Corps headquarters. A tense meeting was taking place. Sun Tae-ho, how could you let an incident like this happen? Lieutenant General Kim Chang-mo, holding the report, shouted with an expression 8 parts angry and 2 parts threatening. The 107th Division is about to be inspected, so you'd better be ready for it. If you think this is all there is to it, you're dead wrong. Be careful, your entire uniform might get stripped away too, while everyone in the meeting room is too scared to say a word. In light of the general's anger, he told that bastard Lee Sang-jin would go straight to headquarters tomorrow. The meeting room doors suddenly swung open, and General Kim Jang-mo stood up and saluted General Kim. Don't be too harsh on them. That person slowly walked in and sat down with a slightly admonishing tone. I could even hear you yelling from outside. General Kim Jang-mo seriously replied, I'll fix that right away, sir. That person sat down. Good. I've received the report. This time it's Kim Min-jun again. With a smile resembling that of a villain, this person is none other than the commander of the Hunter Corps, General Gu Hek-dong. The car sped off at high speed. It was the car of Captain Lee, who angrily got out. He even forgot to close the car door, showing just how furious he was. The commander's office door opened. It startled Soldier Kim. What's going on? Where is everyone? Commander Lee kept looking around. Soldier Kim was frozen. not knowing who Commander Lee was looking for, until Commander Lee spoke up. Is he the target? Then he sighed, sat down, and didn't forget to curse. Damn these bastards. He gritted his teeth in frustration, knowing but unable to do anything about it an hour ago. Two members of the Hunter Special Forces arrived at the commander's office, Sergeant Yu Tae-won and First Sergeant Jiang Misu. I understand your intention, but Soldier Kim spoke up. You came early this morning to request to see soldiers in our squad. And it's someone who just returned from vacation yesterday, he tried to say, but was interrupted. Sergeant Yu Tae-won raised his hand, signaling him not to continue. You know why we were ordered to come here. Please help us this time. Sergeant Yu Tae-won confidently spoke, but at that suggestion, Soldier Kim became aggressive. The battalion commander and our captain are both absent. This isn't right. The two members of the Hunter Special Forces remained calm and collected. Do you need to review the official report? We'll bring it out now, said First Sergeant Jiang Minsu, opening his phone. Even without an order, his words carry weight. Please bring Kim Min-jun here. Whether by coincidence or design, Sergeant Kim Min-jun showed up right after. He raised his hand to greet. I hear you were looking for me. Everyone in the room turned to look at him. Wow. Kim Min-jun noticed the badges. Everyone in the room turned to look at him. Wow. Kim Min-jun. He noticed the stickers. On the shirts of the two men in the room, he couldn't help but feel surprised because they belonged to the special unit from the Hunter Corps headquarters. Sergeant Yu Tae-won joyfully spoke up. You're Kim Min-jun. Then everyone came over to shake hands, knowing he had charged into the dungeon to rescue many hunters not long ago. Is it true, Sergeant Yu Tae-won? Incredible. Sit down and let's talk. In response to the praise, Kim Min-jun smiled and said, Thank you, Sergeant Yu Tae-won. He didn't forget to brag about his team's achievements. The Hunter Corps really needs capable personnel like you. After all, you're not like regular hunters. We're deployed to work in special circumstances like raiding dungeons, protecting VIPs, carrying out missions abroad, and so on, similar to the conversation with the division commander. Kim Min-jun still wore a look of admiration, but deep down, he was only focused on leveling up. If he could level up, he would agree to that proposal. Everything else didn't matter. Sergeant Yu Tae-won continued speaking. Your outstanding performance over the past time has caught the attention of headquarters, so I will propose a deserving benefit for you. It's a special promotion. A special promotion? Kim Min-jun asked excitedly. His teammates could only sigh, fully aware of his personality in light of Kim Min-jun's excitement. Sergeant Yu Tae-won seemed to grasp the situation. That's right, Sergeant Kim Min-jun. Our unit doesn't accept regular soldiers. Therefore, if you volunteer, headquarters will promote you to sergeant immediately. To add some excitement, First Sergeant Jiang Minsu added, If you join, our force will have many opportunities for advancement, because you'll often be deployed to places where you can enhance your performance. Faced with such attractive offers, a lucrative proposal like this, our protagonist had no reason to refuse. If you think it's that simple, then you might be mistaken. The author won't make it that easy. In the quiet space, the sound of Sergeant Yu Tae-won's phone unexpectedly rang. Immediately, the protagonist took notice. Is that a phone? First Sergeant Jiang Minsu quickly replied. While also pulling out a similar phone, he added, This is a device issued to the Special Forces. It's not a smartphone, but it's specifically used for security purposes. So, am I allowed to use the internet and a computer when I need to? The two sergeants looked confused. First Sergeant Jiang Minsu bowed his head and replied, Security is crucial for the forces. Therefore, the use of the internet and personal electronic devices is prohibited in the barracks. We also encourage limiting usage during holidays. Although it may be a minor inconvenience, this is a great opportunity for you to serve the country. Of course, you will also receive special treatment for that, so don't worry too much. Hearing this, our main character couldn't hide his dismay while his colleague next to him smiled brightly. Hey, Sergeant Yu Tae-won said while handing over his business card, but the main character, Kim Min-jun, unexpectedly declined, leaving both of them stunned. What? Sergeant Yu Tae-won asked seriously, while Corporal Jiang Minsu blushed in anger at the main character's rejection of the offer. Just because of that damn game, the Dungeon Warrior's power. Are you planning to make a fool of yourself? That game is a crucial motivation. Nothing can change that, which is why the main character is very serious. When rejecting the offer, Sergeant Yu Tae-won still appeared calm, while First Class Sergeant Jiang Minsu clearly showed his anger. But his will is what matters, so we will take our leave now. Saying that, Sergeant Yu Tae-won stood up, placing a hand on Sergeant Jiang Misu's shoulder, while Soldier Kim couldn't help but laugh at the situation. He hurriedly opened the door as if chasing away a ghost. Please go this way. Jiang Minsu was clearly very angry, doubting Kim Min-jun's abilities. Believing that his ability was exaggerated and fabricated because he feared he couldn't survive in the forces, he couldn't even pass the entrance exam. Those harsh words touched the main character's pride. How can you be so sure? That statement from Kim Min-jun left his teammate speechless. What are you getting at this time? Min-jun, our main character is really angry now. I don't know how your entrance exam works, but how can you be so sure I can't pass? Both looked at each other like enemies, neither side willing to back down, while First Class Sergeant Jiang Min-su smirked. "You want us to prove that?" The atmosphere suddenly became tenser. "That's enough. Kim Min-jun, you too." Soldier Kim spoke up to break the tense atmosphere instead of trying to mediate. Sergeant Yutoan patted Soldier Kim's shoulder and said with a smile, "Can we use the training center a bit?" Not long after, as you can see, Mr. Jiang Min-su and Sergeant Kim Min-jun began a freestyle duel. Sergeant Kim and Sergeant Yutoan observed the match from the sidelines with their muscular build. With muscles bulging, towering over the main character, First Class Sergeant Jiang Min-su wielded a wooden sword, dominating the match. However, our main character Kim Min-jun is not someone to be easily bullied, armed with a rope as a weapon. Wearing a tight black t-shirt that showcased his toned muscles, he calmly said, "If I pass the entrance exam, you have to apologize for what you said." Sergeant Jiang Min-su seemed a bit annoyed, as the main character fought with a weapon that looked like a child's toy. "How dare he act all high and mighty, Sergeant? I will be the referee and start explaining the rules of the match. The match will take place in 3 rounds, each round lasting 3 minutes, and both sides assumed fighting stances." Sergeant Jiang countered before the main character Min-jun could react, but he wasn't a pushover either before Jiang's wooden sword could stab. The main character managed to dodge the attack. However, he fell backward, leaving his opponent and teammates confused about what he was trying to do. Then the main character burst into laughter as the first round ended, victory leaning towards Sergeant Jiang. While the high-level hunt team rejoices in victory, Soldier Kim has no idea what the main character's strategy island. "What are you planning to do?" The main character confidently replies, "Of course, I'm going to win. I don't get it, but if it's him, I believe he'll win." Soldier Kim thinks to himself, worried for the main character because if he wins, who knows what will happen next. This is also the main character's concern. Both of them look over at the squad of the renowned senior sergeant. They're no pushovers either. "So I'm afraid they won't let Soldier Kim off easily," he said anxiously to the main character. "He's coming at you. Then I'll let him hit me. Our main character is truly funny." The second round begins, and of course, our main character loses again. Take him to the medical room. At least he dodged the first attack. So that's good. Compared to the hunters of the special forces, he's still not even done speaking. Our main character sits up. "What do you mean I'm done? You guys underestimated my abilities." That's our Min-jun. Those hits were just to scratch the surface. The main character stands up. Dusting off his clothes, Sergeant Jiang is shocked, unable to believe his eyes because all his attacks hit critical spots. "So you want to continue?" Sergeant Yu asks, a bit worried since this is just practice. If he gets hurt from trying too hard, that wouldn't be good. In response to that concern, the main character confidently says, "No problem, let's start again." Sergeant John approaches with a fierce aura, thinking that the main character is being arrogant instead of determined to win against him. This has driven him mad. He decides that the main character will regret it. Perhaps this is what the main character wants. In this third match, the main character uses his unique energy, which has no color or smell and doesn't affect the surrounding environment. You can activate this skill whenever you want. A notification pops up, ROI. Demon, concentrate demonic energy into weapon form ROI. With all his might, Sergeant Jiang charges forward, launching a direct attack. The main character smiles, as if waiting for his prey to fall into a trap. Continuously spinning ROI in the air, Sergeant Jiang's sword was just about to strike when it got entangled by the main character's ROI. With a flick of his wrist, Sergeant Jiang's weapon flies away 10 meters, leaving everyone stunned. The ROI keeps striking Sergeant Jiang, who can only brace for impact. "Haha, you seem to be skilled at that. But attacking like that doesn't faze me at all." If he knew the main character would use unique demonic energy, I'm sure he wouldn't be so confident. Before he could counter, he screams in pain. Now he feels the hurt. Our main character may be a bit cruel. Sergeant Yu is dumbfounded by what's happening. A first-class Sergeant Jiang has been brought down to his knees by such an attack? How? Once again, the ROI demon swings, and the main character smiles like a victor. Sergeant Jiang looks pale with fear. Before he could stop it, he takes a hit to the chest. I guess with that kind of force, getting hit by the ROI must hurt 100,000 times more. No matter how thick the flesh is, it will definitely fall before this kind of weapon. If you think that's it, think again. Our main character is just getting started. We still have to see how powerful this demon energy really island. But the main character is getting more and more enthusiastic in front of the opponent's Yama. Isn't it interesting? Even the Aura warriors will fall after a single attack, so don't get too cocky. At this moment, the main character's face is like a wild beast losing control, making the opponent turn pale with fear, and the senior soldier rushes in to stop him. Everyone thought our main character would deliver a final blow, but this strike was just a scare tactic, making the first-class sergeant, Min-su, foam at the mouth and faint right on the spot, witnessing everything. The senior soldier couldn't believe his eyes, seeing his teammate knocked out by him, raising doubts about the main character's abilities. The senior soldier looked seriously at the main character. The fault of the subordinate is also the fault of the superior. I can apologize on his behalf. The main character scratched his face, thinking he must have used too much demon energy. If that's the case, then it's not good. As a preliminary apology, in response to the senior soldier's question, the main character firmly replied, "No. I also acted beyond my rank. Sorry." But the senior soldier remained silent. He just handed his business card to the main character and helped his teammate outside. Soldier Kim, although happy about the main character's victory, still didn't forget his own rank and hurriedly followed the two higher-ups of the special team. "Do you want to rest in the medical room?" The senior soldier gently replied, "No need, we have to go." Holding the business card in his hand, the main character cheerfully said, "Well, that's all good then." Back in the present at the company commander's office, the sound of hearty laughter from Captain Lai echoed. "Good. Now where is Sergeant Kim Min-jun?" "He has gone back to train," Soldier Kim replied, unable to hide his excitement. "I will report directly to the division commander that Kim Min-jun has declined the special team's offer." However, the captain showed a thoughtful expression. Because after today, the special team will want Kim Min-jun even more. There's no way they will let him go easily. Soldier Kim spoke up. "So should we do something? What can we do to keep Min-jun?" Captain Lai was still deep in thought. The division commander had anticipated this, so you don't need to worry, he chuckled. The decision of the division commander will be for Sergeant Kim Min-jun in the office. The division commander, sporting a goatee and a fierce look, laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha. Indeed, Kim Min-jun has not disappointed me. That arrogant bastard from the special team must be feeling pretty good now. Even if I promise some privileges, if Kim Min-jun decides to join the special team, we can't stop him. That's why I've been worried, but it seems everything is fine now," Commander Lai replied cheerfully. "Yes, I think it's time for us to take action," the division commander said, approaching the desk phone. "That's right. I have to express my high regard properly. As soon as he picks up the phone, it's me. Is what I said ready yet?" Commander Lai, sitting behind, still looks confused, not understanding what's happening, then sees that terrifying face smiling. It looks even scarier. "Good, bring all related files here right away. It's a day with clear blue skies. Just looking at it makes you want to embrace life." In the office, Sergeant Lee leads Kim Min-jun in front of the crowd. The imposing aura like it's going to battle makes Kim Min-jun next to him shiver. One guy in the crowd asks, "What's going on?" Sergeant Lai crosses his arms and announces, "From today onwards, the commander of Team 2, Squad 2 will be Sergeant Kim Min-jun. Got it?" The soldier with the buzz cut quickly asks, "Sergeant Lai, are you telling me you've been promoted?" Sergeant Lai, with a serious expression, replies, "No, but I will try my strength at the rank of sergeant. I've got enough points to level up, so I'll pass my current position to Sergeant Kim Min-jun. Does anyone have any comments?" The crowd looks like they've just found the spring of their lives, opening their mouths wide to laugh, waiting for a response. "No, aside from Sergeant Kim Min-jun, who else can take his place?" One soldier raises his hand, expressing he wants to speak. "Sergeant Kim Min-jun, can I ask you something?" Min-jun also notices, raises an eyebrow, and replies, "Huh? What is it?" The guy continues, "I heard someone from the 104th Division handled a fake dungeon by themselves not long ago. Is that you, Sergeant Kim Min-jun? You were on leave at that time, right?" After asking, he also sweats nervously while waiting for the answer. At this moment, the curious crowd realizes the issue. "Oh right, everyone in the hunting community is buzzing about that." Kim Min-jun thought it was something serious, let out a breath, and replied, "Yeah, that was me. I accidentally went to Joe Chun and got caught up in that." Even though he anticipated it, when he heard Min-jun say it, the crowd was still extremely surprised. "Really? That's awesome. Did you get hurt anywhere?" Min-jun spreads his arms as if to prove his words. "I'm fine." The crowd still doesn't let him off the hook. "Does it have anything to do with your appointment as team leader? Is there any other reward for you?" Min-jun, pale-faced, steps back and says, Their island." The soldiers all clamored, asking Min-jun, "What is it?" Min-jun raises his hand. "But I'm afraid it's hard to resist this enthusiasm." A few days later, in the goblin dungeon, a streak of light cuts through the goblin's neck. Two soldiers are fighting while chatting with each other, so he received an offer to join the Special Forces team of hunters. Just after a short time like that? Yeah, and he outright refused that offer. He even defeated a first-class sergeant in a one-on-one match. What you're saying is hard to believe. No one will believe it except those in the military. No matter what, the division commander has promoted Sergeant Kim Min-jun. He's our squad commander and even promised to promote him to sergeant within a year. If he meets the target, Sergeant Lee Sung-ho will agree with that. Do you know what he thinks about the Special Forces? While talking, a loud roar from behind, angry like a beast, comes from a goblin. From the bushes, a huge goblin emerges, terrifying, with a club in hand, striding toward the two soldiers. As it gets closer, it opens its mouth wide and lets out a loud roar. The two soldiers look at each other. They look back and forth, seemingly not intending to deal with it. Then the monster swings its club up high, roaring and charging to devour the two soldiers. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a spear flies in, fast and strong, hitting the goblin square in the face. Sparks fly as it takes the hit, causing the goblin to clutch its face and retreat. The two soldiers watching feel the pain too. After that, a barrage of spears rains down, still fast and powerful like the first one, leaving only the goblin's pitiful wails. It's furious, but how can it dare to advance again? Even when Minjun retrieves the spear, it frightens the goblin. Minjun, retrieving his weapon, smiles in satisfaction. He gets into position as if ready to charge again, holding the personal weapon given to Sergeant Kim Minjun by the division commander. Looks pretty cool, right? The two soldiers exclaim. True, even the squad leader doesn't have personal gear yet. It's truly a privilege. Minjun, excited, continues to swing the spear at the monster. The strikes hit the goblin, causing flashes of light, signaling that these monsters are about to leave this world. The two soldiers are still talking about the spear. It seems the division commander offered to provide him with any weapon, and Sergeant Kim Min-jun chose this one. With so many rewards, how can he refuse the Special Forces offer? It's rare for a sergeant to use personal gear. In fact, the division commander had to sign over 10 documents to make this happen after testing the new equipment for a while. Min-jun quietly assesses in his heart that this is much better than he thought. The weight, balance, and grip are both excellent. It's on a whole different level compared to regular gear, especially with this magical stone. I don't need to use demonic energy to boost its power. Min-jun happily swings it and continuously unleashes strikes on the ground, which also impresses the two soldiers. It's staggering. Besides being able to choose personal gear, he's also promised a promotion within a year. This makes Min-jun smile even in his dreams. With this little buddy, promotion will come quickly. Min-jun thinks to himself while swinging and laughing. On Saturday in Chuncheon, here's a dish that I'm not even sure what island, but it looks delicious. Our Min-jun doesn't seem too happy, sitting there with a sulky face. At this moment, a voice from across the table asks, "Can we eat now?" Min-jun sighs, "Why are you asking me that?" He looks up. "Why are you suddenly having lunch with me?" Min-jun is losing his cool, because right in front of him is Nseo, who is completely captivated by the delicious food spread in front of her, prepared by the restaurant owner. And Nseo looked up, saying she could start eating now. "Thank you, aunt." Then she happily picked up her chopsticks to dig in. That dish must be really good. Min-jun, sitting quietly, could only remain silent as he heard her praise the food here. With his arms crossed, he noticed Nseo preparing to bring a tasty bite to her mouth, realizing that the person across from him was staring intently at him. "Aren't you eating?" "I'll pay. Just eat as much as you want," Min-jun insisted. But it wasn't about that. He frowned and asked her, "How did you know I was going out today?" "You even know I'm going to Chuncheon." Adding to the fact that he would visit this restaurant, a thought flashed in his mind. Wait, he remembered the message from earlier, from a teammate he trusted a lot. So, it turns out that jerk Kim Hoing-chi was behind this. And Seo is also confused now. It's not just a coincidence. After saying that, he completely drove Min-jun crazy, and Seo could feel it, right? Quickly bowing her head to apologize, she said, "I'm sorry. I asked him to do that, so please don't be angry with him. Whether I'm angry or not is my choice. But seriously, don't you think this is weird?" Min-jun responded. "Do you like me or something?" And Seo exclaimed, "How can you say something so ridiculous? And why are you talking nonsense to me?" Min-jun wasn't going to back down either. "You're the same. We're around the same age." His face turned red. "That's true, but I don't like you or anything like that, so don't get the wrong idea." The aunties in the kitchen couldn't help but laugh at these two teasing each other. "Why are you suddenly asking to eat with me? I'm sure you asked for a day off because you heard Hoang-chi say I was going out today." "That's true, but it's for a different reason." "What reason?" At this point, an SAO finally calmed down and hesitantly asked about the dungeon located at the training center, the Blood Gate. "In the public welfare support area in Hontron in the nearby mock dungeon, I've noticed you hesitate. What do you want to say?" "It's like wherever you go, something happens. So it's a bit strange. Is something going to happen this time?" And SAO no longer had the courage to continue speaking. No matter what she said, it would sound ridiculous, but she had to say it anyway. After a moment of mental struggle, she looked up at Min-jun, suddenly noticing Min-jun awkwardly laughing. "Ha ha ha. I'm not the type to bring disaster." Ironically, as I said this, beads of sweat started pouring down him. Holding the cup, Seo's hand trembled. She didn't understand what he meant, while Min-jun thought, "Oh no, she's noticed." At the restaurant, Min-jun and Seo were sitting across from each other. Min-jun suddenly spoke up. "So now you become a sergeant, huh?" She replied, blushing. "I just passed the promotion test last week. That means Hong